What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Sunday, the 3rd of July, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the steps of the Umami Airport. Yes, that's right. It is tasty. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to my senses. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know. Don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real, synthetic life form, slightly sweaty synthetic life form streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in the half shell, in this late stage, hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com. High risk, high reward, especially high risk, high reward today. High on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. What is going on, everyone? Maybe this is just a projection by an evil demon. I mean, that's always a possibility, right? We always must consider the existential possibilities that Rene Descartes discarded. Descartes discards. He discard. Get it? Because that's a mispronunciation of his name. It's the best kind of humor. Mispronunciation humor. Yes. What are we doing, chat? Were we reinventing anti-humor? I don't know. I might as well get my own Adult Swim show at this point. It would be called $100 Extreme, I think, would be what our show would be called. But yeah, I'm a time traveler for sure. Cross that international date line, and the rest is history, I guess. But chat, I actually broke down and got some real coffee. People have been bothering me about this. The fact that since I moved to Thailand, I've just adopted, you know, what I think is like the way that most people drink coffee, what seems like the way that most people drink coffee here, which is just to get instant Nescafe, or I don't know, there's better stuff than Nescafe out there, but like, don't call me Shirley. Yo, don't call me blue hair, or do call me blue hair. Thank you, Omega Star, for the 300 bets to get us started today. Yeah, I got real coffee. Look at this shit. It's kind of hard to find. That's why it feels like, I mean, it's not like I'm super, like, you know, integrated into Thai culture or anything, and I know how Thai people drink their coffee, but it just seemed like, from what's sold in stores, right, it's mostly instant. But yeah, I did get a hold of this. It's pre-ground, so, you know, I do have a grinder though. I should have just gotten bean coffee. That would have been good. But yeah, it's real coffee. And I am using Nescafe sucks. Juan Valdez is the best. Which oh my god, chat. Whoa, what's going on? Then David Hume was like, huh? Well, it certainly does feel like we exist. Sorry, seem to, that we really exist. My hands feel real and never fail to interact with the world in the expected way. Yeah, I mean, look, it's like if you're playing a video, here's how I think of it, random 3PO. If you're playing a video game, you're playing a video game, right? There's no, like, you don't get an advantage by, in fact, you probably get a disadvantage by demersifying yourself out of the video game. If you're playing a video game, you're playing a video game, right? And you might as well try to do well at the video game. No choking. I can't believe the latest girl world humor is that Foodie Beauty got Giardia? No! It's the year of the protozoal parasite, apparently. Yeah, that's a vicious one, too. That people don't realize, like, Giardia shits are not just regular. I mean, that's why Elton Klein. Yes, we had Elton Klein yesterday. Chat, oh my god. Wait, for those who weren't here yesterday, let me show you what I'm talking about, if I can bring it up. Elton Klein. These memes just write themselves at some point. Here we go, chat. Here's Elton Klein for you. Isn't that kind of... like, he does wear the knit cap, right? And look, if he could get those glasses, if Hila would put those glasses out in a Teddy Fresh drop, I think that he would definitely wear those, right? There's Elton Klein in the background, the pinball wizard. She had to go. Okay, we're not laughing at somebody going to... who is... why did... okay, I don't know. Okay, let me be real. Let me be real. I don't know why she's famous. I don't know why Foodie Beauty is famous. I don't know what she... does she do something bad? Like, I get that. Why are we happy that she went to the ER? Like, she went to Syria. Oh my God. I don't even know what this is all about. I hear updates about Foodie Beauty from time to time. I guess I should probably, I mean, if people, you know. So really, it doesn't matter if we're brains in the jar? I mean, look, like I'm saying, you know, if it doesn't give you an advantage if you're playing Rocket League to forget that or to remember that you are a person in the meat space playing Rocket League, your best bet at Rocket League is going to be, not only do you immerse yourself into the game, you immerse yourself into the car. You become that car. You are the car. Which is funny. That's very Zen in the art of motorcycle maintenance. To coarsen the conversation that Random 3PO is trying to introduce here. With a little 60s... what would you call Robert Pirsig, like, the spiritual equivalent of drama slop? I wonder what people think of Pirsig in here, or if they think anything, or if I just got a big a heaping helping like a veritable drink from the garden hose of like 60s 60s crap due to who my dad was. Due to his occupancy of the magic bus. So that everybody else grew up with home videos of the beach, and I grew up with home videos of Ken Kesey. Well, that was wild, right? Is she like a... yeah, growing up in Oregon is crazy, chat. She like a mukbang person? Is she? I don't know. No, it's totally dumb brain rot content. You are better... you know, I kind of feel that way about Italian brain rot now. I kind of feel like maybe I was... goals, please? Wait, you're right. We are, trying to do something here. Oh yeah, stuff. What is to be done? That's the real question. No time for old stories of Neil Cassidy. We gotta figure out what is to be done here. All right, what is to be done? Oh yeah, I'm supposed to put my goal. That's a butterfly goal. I have a goal, chat. The one day I will have a butterfly in my hair, and that day could be today. I don't know. Oh my God. Let's see. Butterfly in my hair. Yes. Haha, I finally got to the butterfly goal before the super chatters. Before the super chatters could even get there. I had the realization recently that the teddy bears in Fallout 4 are just really as real teddy bears. And that's why I like them so much. Do you collect the teddy bears like you do with the what you call it? The what is it, the boy, Pit Boy? Is it, what is he called, a Pit Boy, chat? No, the Pit Boy is this thing. What's the little dude called? What's the little dude from Fallout called? You know, you collect, I think it's Pit Boy, right? Oh my God, I'm so confused about Fallout. Ethan Klein, Elton Klein be like, Friday night is all right for filing more for, oh my God, I should have thought of that. Friday night's all right for filing. You gotta pick up the teddy bears? Oh wait, no, I think I did get teddy bears. Wait a minute. Yeah, wait, no, those are in New Vegas too. Those are in New Vegas. Yeah, and there, what is that? Dr. Dasha? Yeah, Pip-Boy's the arm device. What's the little dude called? He's just benign dude? Oh, he's just a benign dude. Yeah, he is. He's just trying to help out. Chat. He's just trying to feed the hungry. You know, he's just a benign dude. I mean, he's picking up the the food. I'm sure he's gonna do something good with it and not just throw it on the ground and ruin it. Pip-Boy sounds like a position at Folsom? Isn't that a Johnny Cash song? They're in all Fallout games. Just been playing a lot of 4. Yeah, but what happens? What happens if you bring Dr. Dasha all the teddy bears? Does she like? Would she like that? I mean, would you want her to like that? Yeah, Dr. Dasha's kind of a trip. Not. Oh my God, chat. Fuck. The guy is your character model in Fallout 1 and 2. You can call him whatever you want. No, there's like a name for him, isn't there? Isn't there a name for dude? For the little blonde dude in Fallout? Chat, this is bugging me. I hate getting up this early, but it must be done. Oh my God, chat. Once again, I thought I was going to take a day off today or something, or... Vault Boy, thank you. Yes, he does have a name. It's Vault Boy. Thank you. I just couldn't remember it. I got confused because this thing's a Pip-Boy. And I desperately need one of those, chat. Here in Thailand, like, why don't they just make that? Like somebody needs to design that, right? An actual Pip-Boy that you can wear... Oh my God. I mean, that's pretty cool. It sounds like it smells like copyright to me, chat. Anyway, let's start to stay away from the copyright for now. Johnny's Ring of Fire may need to be checked by a doctor near him. Yeah. Well, he needs to stop eating the spicy cow soy is what I would say, right? Is you could just ask for your cow soy without, like my Sai Pat, maybe say something like that. My Sai Pat, what's the word? No, Pat is 8. Oh my God, chat, I'm fucking it up already. All right, let's get this straight. Or get this gay, or get this pan, or whatever. What am I trying to do? Okay. So the word for 8 in Thai is bad. And then the word for spicy is pet. I did say it right. Spicy, right? Pet. Pad or pet. Oh yeah, it's a double vowel too. That's how I'll hit. And pad. Pat is 8. Pet is so yeah, my sai pet is what you say when you order your cow soy. If you don't want to be given the Ring of Fire, chat, and the Ring of Fire is very real. I think there's a certain amount of I think there's like a limit to what the human stomach can, you know, process. Yeah, depending on what you're accustomed to. I don't know, chat. I'm still waiting to get. I mean, like I can eat the hot stuff, but yeah. I can eat it. It's okay going down. It's just not. I still have to limit myself for, you know, digestive reasons. What am I trying to do? Did anybody watch Hasan and Noah yesterday, like the rest of the Noah Samson appearance? It was kind of wild, right? It shows why, you know, it's part of the reason I don't do more collabs, right? Is that it's really easy to get in each other's way. It's really easy to step on each other's toes. It's really easy to produce content that's like, you know, you'd think that you put 2 streamers on one stream and you get twice the content, twice the fun. But sometimes you just like, you take away some because you got your idea of like, you know, how you want things to go. And then the other person has their, yeah, it's too many cooks. I think it was what it was, right? It was a too many cooks phenomenon. I love that we're talking about a very different Ring of Fire than NCC. Wait, what Ring of Fire are you talking about? I thought that's what we were saying. It's the spicy Ring of Fire. They make a Pip-Boy iPhone app and a Pip-Boy that slots into your arm. Oh yeah, I actually used to have one of those things for working out. Yeah, it was like a little, it was a little wristband or something that you put your phone on, or maybe it was like, I think it was like an armband. I did have one. Yeah, burns. That's why they call it pad thai. It's not pad thai, is it? Does the pad and pad thai mean spicy? Pat? Apparently Noah is a gym bro now. He's one of those dudes that unless he takes his shirt off, you don't realize how fit the guy is. Ah! Seriously? Okay. We are Johnny cashing out, or Johnny Crash out. Oh my God, chat, what is wrong with me? We don't need new nicknames for Ethan Klein. We don't need to start calling him Johnny Crash Out. It's not even funny, but I'm trying to be funny. All right, yeah, I'm usually really good about bringing everything I need for stream over to the streaming area, especially now that I'm on a short leash. I used to have like a really long cord for my headphones that I could like walk everywhere with, and now it's the opposite. It's like a 3-foot cord. All right, let's see if I can get this sucker open without cutting my hand open. This thing is brutal, look at that. I mean, I guess it's for if you want to do dirt like a can opener. I heard that is too many cucks. There's too many cucks in the kitchen. All right, there we go. That's what I need. I need a cooling drink. Cool me down. Did somebody get a membership earlier? No, somebody did bits on Twitch, which is a thing. There we go. 8 out of 10. That is correct, I think. We're talking about his asshole because Folsom? Oh God. What? Oh wait, no, we're not talking about the prison. Okay. Well, I mean, I'm sure gay stuff happens in the prison too, but that's a different kind of gay entirely, not really a preference, more of a... Anyway, chat, what am I talking about? It is indeed a thing, yeah. Twitch is being... Look, Twitch is a thing now. I don't know, chat. I think that Twitch has surpassed YouTube. I think we now have more Twitch subs than we have members. Members have like almost entirely fallen off, and subs are as high as they've been in a really long time. And which is wild, chat, because you know that it costs twice as much to sub on Twitch. It's literally twice as much as it is for a membership. I mean, there is a bonus to that in that, wait, chat, which emotes does the, yeah, look at that. You see that? That's a animated emote. That is an animated emote. I guess that's why people are subbing on Twitch. The emotes are animated. Wait, can I find the one with me dancing? Yeah, something like that. Okay, wait. There's, yeah, look at that. See what I'm saying? I guess that's why. The dancing weasels, the dancing jellyfish, and the dancing Irenes at some point. Oh, there it is. All right, see, even the Irenes dance on Twitch. Let's see if I can make that happen. No, let's try it again. I gotta post more Irenes, I guess. Yeah, the Irenes dance, the weasels dance, the void coffee shimmers in the twilight, and the Vriskas maintain that NCC did nothing wrong. See? NCC did nothing wrong. There we go. Complicated historical figure. Complicated historical figure much? Yeah, I think so. Shakespeare with the super chat. The super shot? Wait, I want to say shot, not shot. Because then I'm saying super pussy. I'm trying to say super chat, but it's another mispronunciation joke, chat. I'm full of them, apparently, especially for French. I think it's because, like, every word that I became familiar with in French prior to, like, learning the language, I mispronounce. As a child, I came upon a book of, like, how to speak French. And I read through it, every part except for the foreword. The only problem was the foreword is the part that explained the la liaison, like the way that you don't, you know how I say liaison? Super parler, super panier. Yeah, no, what does super panier even mean? Is it like a highway or something? I've heard the word. But yeah, liaison, right? It's spelled with an N at the end of it, but you don't pronounce the end unless you got la liaison à quelque chose, right? You got a vowel after your consonant, you pronounce the consonant. If you don't have a vowel after the consonant, you don't pronounce it, you leave it off. Robot Gawk says gross. Robot Gawk, what are you talking about? Yeah, who told you could come in here and talk about your mom? Oh my god, no, come on. I just completely filled up the cup with delicious sparkling water and orange juice. I met a hot girl in French class. That was it for me. Never learned French. Honestly, it ruined my life. Yeah, what do we got? TYT fans coming in here being weirdos already? Jink, come and get your dude. Come and get your gawk, I guess. Your gawk hungry TYT chatter. Like, it used to be Dragon Gang, now it's transphobic Wojak Gang over there on TYT. But yeah, chat, I am trying to cool off because it's heated up again. The Glock hungry. They might be Glock hungry. I don't know. Gawk, yeah, you're right, SM. It's more of a Chud Logic thing to talk about. I don't know why. Robot Gawk. Insert Daft Punk sounds. TYT fans still existing in the wild. I mean, if Ethan fans exist, then I guess TYT. Hey, isn't that weird though? Isn't that weird that there's, am I right about this? There's kind of more like Ethan fans. There's more H3 fans than there are like actual like organic TYT fans. Oh, you know what we gotta play now, though? We gotta play this one. All right, chat. Let me know. Does anybody recognize this theme song? Plankergok is a clonk? I mean, don't clonk me, chat. I don't know. Wait, what? Okay, we are at 10. Anybody recognize this? We're about to meet this gentleman. All right, Trump warned us about the late great Hannibal Lecter, but he knows nothing. He knows nothing about this figure, this shadowy figure. A man who comes to Morio not to enjoy the seaside beauty of the small town, but rather to hunt its residents. Especially if they have beautiful hands, chat. So if you've got beautiful hands, if you're a hand model, you better sit on those hands, or else this guy's coming for you too. Brixton, t'attends avec l'impatience, peut-être? Anybody recognize this song? We're about to unlock a new dude today, chat. A mysterious figure. Bad Empanada just uploaded a clip about Mike from PA. This man works fast. Interesting. I think there we go. There's the Euro yeah. It's okay. It's a pretty old JoJo's, but that's okay. We're gonna meet this dude, chat. In today's Surrounded. Oh my god, Hutch is going after Kyle? What's this about? And wait, somebody else... Oh, Bad Empanadas got a video on Mike. Do they know each other at all? Oh my god, make Irene bounce. I mean, I can bounce. I'm on like a wicker chair here. We do need to update the points redemption stuff to give you some, because I don't have cat ears. I thought we were gonna get, oh my god, chat. It's so embarrassing. I left my cat ears in Seattle and then somebody got me some on Throne and then they got sent to Seattle because my address is, I don't even know if Throne sends stuff to Thailand. Maybe if I use like Lazada. But yeah, chat, there's some interesting characters. There's some interesting characters today on Surrounded with Shaky Gurga. But yeah, Hutch is, I mean, a little shit. I mean, yeah, wow. He's a lot shit, actually. But I think you meant that he is little and he's shit. Oh my god. Trying to cool the fuck off because I know as soon as I start to drink this coffee, it's going to be the opposite of cooling. Yo, Omega Star with the massive gift sub to Boring Beth. Boring Beth, you just got jellyfished. And that's a good thing. Oh yeah, chat. So I got this all. I think I got us all ready for what we're gonna need to do. Let me check on it. Like let's see what it looks like. Oh, that's Rebecca Watson.
We've tried establishment Democrats, complete failures.
Oh my god. So here's a little preview of what you're about to get here. Just gonna make sure that it's, oh, there we go, perfect. Perfect, chat. Look, we're watching Jubilee today, but my television screen is a CRT that I got from Hyonan Kyuma off of, oh my god, that Well Played was like right next to my mouth on the other screen. If only I had had it up. But yeah, look at this. My you know, it's a CRT television that is, you know, getting Jubilee as a channel on UHF with Weird Al Yankovic here to challenge Cenk Uygur. Something like that. Counterintuitively, hot drinks actually make you cool off because they induce sweating. Well, that's the opposite of what I want to do, right? So for me, the heat isn't really the problem as much as the sweating. The sweating is what makes me look sweaty, and then if ContraPoints comes by, she'll be judgmental, not just because I'm a max leftist, but also because I'm sweaty, and she'll call me sweaty, and she'll call me a hun, and it'll be bad, chat. It'll be really bad. She'll call me all the names from 4chan. But yeah, good point. The sweat does cool you down. CRT, yeah, we're doing CRT, we're doing DEI, and we're putting trans women in sports today. Everything that pisses off Cenk Uygur. Everything that pisses off Shaky Gurga. I have a bone to pick with the drink temp theory. Which one? I mean, look, it's random 3PO is technically right. Yeah. If you drink a cold drink, then your body temperature will compensate. And if you drink a hot drink, then you'll be, I don't know. You'll sweat, and technically the sweat will cool you off. It only works if you sweat, yeah, which would be the problem for me, right? Because my hair does not look right when it's got sweat on it. Some woman on the news called him Cenk Uygur. There's a wide range of temps where I'm too warm but not yet sweating. Oh no, I'm comfortable even sweating. Like my old Muay Thai coach, my crew, which is Thai for teacher, would always have us work out. Like he had trained in Thailand, right? So whenever it was hot outside, he just like, I think they technically had air conditioning in the gym, and he just never turned it on. He would make us hot on purpose. And if you were a fighter for our gym, you would constantly be, you would come to the gym with full sweats, right? You'd be wearing a sweatshirt and sweatpants and everything. Wait, black stockings, white shoes shouldn't be allowed in church? It's like hot yoga, but worse. Yeah. Well, I mean, and like a lot of the gyms around here are outside gyms, right? Like they're like the gym itself, like, I mean, it's not like open to the air, right? Because, you got to pay to get in, but it's like this weird, like outside building thing. No mercy, no AC. Cobra Kai. Oh yeah, that's who he was, by the way. Yeah, he was the Cobra Kai guy. Less MRSA outside? Ooh, yeah, that's probably true as well. MRSA and Staph aureus. Although it's less of an issue in Muay Thai. In Muay Thai, your real concern is about blisters on your feet. Like, as far as infection, you're not rolling. Although you do get swept. You do, fall. You do get knocked on your ass a decent amount. But you're not, like, grappling on the ground like you would in jiu-jitsu. The biggest variable is whether you can get efficient evaporation of the sweat or if it pools and drips, which is gross. Yeah, gross and uncomfy, especially when you're trying to stream. Long sleeves or high humidity could change the math here. That's why I always like to wear tank tops. I'm super comfortable just in a tank top. But those people don't wear tank tops here. In fact, I think if I was in a tank top and I wouldn't be allowed. I think technically, you're not supposed to go to like a watt like that, right? Like it's not. It's not acceptable. But yeah, you do get your feet do get that was the worst the most common kind of injury that I got from Muay Thai was actually with my feet. And yeah, I did get my toe stomped once by a overzealous instructor. But the main thing I got was blisters. Because you're like, it's not just that like you're on your feet, which you are, but it's that you are pivoting and turning on your feet, and that's I don't know, for some reason that gives me some sick blisters. Anyway, chat, let's get started. We're at 16 out of 100. This is the bonus goal for today. If we get to 100, we'll cover an extra topic, I do believe. And the topics for you today are as follows. New aesthetic of fascism. This is a video essay. Hasan actually covered this yesterday. Oh my god, I just realized. Wait. Is the discussion of femcels from this video? I'm trying to remember what caused Noah and Hasan to bring up femcels. I think it might have been this video. Yeah, they're watching new aesthetics of fascism. Wait, just a second. Whose video is this? Ben? Wait. Oh, I see. So 2 months ago, he put out a video called The Aesthetics of Fascism. And 4 days ago, centrist soundtrack? Wait, what the fuck? Centrist soundtrack? Okay. Yeah, 4 days ago, he put out a video called The New Aesthetics of Fascism, right? So that is that video. And it's actually like, I don't know. This is is S tier. Let's just put it this way. It's an S tier. It's an S tier video essay, right? This is like, it's a really well put together, really thoughtful, really interesting, and really clean video essay. Air conditioning is one of my favorite technologies. It works via phase change, like sweating, which is sick, but then it dehumidifies. Wait, what? It dehumidifies as well, so it makes your own body work better. I mean, yeah, some of these, right? Buffy Geek, thank you for the gifted. See what I'm talking about, chat? YouTube is out of control with the gift subs. There's now more subs on YouTube than there are members more subs on Twitch than there are members on YouTube. Are we at 22 now? Which is wild to me, considering that it's literally twice as much to Buffy Geek with the gift sub to Shanna Cranky Pants. Shanna Cranky Pants, you just got jellyfished. As did Texture Splunky. Texture Splunky, you also just got jellyfished. And that's a good thing. So yeah, we've got a myriad of different topics. A myriad, it's not exactly a myriad. 4 is not a myriad, all right, chat, I don't know what I'm saying. We've got a bunch of different topics for you to vote on. 62 of you have already voted on the topics that are right there, and they're also on YouTube. So looks like first place is New Aesthetics of Fascism, which is a really cool video. I'm glad that people are excited about this, right? Second place is the thing between Sean and Mike from PA, and really this kind of goes into a bunch of different stuff. Like I think technically the Anthony Fantano thing is tied up into this somehow, but Sean put out a video recently where he made a really important point about the, I mean, have you noticed that since the election, everybody's like, oh my gosh, Democrats, we gotta appeal to white men. We gotta appeal to white men. Like, why are we not appealing to white men? Why are we not doing everything for white men? Right? And it's just with no, unironically, like no sort of, no self-awareness at all. A party that pretends to stand for something, pretends to be on the right side of history, pretends that it actually talks about these issues, not because it's trying to distract from its non-existent economic platform, but because it actually, stands for intersectionality in some way. And then as soon as they lose one election and they're like, oh my gosh, trans people are such a liability. Oh my gosh, immigrants are such a liability. Now, they're not saying that anymore because the immigration numbers have flipped. Is it 34? I'm totally behind here. We're at 34. And it's all thanks to Twitch. Damn, Twitch is killing it today. Absolutely. How many is a myriad? I don't know. 16? Would 16 be a myriad, chat? I think you gotta have, a great number. Or it's a unit of 10,000? A literal myriad is 10,000? I was thinking more like 16. They were throwing trans people under the bus the day after the election. Well, I mean, also, and claiming that it was the overemphasis of trans rights that lost Kamala the election, even though, chat, the Democrats did not have a trans speaker this time. Right? They kept trans people the fuck out of the convention. But yeah, like it's like this whole thing that's this whole meta that people are on about, we gotta find the Joe Rogan of the left and we gotta appeal to more white dudes, right? What kind of atmosphere does that actually create? Like, what kind of space for leftists to come together and forge some kind of solidarity does that actually create, right? So yeah, Sean's making some really good points. He also went on Hasan's to talk about this. Now, it's not they're not fighting each other. They're not mad at each other. Sean doesn't think that Hasan is a piece of shit. Hasan's not calling Sean the woke of the day. So I don't want anybody like turning this, even the thing with, Mike, where there might be, a little bit more, to straight up criticize with Mike. We're not turning this into drama. We're trying to use this as a learning experience. That's in second place right now, right behind the new aesthetics of fascism. Oh gosh, it's tied for second place with Noah and Hasan on femcels. Yeah, they I think it was during their reaction to the new aesthetics of fascism, I think that's where it ended up coming up, that they start talking about femcels, and I realized, chat, I don't know anything about femcels. Right? All I know about femcels is that pearly things is apparently one. Pearl is a femcel, I guess. But I don't really understand them. I haven't met one. I don't really know anything about femcels, so I thought I'd put that up on there too, and maybe we could do a little bit of a deep dive into femcels. It doesn't seem like Noah and Hasan are experts on the subject either. But yeah, that's in second place, or tied for second place, along with Shonda Black versus Mike from PA. And then in third place, we have Anna Kasparian glazing up Tucker Carlson. After going on Tucker's program a week ago or something, she's on TYT basically praising him, and she's not the only one. There's a lot. This started at the Ted Cruz interview, and chat, this could be really dangerous, right? I'm going to predict it right now. I think there's a 50-50 chance that if Elon Musk and his America Party actually do try to run for president, that Tucker Carlson is their candidate. And also, I think that if Tucker wanted to run as a Republican, I think he'd have a decent chance, right? So the fact that people are so quick to forget, like, that Tucker's a literal fucking white supremacist, an unambiguous racist, right? How do you define one? I know, right? Broly Deschanel did a video about independent film whose main character is about an Wait, Broly dated. Oh, sorry. Zoe Deschanel? Or is this a different channel? Did a video about an independent film about a main character. Independent film whose main character is a femcel. I thought femcels hate men, not women. Was the term incel coined by a woman? Yeah, I think way back in the day. Yeah, and then it got appropriated. Also, speaking of, wait, I don't know why I thought I could segue from there. Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Making gifting memberships cool once again. Okay, and also Scribs, you just got weaseled. Asher to Bunnyman, you just got weaseled. Donald Duck, the duck got weaseled. Who said you couldn't target YouTube people for memberships, right? Andy Kowalski, you just got weaseled. And Dwight Langston, you also just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. God, I haven't done it in so long, I'm like bad at it now. Chad Partide. Okay, so Mopo's seen the segment maybe. Yeah, they talk about Chad Partide too. Which is a term that I had not heard yet. It makes me think I need to get, it makes me think I need to delve into brain rot more. So what are we at? Are we at, I think 49. We're at 49 out of 100. This is the meter of like whether we get bonus content or not, or even how much bonus content we get. Because, right, if this thing gets to 100 by the end of the stream, I'll stick around and I'll cover the top voted getting topic. Right now, that's new aesthetics of fascism. If it gets to 200, I'll cover the top 2, 300, the top 3, etc., etc., etc. So this is your chance to get me to stream a little bit longer if that's interesting to you, and if some of these topics that I've got on the docket here are interesting to you as well. So yeah, this number goes up anytime that you do a super chat, if you do a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships, if you support me on Throne, which right now I'm crowdfunding the Vietnam trip. We're about 40% there so far, so we're definitely getting there towards funding the Vietnam trip, which is coming up really soon. I need to get my tickets. I need to get my like hotel, and or I don't even know hotels. I'm going to be there for a little while, Chad. I might need to get more than a hotel. But that's yeah. Or if you support me on, if you sign up for my Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch, which you can do for free if you have Prime by hooking up Prime to Twitch, and then you get a Twitch Prime sub. This is a sub that you can use on the streamer of your choice, and if you use it on me, you'll get all those animated emotes. You'll get the weasels, you'll get the butterflies, you'll get the void coffee. Oh my gosh, speaking of void coffee, I haven't had good Chad, I bought good coffee again. Look at this excuse me? Real coffee. Real freaking coffee. Slightly aggressive to your early morning kick. So they know I do Muay Thai somehow. I don't know, chat. The word must have gotten out. Talking out my anus? I do that all the time. Wait, do I do that all the time? Any weaselly little weasels in chat? There's 5 more now. Emily Dickinson was a femcel. Okay, so you write poetry to the melody of Yellow Rose of Texas. Broy, not Zoe Deschanel, does video essays. Okay, so yeah, that was on purpose. I was like, wait. Sometimes people mistype. Video essays about movies and TV from a feminist perspective. She's on Nebula and YouTube. Nice. What if God were a femcel? I mean, maybe she is. Maybe she is. Either way, chat. Yeah, so Twitch Prime can get you a free sub at no cost to you, and you do actually support the stream of that. You put a little bit of money in my pocket, you take it away from a big evil company, and you support the stream, and you get yourself the emotes, right? Or if you get yourself a sub, which it costs $6, it's twice as much as a YouTube membership, and yet people seem to like them. They seem to be really popular right now, so you can get yourself one for $6, or you can gift them to other people, which is a very generous thing to do, also for $6. Or if you throw bits my way, any of that stuff, it makes this number go up. Anything that's a donation, it makes this number go up. Not only does it make this number go up, chat, and like I said, this number is important because if it goes up to 100, I stick around and cover an extra topic. If it goes to 200, I cover 2 topics, but it also gives you the ability to put your money where your mouth is. What do I mean by that? I mean that if you donate and then you tell me that you are, you say new aesthetics of fascism, or you say Sean the Black versus Mike from PA, or you say Noah and Hasan on femcels, right? I will take your donation, turn it into a percentage, and add that percentage to the topic of your choice, right? And so you can kind of boost your favorite topic and maybe help it win. If that annoys you, the fact that people can donate and boost, right? And that something might win that's not actually the most popular, if that annoys you, I've got a way for you to donate too, which is Vox Populi. If you donate and you say Vox Populi, I will add your donation right here. Now you see all these are pluses, right? They add to their topic at the end of the day. They add to the vote totals, like whatever the vote percentage is for that thing, it gets, this number gets added to that. Vox Populi is a minus, and it subtracts all of these numbers, right? So if that annoys you that somebody could be gaming the system with their donations, you can always, be principled and virtue signal with a Vox Populi donation, which is basically you making it harder for people to screw with the poll. So that's a possibility too, and I never show this, but I guess I should. You can also say, hey, NCC, you haven't played video games in a really long time, and if this thing gets to 100, then I owe you a video game stream, which I feel like I already do anyway, but I'll owe you more video game streams, and I'll actually do one soon. But anyway, that's how the game that we're playing works, right? That's how the goal works. We're at 49%. We're almost halfway there towards the goal, right? The other game that we're playing today is the butterfly in my hair game. We are 10% of the way there, right? So that is to try to accumulate 10 teal super chats in the next 2 hours and 10 minutes and 50 seconds, right? You got 2 hours, 10 minutes and 50 seconds to try to amass 10 teal super chats, and your reward will be a butterfly alighting in my hair, maybe even laying eggs in my brain, chat, who knows. God, I already have butterflies and moths in my brain anyway, so I don't think it could hurt much. Let's hope not. But anyway, that's the other game that we've got is put the butterfly in my hair. And yeah, like I said, let's check one more time. 30% for new aesthetics of fascism, 28%. Okay, so Noah and Hasan on femcels is taking the second place at the moment, right? Remember, if you want to see 2 of these topics, right? If we hit 200, I'll cover the top 2. If we hit 300, I'll cover the top 3. So it is possible to cover, to get more than one of these, but it's just a little harder. It's a little bit more of an uphill push for our Sisyphean, Sisyphean, in our Sisyphean quest to get that to happen. 3rd place, Sean the Black versus Mike from PA, and 4th place, Anna Kasparian Glazes Tucker. So that's where it is right now. Oh yeah, I gotta remind you to make sure to hit that like button on the stream. This helps me out a lot, and it's really important. It really does determine a lot of my previous, a lot of the recent streams, chat, they're not getting shown to people, right? When the streams get shown to people, like in other words, when the streams pop up in people's algorithms, we get new people into the community, which is really cool. And we haven't been doing that lately. And it's probably because I haven't been bullying you as much as I should be. supposed to bully you to like the stream. So get bullied. Get bullied, chat. Like the stream. Okay, so that's a thing. The other thing you need to get bullied about is any of you on Blue Sky, there's a link in both chats, in Twitch chat and in YouTube chat, that you can click on, and it goes to a thread on Blue Sky, right? That thread is made for you to start a discussion about Cenk Uygur on Jubilee. And so you can go over there and discuss that. While you're there, if you want to, you can also like the thread. That helps the thread get out to more people, and you can also repost it if you want to. But obviously, I'm not telling you to spam up your timeline. So if you want to, just go over there and leave a comment and a like. Anyway, that's what we're doing. That's where we're at. Oh my gosh, chat, are we early? I'm early. I'm kind of early compared to how I usually do it. She asked if she was a femcel. Wait, who? Love your earrings? Huh? Earrings? They are cocoons from the butterfly living in my scalp. Oh my god. Chat, that almost happened the other day, right? Since I've been growing out my hair, I get more tangles, I guess. Like it's starting, it's not like if it's short, it's usually kind of straight. But when it gets long, it gets curly, and it also gets tangles in it. And I had a proper beaver tail the other day to untangle. Luckily, I have some hair oil, I think it's like argan oil or something. So I just put that in and worked it out. But yeah, that's how you get butterfly nests in your hair, I think. Liking the efficiency today. Let's be efficient. Let's be efficient and get to, get to fascism. Okay, I don't want to be that efficient, chat. I don't want to be like heart goes out to you efficient, right? We don't need to be Elon efficient. Okay, I just need to click here, right? There we go. There's Shaky Gurga. There's IRI, chat. Friend, enemy. I don't know if IRI's. I don't think IRI's ever said anything about me. Neutral of the VOD. I'm really important. Also, the star of the 1990s era video about how he is pretty fly for a white guy. Yeah, he was the white guy and pretty fly for a white guy. So that's his claim to fame. That's why he's really important. He's on, I think, Occupy Democrats now. But yeah, he made it onto Surrounded. Everybody's trying to get on Surrounded now. This is the way that you pop off. You know, you go in here, you make a clip, it goes viral, and then you have a career. Or you get fired from your job before going on Jubilee, and then complain on the internet that you got fired for openly stating you were a fascist when you had already lost your job before, and people pay you $30,000 even though you didn't lose your job from going on Surrounded. But they just love fascism that much, chat. If you say the N-word, if you call yourself a fascist, apparently that is your ticket to, you know, free money. Who knew, chat? Who knew? People talk about the bread tubers, the bread tubers begging for money. I don't think they got anything on these fascists begging for money, but we'll see. So yeah, these aren't fascists, right? This is Cenk Uygur, Shaky Gurga. Shaky Gurga himself. Let me turn down the music so you can actually hear me. This is Shaky Gurga here, being surrounded. Now, but this is, so his whole thing is like the whole concept of the show is that you got one person surrounded by 20 people. And it's usually like, you know, like, I don't know, one trans person surrounded by 20 transphobes, or like, you know, it's one whatever surrounded by its polar opposite is the idea, right? So Cenk calls himself a populist these days, right? And despite the fact that, you know, what the populist left is actually about is workers' rights. That's gonna put a pin in that, chat, because that's gonna come up later. populism on the left is about unions, really, is about material conditions. And yeah, ultimately it's about, giving workers some self-determination. It's about democratizing the workplace. And yeah, maybe even controlling the means of productions. Maybe the workers should should get the fruits of their labors. I don't know, whisper of a dream, chat, whisper of a dream, but don't whisper that dream to Shaky Gurga here, because he will tell you that he's lived every day of his life as a capitalist, and I believe him. He is a capitalist first and a, and a populist second, I guess. So yeah, he's pretty full of shit. Some of these people may call him on being full of shit. So get ready to that. One unprincipled person versus 20 principled. Well, I don't know, Narwhal, because like the technical details of this, right? Let me read it for you. One populist versus 20 Democrats and Republicans. Now, that's pretty ridiculous, right? Because you got people. In fact, I think do we have some retreads here? I feel like I see one guy that might have been on Medhi Hasan's street. Medhi Hasan's surrounded. But anyway, there's 20 Democrats and Republicans. And again, like, this is such bullshit. Because I remember one guy that came up and literally was like, I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. So yeah, just like the, Medhi Hasan thing was cat, because, it was him surrounded by not 20 far-right Republicans, but actually, probably like 10 far-right Republicans and 10 straight-up fascist or something like that, right? But yeah, this is supposedly a mixed group of Democrats and Republicans. So what they're gonna do is that, he's gonna make a statement, like he makes 4 statements, and then the buzzer goes off and they race for that seat. They race to sit in the seat across from him. And the first person to get there argues that point. Like, so he makes a point. People who disagree with that point get up and run to the, chair. Whoever gets that first gets the first go. And they continue. You see those red flags in their hand? They continue until 10 people have raised the red flag. So what you're doing is you're going to bring up a Democrat, hypothetically, or just a liberal or somebody on the left, right? You're going to have 10 flags that are just going to automatically go up, assuming it's an even split between Republicans and Democrats. That's why I think that this version of Surrounded is a little bit blinkered. Just a little bit blinkered, a little bit busted. Not sure how this is going to work. My prediction, chat, is that these confrontations will be frustratingly short, because you're going to automatically have 10 red flags go up. Like, right, a liberal goes up there, 10 Republicans put their flags up, right? Then they get kicked off, right? A Republican goes up there, 10 liberals put their flags up, and then, yeah, so this is, I don't think they really thought this through. Also, him calling himself a populist is nothing but a virtue signal. There's nothing populist about this guy. It's basically his excuse to be conservative in certain ways. Oh, I'm not a Democrat, I'm a populist. Okay, whatever. Like he's got those 80-20 issues where he gets to throw marginalized groups under the bus. So yeah, there's a lot wrong with this. But obviously, he's probably going to run into some people that are like dyed-in-the-wool Democrats, dyed-in-the-wool Republicans. And yeah, does he have a point against those people? Yeah. Does the party leadership suck? Yeah, absolutely. So, it's not like we're going to see all bad takes from Shaky Gurga here. But it's almost like because of the fact that he has some good takes, it's like the spoonful of sugar that makes the medicine of his absolute shit takes go down. And that's what's kind of dangerous about TYT. I mean, luckily they're just not, they don't have the traction that they used to. They don't have the support that they used to. They don't have the reach that they used to. They're pretty much irrelevant, other than the fact that they're able to get on shows like this. But even with Anna being platformed by PBD and Piers Morgan and Jink, going on various programs, they're just not gathering any. They're not gathering their own audience here. He's kind of doing work for other people, and today he's doing work for Jubilee, which God, we should, there's some really good video essays calling out Jubilee in specific, right? I think Big Money Salvia made one. Yeah, there's been, I meant to watch more of those with you. Anyway, chat, we never have time to cover everything that I want to cover. So let's cover what we can today, and that is Jubilee, Cenk Uygur surrounded. 1 populist versus 20 Democrats and Republicans. And a little warning before we start this, all right? Just like Ethan Klein is particularly litigious, Jubilee loves to take streams down. All right, so if the stream goes bye-bye, let me know in chat, all right? Matt Bernstein, yeah, had a really good video about Jubilee as well. Yeah, that's one of the other ones I watched. But just seriously, like, if the stream goes bye-bye, don't think that it's just you. Don't think that you're complaining and you're gonna annoy me. It's actually very helpful if the stream goes away for you to let me know. Most likely, if that happens, it'll happen on YouTube. All right, and you know, if we might all have to go to Twitch, is what I guess what I'm saying. Hopefully, yeah, Twitch will still be alive. Hopefully, yeah. I don't think they'll take us down on Twitch, right? So the plan is that if the stream goes bye-bye, let me know in chat. If it doesn't come back, then go to Twitch, okay? But most likely, I'll be able to bring it back. So, I hopefully we'll be okay. We got the jellyfish going on today. Here, can we give the jellyfish a little bit more presence, maybe? Media source. Okay, a little bit more opacity, maybe? But not too much. Oh yeah, and then the other thing that we have that we use for this, and I'm not sure if we need it or not, but we have a filter that, okay, so I'm gonna turn on the filter. Let me know how, okay, let me know how the sound is, okay? If the sound is bad, also let me know. What if you keep the music on? It's an idea. 1 copyright claimer versus 20 video reactors. Yeah, basically. What's funny is that, like, at one time, Jubilee was really big on people reacting to their stuff. And that's how Jubilee got big. The only reason that people watch this is because streamers watch it, they pick it up, and then, you know, also the clips that they're able to put out with this. So anyway, chat, fingers crossed, knock on wood, got my coffee, got my void coffee here. Although it's not really void coffee today because I've got black sesame soy milk to drink it with. So, but yeah, we're just let me know how the audio is, and let me know if the stream goes down, and if so, I'll try to bring it back up. If it gets to the point where it doesn't look like we can actually watch it, we'll move over to Twitch. But I do have a lot. I do have seemingly a lot in the way of wait, what can we do? All right, we'll put the weasel up there. Let's add another image. I'm gonna bring up the jellyfish if I can. Image. Okay, and as much moving stuff as I can have on screen, I think the better. Yeah, because the whole thing, as far as copyright goes, you know, if it ever came down to a lawsuit, is that this should, you know, what I'm doing should not function as a market substitute for the emojis. There we go. Huh. Buffy, if you're around, let me know if you've got a copy of the jellyfish that you can send me. I think I put it somewhere weird. Jelly of Hasan, Destiny Loner Box? What the fuck is that? Oh, Destiny and Loner Box, jealous of Hasan. I get it. I mean, we can put some JoJo menacing kata. There we go. Is that good? Yeah, I'll see. Maybe if Buffy can find the jellyfish, I'll put the jellyfish up as well. The Twitch will still be, yeah, Twitch is going to be our safe space, right? So if anything bad happens, go to the safe space. No comment, check CC. Remember when you're looking at me to put CC, all right? Because the that's the real no comment chick, right? Don't get fooled by weird Nazis that took my old Twitch name when I changed it. Okay, so anyway, let's try this out. I'm nervous, chat. I'm nervous.
We've tried establishment Democrats, complete failures. We've tried establishment Republicans, complete failures. We tried fake populism under Donald Trump, complete failure.
I disagree.
So the only thing we haven't tried is left-wing populism. And you say, don't try it. Go back to the establishment Democrats. Are you crazy?
You can't vote Democrat and then say that, well, because they still support the rich and the rich still get all the tax cuts, I'm still going to cast my vote, which is the most powerful political weapon you have, to the very establishment that you're on one hand trying to tear down.
That's just weird to mention guardrails against firing people when you rejected a union at your company and fired somebody for organizing.
Yeah, that is absolutely not true. You can say that if you like.
That is true. Look it up.
Fine. So since you smeared me, let's explain. Hi, I'm Cenk Uygur. I'm host of the Young Turks live weekdays, 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern on YouTube. I'm also the head of the TYT Network. I'm also founder of Just Democrats Wolfpack and Rebellion Pack, where we're trying to bring the country together. And here I am surrounded by 20 Democrats and Republicans, and I'm going to try to bring them together. Claim number one is that Democrats and Republicans agree on economic issues and try to divide us and distract us with culture wars.
How are you, Cenk? Good to meet you.
Good to meet you.
My name's Oliver.
Hey, Oliver.
Yeah, so I guess the first place I want to start off with your claim is to first say that I think there's a grain of truth in it, and I think I would largely agree that when it comes to the system of neoliberalism, the system of capitalism, I think there can be a lot of overlap. I think where I would probably push back a little bit is when we look specifically at what policy issues get passed and how they affect people, there seems to be a very big difference. So for example, under the Biden administration, we saw with the expansion of the Affordable Care Act and Medicaid, we saw over 8 million people become eligible for Medicaid who were previously not eligible. If we contrast that right now with what's in Trump's big, beautiful bill, over a 10-year period, that would make between 15 and 16 million people ineligible for Medicaid. So it seems on a crucial economic issue. So it affects people's ability to, survive, have quality health care, live quality lives. There seems to be a stark contrast. So I'm just wondering,
So how do you explain if the Democrats and the Republicans both suck and they're trying to, they actually agree on economic issues and they're trying to divide us with so-called culture war issues, which, by Cenk's words, things like civil rights is a cultural issue, is part of the culture. In fact, a seminal part of the culture wars is things are like civil rights, right? Which we're still fighting over. But yeah, it's a busted take that he's got, right? There is a little bit of truth to it, but the truth speaks to a time that has come and gone. Remember that Cenk went to college in the 90s. He started TYT in the early 2000s. And at that time, yeah, there were definitely times where there was very little daylight between Democrats and Republicans, not just on economic issues, but also on issues like the war on terror. When 9/11 happened, right, the Democrats could not get George W. Bush down their throats deep enough, right? They were glazing him like no Republican has ever been glazed before, and absolutely going along with all of his war on terror, Patriot Act bullshit. And yeah, the country became jingoistic, left and right. So yeah, there's a grain of truth there, but he's also missing something really big. And, this allows Cenk Uygur and TYT to be terrible on certain issues by just claiming they're cultural issues, right? Trans participation in sports is going to come up here. And I want to point out that this was not an issue until debate bros like him took it up. It was a issue that had been decided decades ago by sports authorities like the International Olympic Committee that looked at the science behind, whether it's fair for trans people to participate in sports, and their determination was not only is it fair for trans women to be in women's sports, but it's unfair for you're actually disenfranchising athletes by not allowing them to do that. When you say you're against trans women in sports, you're not just saying you want fair sports participation. You're saying you want no sports participation for trans women, essentially. And yeah, the issue is better decided not politically, but amongst the sporting bodies, amongst like committees like groups like the International Olympics Committee, sports scientists, people that understand physiology and endocrinology, which are kind of like the medical questions that we're asking when we say, is it fair? Right? We're asking about, okay, so, how does endocrinology works? Chat, do you know how endocrinology works? I know that I took endocrinology and I barely passed the class because it's very, very complicated. Even for a biochemistry nerd such as myself, endocrinology has a gazillion feedback mechanisms. It's very hard to understand. This is something that should not be a political issue. And it's only because people like Cenk taking the bait, right? He's going to present it that trans people forced Kamala Harris, forced the Democrats to put trans participation in sports first and foremost. That shows you how much he doesn't know about the issue, right? The default, the default reality was that this matter had been decided, and it had been decided in favor of participation in sports when it wasn't politicized. And again, it only affects a few athletes. There's not a lot of trans athletes out there. He's going to try to use this as a justification to just completely throw trans people under the bus because, it's only 10 athletes. Well, you know what? When you're an athlete and you've worked all your life to be good at a sport and you're banned from that sport, that's a pretty big deal. That's a pretty big deal for that person. But anyway, it's guys like Cenk Uygur and their ignorance, right? And the first example of this ignorance is the fact that he didn't realize that this wasn't trans people asking for a change in the law and America 80-20 rejecting that change, right? This was transphobes asking for a change in the law, and they got that, chat. Trump is successfully intimidating even the Olympics into banning trans people. And it's thanks to dumb fucks like him that just had no business talking about it. But, ooh, it's a spicy topic. It's a spicy topic. Let's get that on and get some clicks. And he doesn't even bother to look up, like, what is the current state? Like, what is the change that's being proposed? He just assumes, well, obviously trans people can't participate in sports, and so they must be it must be trans people driving this. No, the whole fucking time it was the Christopher Rufos of the world, and this is what allowed him to turn that issue into an 80-20 thing. Anyway, I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself.
Your thoughts on that?
So where I would disagree is the word stark. So I understand there is a contrast. That's why I vote Democrat. Mm-hmm. But these are giant buts here. So first of all, they say on Medicare, we should negotiate drug prices. The Democrats say, and then they never deliver. They didn't even try to negotiate drug prices other than on insulin and maybe 10 other drugs. And you go, well, that's pretty good. No, that's 10 drugs out of tens of thousands of drugs. At a maximum, it's only a $6 billion savings, when in reality, what we actually would do if we negotiated the drug prices is several $100 billion.
Let's rewind this.
I have created that would and grain of truth. How are you, Cenk? Good to meet you.
Good to meet you.
My name's Oliver.
Hey, Oliver.
Yeah. So I guess the first place I want to start off with your claim is to first say that I think there's a grain of truth in it. And I think I would largely agree that when it comes to the system of neoliberalism, the system of capitalism, I think there can be a lot of overlap. I think where I would probably...
System of neoliberalism and the system of capitalism. See, there's another, oh my God, there's another lack of knowledge there, right? Neoliberalism is a economic philosophy. Almost the fact that it has the word liberal in it is a canard. It wasn't started by liberals, although it was adopted by liberals later on, right? It was started, like, we're talking about Milton Friedman, right? The father of neoliberalism. And in a lot of ways, it tries to turn, if you take liberalism as meaning Keynesianism, which is, I guess, what it meant at the time, it turns it on its head in a lot of ways, right? But yeah, he's contrasting the system of neoliberalism to the system of capitalism, when what neoliberalism was a reaction to Keynesian economics. In other words, New Deal economics. There's an economic theory advanced by, I'm going to oversimplify the fuck out of this, but Keynes's theory was that putting money in the pockets of workers, so a social safety net, benefits and the like, would have a positive effect on the overall economy. And, with FDR, it also kind of sands off the rough edges of capitalism and saves the system of capitalism from itself. So these are capitalists, Keynesian capitalists, liberal capitalists that want to use a spoonful of sugar to make the medicine that go down, that want to throw us some peanuts in hopes that they never get into a situation like the volatile 1930s and 40s, where some very extreme philosophies, one of which, the one that they're really afraid of being communism, were actually on the table. Communists had some movements back in the 30s, right? So in order to tamp that down, FDR, and in order to, essentially get the country out of a crisis, FDR implements the New Deal. Keynesian economics become the order of the day, not just amongst liberals, but amongst conservatives as well. Even under Eisenhower, you had a 90% famously top marginal tax rate, right? That's called confiscatory taxation. The idea being that, it past a certain point, it doesn't let the wealthy accumulate even more, but, they do still tend to accumulate leverage, and obviously they have, access to better tax help and can get out of the things and can eventually write loopholes into the law. So, so basically neoliberalism is a reaction to Keynesianism, Keynesianism being the good cop and neoliberalism being the bad cop, right? By the 1980s, both the Republicans and the Democrats had adopted that bad cop philosophy of neoliberalism. And, Reagan pulled the Democrats so far to the right that, it became the default position. Like, all liberals with power were neoliberals. And then there wasn't a consensus there, right? So that's the grain of truth in Cenk's, questionable take here.
Probably push back a little bit is when we look specifically at what policy issues get passed and how they affect people, there seems to be a very big difference. So for example, under the Biden administration, we saw with the expansion of the Affordable Care Act and Medicaid, we saw over 8 million people become eligible for Medicaid who were previously not eligible. If we contrast that right now with what's in Trump's big beautiful bill, over a 10-year period, that would make between 15 and 16 million people ineligible for Medicaid. So it seems on a crucial economic issue that affects people's ability to, survive, have quality health care, live quality lives. There seems to be a stark contrast. So I'm just wondering, your thoughts on that.
So where I would disagree is the word stark. So I understand there is a contrast. That's why I vote Democrat. Mm-hmm. But these are giant buts here. So first of all, they say on Medicare, we should negotiate drug prices. The Democrats say, and then they never deliver. They didn't even try to negotiate drug prices other than on insulin and maybe 10 other drugs. And you go, well, that's pretty good. No, that's 10 drugs out of tens of thousands of drugs. At a maximum, it's only a $6 billion savings, when in reality, what we actually would do if we negotiated the drug prices is several $100 billion in savings. So what I'm saying to you is, while the Democrats do some things that are positive, they do it almost as a release valve. So they...
Okay, so he's adopting, I think, Chris Hedges here, right? Which is, you know, kind of good and bad. My feelings on Chris Hedges are complicated. But see, this is from his book, Death of the Liberal Class. I'm sure he wasn't the first one to come up with this. Yeah, giant butt. So, I mean, there's a giant butt sitting in that seat right now. But anyway, the liberal class in Chris Hedges' book acts as a release valve for the working class, right? That they're supposed to feel the pressure when the economy becomes unlivable for workers, and they throw some peanuts our way, right? That's essentially what he means by a release valve, right? The idea of steam pressure is building up as the right wing has control, as the economy becomes better for wealthy and worse for workers. And then rather than, doing socialism, rather than like letting workers keep the fruits of their labor, we're just going to let off a little steam when we absolutely need to, right? And that's true.
Here's another example that you mentioned, the Affordable Care Act. You know what it was called before it was called?
He does mean release valve, Mylan, not relief valve. Relief valve is not a thing.
Obamacare?
You can enlighten me.
Yeah.
Although if it is, let me know, and I need to get one.
Romney was a plan that was tried in a Republican state.
Exactly. It was called Romney Care.
Yeah.
And you know who came up with it? The Heritage Foundation, the same people who came up with Project 2025.
Okay.
That is a corporate release valve so that people don't build up too much pressure and go to a rebellion or a revolution. But in the bottom line is, that was a tiny, tiny little fix thought of by a right-wing think tank. And then now when you say negotiate drug prices, Obama never did it, even though he ran an ad called Billy where he said he was going to do it. Biden does at most 6% of it. The Democrats are constantly doing 5 to 10% as a little release valve, but keep the machine going exactly as it is.
And we can totally agree that there should be more that's done. I guess maybe I was taking your claim too literally, which is that Democrats and Republicans agree on economic issues. And maybe there's a qualify in there. Is it largely agree? Is it mainly agree?
It's definitely large. Yeah, it's not 100% agree. Otherwise, it would be too obvious. But is it true that they largely agree? Of course. So I'll give you many other examples. Paid family leaves at 84%. Yet the Democrats never seem to be able to pass it. Why do they never pass it? Because they're not trying. They said they'd do the public option. Joe Biden didn't even announce them, introduce the public option. Why? Because they agree with Republicans.
Well, I don't think they agree with Republicans necessarily. I just think that sometimes it's hard to pass legislation.
Wait, actually, this is kind of interesting. I looked this up. Oh my God, Chad. I don't want to like take us on too much of a stunlock here, but I was wrong about something. If you're talking about actual pressure mechanics, it is called a relief valve, or as you said, PRV, pressure relief valve. It's under the umbrella of safety valves. Used for exactly what we're talking about here. The funny thing about this is that everyone, this is the actual thing. This is the actual origin of the metaphor, right? We're not talking about actual valves. We're using the valve as a metaphor. But it does seem to me like maybe everybody uses it wrong. A pressure relief valve. Yeah. Wait, this is just maybe like a really common mishearing of the word that's just spread so far that. Because, let's see, if I type in Chris Hedges, I'm sure, I don't think that he cannot be the first one. Release valve Chris Hedges refers to, thanks you AI, refers to the concept of the liberal class as a safety valve in democracy. I just want to make sure we're missing our safety valve, says Chris Hedges. Yeah, this is wild. It actually is a relief valve. Who knew? I'm gonna see if I can find the quote from the book and see which Chris Hedges uses. I'm pretty sure he says release valve, but I don't know. Maybe he's a mechanic. Maybe he's an engineer, or he's got some background in that. No, actually, I think Chris Hedges was wasn't he clergy? Wasn't he like he was in a church or something before he became like a political pundit and an author?
In a bitterly divided Congress. Would you acknowledge that it's difficult very often in order to get things done? You don't.
No. See, that is the number one excuse Democrats use.
Okay.
Oh, golly, gee, there was nothing we could do. And they're saying, no, there was nothing we could do. There was nothing we could do.
Okay.
In reality, he didn't even try for the public option, Biden. He didn't introduce it. So that polls at over 70%. Why not try?
Sure.
$15 minimum wage. The Republicans didn't take that out of the bill. Joe Biden took it out of the bill. You see those things where you can tell intent. And the intent is he actually agrees with the donor class and the Republicans. He doesn't want those things. If you can't pass a bill at 84%, then are you saying the Democrats are the most incompetent politicians in history?
I'm not saying they're the most incompetent party, and I'm also not saying they're perfect. I think that we risk running into an issue where we equate the two parties as being virtually the same, which leads people to not voting whatsoever at all because they think the whole class is against them. And I'm in complete agreement with you that the two-party system is fundamentally broken, and that Democrats in a lot of ways have a lot of the same issues. I guess what I predominantly have an issue with is those who maybe don't take the time to have nuance in the discussion and just say, oh, they agree on economic issues and they only want to divide us on cultural issues.
Brother, so
I think
here's
that
the difference.
It's important to make that, because otherwise people stay home. They don't vote, and then we're in the situation that we're in right now when a lot of people don't.
Unintended consequences for Cenk's particular brand of rhetoric, which aims to kind of bypass a partisan filter by saying like a pox on both of your houses, right? But yeah, in terms of the strategic voting that even Cenk probably sees, or at least he's acting like he sees as a a good strategic tack to take, it could backfire. Yeah, the guy's got a point.
Don't end up voting.
No, but Oliver, so let me tell you my perspective on it that's really important.
Okay.
So Democrats always say, hey, look, there's a 5 to 10% difference, so you should vote for us.
Okay.
But they don't quite say it that way. You understand that. I understand that.
Sure.
A lot of people here understand that. But
Marketing is a thing. Marketing is a thing.
But hold on. This is super important.
Okay.
But they tell the voters, we're going to make a big difference. We're going to do minimum wage. We're going to do public option. We're going to do paid family leave.
Yes.
And when they don't, people get disappointed. And that leads them to not voting. That leads them to hating the Democratic Party.
Sure.
What I'm saying is go with populist left. That is the one thing that has not been tried.
Sure.
We would actually do the bills. We do the bills.
Okay.
Otherwise, then you're the same as the Republicans.
Okay, fair enough. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Oliver.
Hey, Cenk. Great to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Great to be speaking with you. I agree with your overall term here. I would say that at the end goal, they agree that economically, we all want the same things, right? But the way we get it is two completely different economical viewpoints. We have the left that tends to be more socialist and communist, and then we have the right that is more crony capitalist.
Okay.
The left wants to take your taxes and they want to distribute it the way they want.
Yeah.
The right wants you to keep your taxes right now. They want you to keep your overtime taxes. They want you to keep your taxes on tips. So what is your...
Yeah, so first of all, brother, you got to stop saying socialism and communism.
Why is that?
Because none of the Democratic politicians are in favor of that. They're actually...
They are. Bernie's quite literally socialist.
No. So he says he's a democratic socialist, even...
This discussion is so fucking blinkered, right? This guy is talking about socialism with the underlying assumption that he's internalized is that it somehow helps the wealthy, right? And look, you do have socialism is a 300 level college class, right? To really understand what Marx was talking about in capitalism and in Capital, right? It's a junior level course, essentially, to really understand that. And for that reason, the people who understand socialism are people who are educated. People who are educated tend to be wealthier. And hence, if you can say, look at all those socialists over there, they live in an expensive city, they've got fancy degrees, right? They're obviously not for the working class. You know who's for the working class? Donald Trump. Because he wears a shitty hat, he eats shitty food. People call him an idiot. Have people ever called you an idiot? Yeah, you're just like him. He's just like you. Donald Trump is just like you. And he's tired of these rich liberals trying to do socialism on the rest of us. That's an inversion of the concept. That is wild how fucked up this discourse has gotten. How anti-intellectual the American populists have become. And just and how easy it is for somebody like Trump, considering how far the Democrats have moved to the right in a reaction to Ronald Reagan's ascendancy, right? When Reagan won 2 elections and then his vice president won the 3rd election, the Democrats started thinking they would never get power again. And the faction that took over at that time was a faction that said, look, we need to, this new meta of money in politics, which did happen, right? We had, new, I think there was a decision by the courts prior to Reagan's election that allowed more money to be, for an easier time, lobbying became a lot more feasible at that time, right? The Democrats said, in order to stay with this new meta, we've got to also appeal to the capital class, right? And at that point, the Democrats thought they were doing something smart by you know what we're going to do? We're going to get power by turning to the right, because we don't really care about anything at the end of the day. We only even did the New Deal to stop the communists. Right, so we're right wing too. We are neoliberals as well, right? And they went so far to the right that the Republicans were able to sneak around on the other side and at least offer policies that sounded like they were in the interest of the working class, right? It's wild.
He doesn't really go towards what you would consider socialism, because you're putting socialism and communism in the same bucket where they don't belong. None of them are in favor of ending corporations, ending capital, etc. In fact, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden.
Yeah, good point, Random 3PO. Left tax policy, this is from a while ago. It's liberal stuff. It's important, but it isn't communism. Progressive taxation is a common feature of social democracy, but communism, let's remind everyone, is an ideal that is so far off from being realized that it's not anything that any leftist government has ever claimed to achieve, right? It's a far off, moneyless, classless, stateless society, right? Whereas progressive taxation, which is what we're talking about under Eisenhower, is just a facet of social democracy.
And their number one problem is that they're corporatists, not that they're socialists or communists.
No, they literally wanted to
do whatever corporate donors tell them to do.
They wanted to
that
end businesses over vaccine mandates.
Yeah, no, but that's drug companies. They're doing the exact opposite of communism. They're saying corporate donors, we will do.
This is fucking dense. Oh my God, chat. I want to pull this back. I think there's actually a lot in this discussion that they're having. There's a lot to unpack here. I don't know if we'll get to it all, but
yeah.
The right wants you to keep your taxes right now. They want you to keep your overtime taxes. They want you to keep your taxes on tips. So
yeah.
what is your...
Yeah, so first of all, brother, you got to stop saying socialism and communism.
Why is that?
Because none of the Democratic politicians are in favor of that. They're actually...
They are. Bernie's quite literally
yeah,
socialist.
No. So he says he's a democratic socialist. Even he doesn't really go towards what you would consider socialism, because you're putting socialism and communism in the same bucket where they don't belong. None of them are in favor of ending corporations,
Sorry, you're putting socialism and communism in the same bucket where they don't. Okay, so he's saying, yeah. Oh my God. What a fucked up discussion.
Stop saying socialism.
Right, once points. I would.
Okay, so that's right where he starts.
Hey, Cenk. Great to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Great to be speaking with you. I agree with your overall term here. I would say that at the end.
So he agrees with Cenk's statement that Democrats and Republicans agree on economic issues and try to divide us to distract us with culture wars, because there is a talking point on the right amongst Trump supporters, particularly, that the Washington consensus that you had is a uniparty. And when I'm guessing that his agreement that they agree on economic issues, he would say that neocons were socialists somehow, which is a crazy thing to say. Like, so he agrees with Cenk, right? His tactic of basically adopting a version of the MAGA talking point of the uniparty, in order to entice these people to come to his side, he's agreed with him, but on a completely different level, rather than, Cenk thinking that Democrats are basically, have similar economic policy to Republicans. He's thinking that Republicans, that being the old Republican guard, the Bushes, the prior to Trump Republican Party, was too close to the Democrats, was too socialist. That's fucking wild.
Goal, they agree that economically we all want the same things, right? But the way we get it is two completely different economical viewpoints. We have the left that tends to be more socialist and communist, and then we have the right that is more crony capitalist.
Okay.
The left wants
so here we go, crony capitalist.
to take your taxes and they want to distribute it the way they want.
Yeah.
The right wants you to keep your taxes right now. They want you to keep your overtime taxes. They want you to keep your taxes on tips. So what is your...
Yeah, so first of all, brother, you got to...
It's nice. It's great that Trump gets so much benefit out of a policy that, what is it? Like, it's the taxes on tips, I think, don't start until, like, $20,000 some dollars. So, and a lot of people that work for tip money, a lot of people that are, servers at a restaurant, or their income is based on tips. Their tax relief on, with this policy is minimal, right? There's a large portion of their tips they already weren't paying taxes on, and they're not going to make enough money to actually get a lot of savings. Now, on the other hand, we do have hedge funds which are now eyeing that policy to see if maybe they can consider some of their income to be a tip. If they can somehow reformat some of their payment and consider it a tip, right, then they can actually get some substantial savings. So it's another policy that allows the very wealthy to keep a lot of money, and it just kind of sounds good to the rest of us.
Stop saying socialism and communism. None of the
Why is that?
Because none of the Democratic politicians are in favor of that. They're actually
Bernie's quite literally
socialist. No. So he says he's a democratic socialist. Even he doesn't really go towards what you would consider socialism, because you're putting socialism and communism in the same bucket where they don't belong. None of them are in
taxes on tips were actually implemented under Reagan. Neat.
favor of ending corporations.
Yeah, also tariffs will hit tipped workers a lot. Yeah, I mean, there's so many. I think that Cenk brings up he alludes, I think, to the tariffs.
Ending capital, etc. In fact, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, their number one problem is that they're corporatists, not that they're socialists or communists.
No, they literally wanted to
will do whatever corporate donors tell them to do.
They wanted to end
the exact
businesses
opposite
over
of
vaccine
communism.
mandates.
Yeah,
No, brother.
No, but that's drug companies. They're doing the exact opposite of communism. They're saying corporate donors, we will do whatever you corporations want. So when you turn to the Republicans, it's the same thing as Oliver. They have a 5 to 10% release valve with Donald Trump now. He's pretending to be a populist. So he goes, oh my God.
Donald Trump isn't pretending. He is a populist. populist.
Well, look at
He just won the popular vote, both left and right.
That's what a populist is, right? A popular guy.
No. Hold on. So when you talk about that bill, the budget bill, that is not big or beautiful. Well, it is big, but it's definitely not beautiful.
Sure.
The majority of the tax cuts go, of course, as always, to the rich, right?
Right.
But they put in a tiny release valve of, we'll help the middle class a little bit on tips and overtime. Whether that even stays in the bill is a different question.
How come every
but
time
what
a
are they
Republican's
doing? Here,
in
let me tell you a
office,
fact.
I make more
Can I
money
tell
and I
you a
spend less
fact?
on taxes.
Yeah, no, I'll tell you a fact. So what they do is they throw a little morsel at you, as Obama and Biden throw a little morsel on you for social policies, as we discussed earlier. But the overwhelming majority always goes to the rich. For example, in this bill, they're cutting Medicaid and SNAP by $1.1 trillion. Do you know how much is going to people making above $500,000 a year in tax cuts? $1.1 trillion. Okay, so they're literally taking from the poorest people and giving it to the richest people,
Which is what the liberals have been doing forever. So
Taking away from the poorest people and giving to the richest people. That's what liberals have been doing forever. Now look, the liberals are guilty in as much as they've gone along with Reaganomics. And they have. Right? So he's technically right. But if you're looking for who is the who is favoring the rich more, it's definitely the Republicans. And it's wild that the aesthetics, and maybe we'll get into that right now, chat. The new aesthetics of fascism is winning in our poll so far. That's a video essay, talking about fascist aesthetics. When we talk about things being vibe-based, when we talk about voters being vibe-based, this is what we're talking about, right? Trump has the aesthetics of, I guess, populism, right? Like I said, his shitty hat and his too long tie, and his Diet Coke and his McDonald's, right? He's definitely got the aesthetics there. But no, he was born rich. He continues to be rich. He has ripped off contractors, right? Gotten people to do work for him and then refused to pay them, right? It's wild that and look, it's an unforced errors by the Democrats that there's guys like this out there. If the Democrats hadn't turned on unions, right? Hadn't in the first place, tried to, I don't know what you want to call it, McCarthyize unions, hadn't tried to purge the radical elements out of the unions in the first place, they might be institutions to fight for the interests of the working class. They're not. They de-radicalized the fuck out of the unions. They made the unions so that it was essentially anybody with radical politics, other than with a few exceptions, like longshoremen and stuff. If you had radical politics at all, you were definitely thrown out of union leadership, if not out of the union, on total. And this is what you end up with. This is the end result of the Democratic Leadership Council of the Third Way, of the Democrats trying their best to do a Ronald Reagan impression.
What's the difference?
How are they doing? So, no, brother, what I'm saying is you're actually proving my point. Democrats and Republicans constantly say that they have giant differences. Then what did the Republicans do? They do massive tax cuts for the rich. And then Obama, by the way, came in.
Mopo, he's saying this, but he brings up Trump's tax cuts for the rich, and he'll say that's good for the economy. Yeah. Like there's a like a bit, that like his, oh my God. Yeah, no, it's complete. Pretzel logic is exactly what it is.
And actually made Bush's tax cuts permanent, which cost us even more than the original Bush tax cuts did. So there's a lot of theater about how they disagree, but at the end of the day, the rich always get tax cuts. Corporations.
A business owner, a capitalist. But look, chat, he's got a flannel on. Do you see? He's got a flannel on. He said economical instead of economic. He obviously hasn't been to a fancy college, or if he did, he's a business major and he slept through, English composition. at 8 o'clock in the morning. Like, you know, so obviously he's like, but like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Yeah, no wonder you make more money under Republicans. You're able to extract surplus labor value more efficiently under Republicans. Congratulations. You basically proved Cenk's point. Unfortunately, he is a little too slow on the draw to be able to call you on that. But that doesn't mean I can't.
More money when Republicans are in office. Why do me as a business owner continue to save money?
So you know why?
Economical resonates, low-key. Yeah, there we go. I mean, look, if I was advising a candidate, you know, definitely, you know, get your malapropisms ready to go, right?
So I'm a small business owner.
You can relate to you can become a populist too, and still own a business and still like live in a fucking McMansion and
So we save a little bit of money. The giant corporations save a ton of money.
Isn't it better if everybody saves money?
No, it's not. Because
yeah, free lunch. That sounds really good. Let's all have a free lunch, right? Everybody. How about if nobody pays taxes at all? How about that? You want to do that? I mean, this guy, you know, people are saying this guy's a libertarian. He probably does actually low key want to, you know, abolish taxes and or at least move it to a sales tax type of thing, which is, you know, incredibly regressive. I like calling things moronical. Yeah, I mean, listen, we can learn something from these populists. But yeah, this is vibes based right here, chat. This fucking capitalist thinks that he is a member of the working class because what, he runs like a HVAC business or something like that. He's around working people. He hires working people. And let me guess, is your company like a big family too? Is it a family? You know, we're all one family. We're all a big family here.
Why not? That makes no sense.
No, brother, it's easy to say, okay, then we shouldn't have any roads, bridges, cops, fire departments,
Nobody's
schools.
saying that. We just don't want our money going to foreign.
We shouldn't have any taxes.
We just don't want our money going to foreign countries.
Oh, I couldn't agree more.
On drag events.
And by the way, that's another thing that proves.
On drag events, yeah.
Here's my point. Republicans and Democrats always do whatever AIPAC tells them. So
you see, this is the kind of guy you could show him like a Tel Aviv Pride parade or something like that, and he'd be like, yeah, we should cut funding to Israel. This is what they're doing with our money. They're throwing drag events.
So that is a foreign
that's
government.
a whole different argument.
No, it's not an argument. It's the same
So
argument. It's the donor class.
Thank you, Cenk.
Yeah.
I mean, this is actually really scary to see how fucked up this is. And look, chat, I don't think he's an exception. I think that what he just expressed, the vibes-based class analysis, we just got vibes-based class analysis, chat. That just blew my mind. That just blew my fucking mind. That's what's wrong with this fucking country. That's what was wrong with the last election. It was essentially a vibes-based class analysis. And yeah, Trump's vibes are definitely, you know, more populist than Kamala Harris. That's both a criticism of the Democratic Party and a recognition that, yeah, material analysis is not entering into this consideration at all. The IDF do wear drag. Oh, well, yeah, they break into people's houses and put on the lingerie that they find and take TikToks of themselves, at least until Destiny gets over there and tells them to stop doing that. This guy does suck, but he's fucking representative of a bigger suckage, I guess.
Nice to meet you.
So when you talk about this concept of like a release valve, it seems like you're downplaying very relevant and very important differences that exist between the parties. So the Affordable Care Act, you understand that expanded coverage to like millions of people. More people got Medicaid, premiums were subsidized. Like, this is good policy. And I agree with you. Sometimes, in many cases, Democrats lack a spine. They don't push hard enough. But I think chalking that up to like they're pretty much the same, there's just a little release valve difference is a little bit reductive.
Yeah, it's not at all reductive, and the Affordable Care Act is a perfect example of it. So you're right, it was better than the previous system because the previous system had pre-existing conditions, and you can get blocked for that, and the American people despise that. So it needed to be changed. Yeah. That is part of the reason why a right-wing think tank, Heritage Foundation, came up with Romney Care. It's a release valve. And it's a Republican idea. Then Mitt Romney took it and passed it in Massachusetts. That's why it's called Romney Care. Then Obama and Romney ran a campaign where they pretended to be on exact opposite ends of the spectrum with the same exact health care plan. Literally the same exact health care plan.
So do you think the ACA is like a right-wing health insurance plan?
It was literally created by a right-wing
like
think
the
tank, Heritage
Republicans
Foundation.
right now in Congress are trying to push a reconciliation bill that literally guts Medicaid when the ACA expanded Medicaid.
Yes. So they always move the goalposts. So what do? They bring in, okay, here's our release valve. Okay, now the American people are still mad. Of course they are, because, and here, let's talk about the next steps that happened. Obama said, oh yeah, we might do the public option, which would have been not universal health care, but a good step forward.
Right.
I was there. Young Turk's been around forever. And I was like, yes, you got to do the public option. Then Obama says publicly, oh, I guess we can't do the public option. Wink, well, and they immediately took it out of the bill.
Right?
What's that?
That's because of Joe Lieberman, right? But 59 other Democrats would have voted for the public option.
Okay, see, that's exactly what I'm talking about. So that they always, hold on, they always have an excuse. So right now, under Biden, the excuse was, oh, we don't have enough senators. Oh, golly, gee.
That's how you pass laws, though.
The filibuster and the parliamentarian. And then under Obama, they had 60. They could pass anything they wanted. They're like, let's take a really, really long time with Romney Care. Oh, oops, we ran out of our 60. Things changed. Okay, now the Republicans are ignoring the parliamentarian when they're trying to pass this bill. So the Democrats keep finding excuses. Why did they take the public option out of the bill?
You think Obama
Why did they
didn't
never
want the
introduce
public
option back again? I don't think the Democrats want the public option at all.
When 59 senators said we'll vote yes on this, and Lieberman
That's what I'm trying to tell you, brother. They don't mean it. So let me give you two examples.
Where are you getting that from?
Where am I getting it from?
If Lieberman agreed, would we not have gotten a public option?
The public option polls.
Jink's right here. Jink is actually right. It's not just Lieberman. All right. Now, what we're talking about when we're talking about opposing, I think it's actually Medicare for All that Lieberman opposed. Universal health care was not attempted by Obama. I believe that they let the public option go by the wayside super early on. So Obama's starting the negotiation, right? This is what there's a joke about Obama that he's the last guy in the world that you want negotiating your hostage release. Like, right, if you're in a bank and somebody comes in and robs the bank and they take you as hostage, right? The worst person that could possibly show up is Obama, because he'd be like the robber would be like, listen, if you don't give me a helicopter to the out of here and a pizza and here's my demands. If you don't meet these, I'm gonna start shooting these. I'm gonna shoot this hostage in the knee or something like that, right? Obama would be like, well, first of all, I'm okay with you shooting the hostage in the knee, but Obama's going to start off from a position of weakness. This is what he always does, right? Is he kind of hamstrings himself in any negotiation he enters into with Republicans, right? But yeah, so you've got the president who is kind of doesn't seem to really be pushing the agenda that he's claimed to want in the election, right? Is very eager to preemptively negotiate, right? Which if you know about negotiation, if you know about especially, something like, bargaining, right? You don't want to do that. The first offer that you give should be, extremely high or extremely low, depending on whether you're buying or selling. Obama's kind of, doing the opposite there. But yeah, it's not just Obama and it's not just Lieberman, right? You got what's called a revolving cast of villains. I think that Cenk mentioned this phrase, that there's, let's say there's like 3 senators, right, that are just like dead set against something like Medicare for All, right? Because they're donors, they want it killed. They want it killed, right? They got 3. But if you only need one vote to kill the bill, which you do, Lieberman alone kills that bill, then you have the other two say, okay, so this time we're going to act like we're for it, but Joe, hold the line. Hold the line for us. As long as Joe Lieberman holds the line, the bill doesn't pass. And the other two, Manchin and Sinema or whoever, they get to look like, oh, we were really trying to do the good thing. And Obama's like, oh, I was trying to do the good thing. It's just that, Joe Lieberman, he's so tough in a negotiation. He twisted our arm. And I guess you're not getting that. I'm sorry. This is the best that we could give you. Right. Which is good. Don't get me wrong, chat. I'm alive because, probably, I are definitely healthier because, I had access to medical care that I wouldn't have had otherwise under the Medicare expansion under Obamacare is something that I benefited from. Right. But at the same time, part of the Obama stated goal in medical reform was to save money, right? That there was too much profit being taken in the system, and that it inflates the price, and so the medical care itself becomes way more expensive. And this is true with the United States. It spends a lot more on medical care, doesn't get like better results for that medical care, and that is because a lot of that stuff is going to middlemen and becoming profits, right? So it doesn't achieve that. It doesn't achieve the price reduction on medical care. And then it allows something like Trump's, absolute destruction of Medicare, to have a rationale, right? That being that, look at all this money that we're spending on, Medicaid, right? We wouldn't, let's put some worker requirements in there. And in reality, if the cost had been controlled, if even better, if medicine could have been decommodified, right? Then that argument, you don't see like Medicaid occupying that big of a spot in terms of the budget, right? So less of an argument. So yeah, but really bad consequences for that failure. But yeah, they do have a revolving cast of villains. So yeah, how that works is like the first time Joe Lieberman comes in there, says, I'm not voting for that. I'll filibuster, right? So Joe Lieberman's the villain this time. Then the next time Joe Manchin comes up and the next popular bill that's about to pass, now it's Joe Manchin that says, I'm against it. Joe Lieberman is like, oh, I was for that. Oh, I was going to vote for that. I'm not a villain. I'm not a bad dude. I was for that. Susan Collins, oh yeah, I was going to vote for that. I was going to vote for that. But goddamn Joe Manchin. So the cast of villains revolves. It's Joe Lieberman this year. It's Joe Manchin. The next year it's Kristen Sinema. Right. And this is a way for politicians that are fully in the pocket of an industry to kill bills that are popular that would hurt that industry without being identified as the constant problem. If it was always Joe Lieberman becomes a lot less popular. If it's always Joe Manchin takes on that stink. So they revolve the cast of villains, essentially.
At over 70%, they didn't even try to pass it.
Sure, but
Number two, when
policy,
Biden came into office, said he was going to do public option,
yeah,
and then he lied, and he never once introduced
Biden had,
it.
like, no
if he
political
never once
capital
introduced
compared to Obama.
Oh, now they don't have political capital. Golly gee,
These are the
constant
realities
excuses
of how
for,
you pass
oh my God.
legislation.
Yeah, he's kind of accepted a lot of the excuses for the Democrats that they always give.
I can't. The voters are sick of I can't.
It's not
Why
I
don't you
can't.
actually
It's more,
try?
It's more
so
difficult.
tell me why they're such losers. They can't pass paid family leave.
Yeah, Keilala is never able to access the ACA because it wasn't affordable. I have RA. So yeah, it's a condition that causes a lot of expenses. Was only able to get Medicaid when I lost everything. Yeah, that's a donut hole effect, right? And it exists. It's a big problem with the social welfare or the welfare state that does exist, right, is often really gate kept and means tested in a way that makes it so that people that are absolutely destitute maybe benefit from it, but people that are trying to claw their way back into being financially okay you're gonna lose your coverage, you're gonna lose your care, you're gonna lose your benefits on the way up. So it makes it harder to crawl out of poverty. It makes it harder to you have to be like, virtually destitute before you can get some of these. And also the means testing itself, right? Nobody ever thinks of this, but it's expensive. There's programs that are means tested ostensibly as a way to save money, to make sure that people that don't need the program aren't able to get the benefit. And when you look at the cost of the means testing, it's actually greater than it would be were you to not means test it. Were you to let maybe a few penny pinching rich people go ahead and receive their, not rich people, but people that, wouldn't qualify for the benefit, were you to let them, go ahead and receive the benefit, and understanding that most, wealthy people aren't going to be concerned about nickel and dime stuff like that. But you're actually losing more money in trying to gatekeep the benefit from those of a certain degree of wealth by means testing than you would by going ahead and just giving the benefit to those who ask for it.
At 84%.
I
Are they
agree with you
losers,
on
or do they
policy.
actually secretly agree with the Republicans
Cenk,
and they don't want any of this because they're corporate donors?
I agree with you on policy. I want paid family leave. I want single-payer health care. But this is not like super easy to pass. You're like, if they just all hold their hands and
I
sing
can get it passed in 2 weeks.
we're going to get like
2
single-payer.
weeks. Okay, so here's how you do it. Guys, you see, you've been taught by mainstream media and Democratic politicians to accept failure. Oh my God, there's nothing we can do to pass it. There's nothing. Here's what you do.
You can pass it, but it's
super
difficult.
easy.
It's not
listen,
easy.
Listen. Paid family leave is at 84. Why do I keep insisting on that? Because here's what you would do. You would introduce it, 74% of Republican voters want it. And then you would say, I dare you to vote against it. If you vote against it, you're voting against 84% of Americans, and you will lose your next election. I will campaign against you. I will find a Republican to campaign against you.
No.
And then, but you say, no, God, don't even try. Don't even try.
These policies,
we have these giant differences, but we never pass our bills. We never even try. And who took out $15 minimum wage? Joe Biden took out $15 minimum wage. So they never mean it, brother. When is it going to get through to you that they don't pass it for a reason?
You say that Republicans agree with us. They agree nominally. I'll give you a great example of this. If you poll Republicans, should we cut Medicaid? They say no. When Medicaid's actually cut and you poll them, they're just cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. So like nominally, yes, everyone agrees universal health care is good. When you get into the nitty gritty of actual policy, it gets a lot more complicated. I agree, Democrats should fight much harder, use the bully pulpit, campaign on these issues, but the idea that they're willfully, purposefully sabotaging themselves, some of them sure, but this is not as easy as you're painting it out to be.
Okay, so number one, on minimum wage, we at the Young Turks fought for Bernie to put it back in and at least get a vote. Okay, it got a vote, and guess what happened? The 8 Democratic senators who were pretending to be in favor of it all of a sudden voted with the Republicans. They had more than enough to block it because the Democrats don't mean it. They always do rotating villains. So, brother, at what point are you going to say
I gotta, although I did enjoy explaining to you, those of you who don't know what rotating cast of villains means, I do want to point out also that it's very dated. It's a very dated talking point, right? And it's part of the problem. We're going to identify, I think here, the good points of Cenk Uygur, which there are some, right? He's fairly based through some of these discussions, right? We're going to point out the good points, and we're going to show the part that's like a non-starter. The reason that even with what Cenk has got positively going for him, he's the wrong vessel, to carry the good messages that he does have. And, there's part of it, right? His whole outlook is dated. And unlike Sam Cedar, who knows how to say poggers, Cenk has not kept up, right? That rotating cast of villains thing, that's literally, oh my God, chat. That's like 17 years old. We're talking about, that's a 17-year-old talking point that he's got there. Anyway.
Failure is on purpose and not golly gee, they're the Washington Generals against the Harlem Globetrotters.
When you have
it's another Cenk classic. Harlem Globetrotters were a sports entertainment basketball team that was basically an excuse to do a bunch of 360 dunks and like fancy moves, right? But it was kind of choreographed, and kind of the games were set up, right? The Globetrotters were the good guys that you're supposed to cheer for, and they don't play in a real basketball league, right? They're not in the NBA or something like that. They're not playing the New York Knicks and the Chicago Bulls. They're playing this team called the Washington Generals, another fake team that is basically the paid losers, right? So when Cenk brings up the Democrats as the Washington Generals, what he's saying is that they're paid losers, right? Which is to say that they're beholden to their donors, and their donors are
was so peaceful up here, but now there are
their donors are going to have
radicals.
they're beholden to their donors, and their donors ultimately don't want them to win, right? It's the same donors in many cases that the Republicans have. They spend money on the Democrats and the Republicans to make sure that no matter who wins, they've got somebody in there. If it's the Democrats, their job is to drag their feet and to lose on the policy, right? If it's the Republicans, their job is to win on the policy, especially if the policy is like tax cuts or lowering benefits or something like that. And that's why the Republicans are the Harlem Globetrotters and the Democrats are the Washington Generals.
Slim majorities, paradigm shifting policy is just harder to pass.
But 60 is not a slim majority. You constantly
didn't
make
have 60.
excuses.
The
Obama had
15
No, he's right about that. He's right about that, right? It was portrayed it like that. I mean, they had, 60 votes. In 2008, the Democrats held the Senate by 60 votes. That should have been licensed to pass the maximalist version of all of their policy priorities. And because because we didn't get the maximalist version of that, that shows that somewhere along the line they're not really on board for that, right? They're willing to campaign on that stuff, but they're paid to drag their feet on that stuff. They're paid to make sure that that stuff doesn't actually pass, right? That release valve, when it gets pulled, right, when people are hurting and they elect Democrats because the Democrats are saying we're going to do something about your healthcare costs, right? That their donors want the Democrats to be like, yeah, we're going to do something for it, but not that, right? Don't decommodify medicine. Don't nationalize any industries. Don't do anything communist. Don't do anything socialist. Don't do anything that hurts the bottom lines of the capitalist class, right? But we are going to recognize that at some points, especially when we got the Republicans going ham on the working class, making life tougher and tougher and tougher, at some point the voters are going to pull that release valve, right? The Democrats are there as the Washington Generals to make sure that when that basketball gets passed to them, they go up and they flub the layup. Oops. Oopsie. I'm not as good as the Harlem Globetrotters, but I tried. You saw that. I tried. I just couldn't hit the layup. There was no one guarding me, but I couldn't hit the layup. Oopsie.
Minimum
and he
wage.
still didn't do it. If they could have 80 and you'd still find an excuse.
ACA was massive legislation that he got with 60.
Yes,
60
beautiful
votes.
Romney Care from Heritage Foundation.
Nice meeting you, man.
Thank you, man.
Yeah.
Chat. You see our dude here? There he is. Does anybody recognize this guy yet? Okay, we'll get back to him later. I don't know, it's kind of spooky. Not sure what that portends, but we'll find out, I guess. Anyway.
How are you?
Hey there.
Nice to meet you.
I want to take a look at everybody's drip when they come on.
Nice to meet you.
So you raised the
Okay, what do we got here? We have a cross with an American flag hanging off of it, all right, pinned to his lapel above another pin that looks like is that the President of the United States seal? So it's like God, country, Trump. That's what we're doing here. I'm guessing this guy's a Republican.
A very interesting point when you say that Democrats and Republicans agree essentially on the same issues and that they want to distract us with culture wars. The question that I would raise is, why are culture wars a distraction when they're such a vital issue? It's important to myself as a conservative, and
He's like, I love the culture war.
quite certain
It's going great for us.
every Democrat in this room, issues like abortion, social justice, or things that affect us in ways that maybe some policies only benefit the rich. Why should we not focus on things that benefit Americans every day and that could affect women's bodies or gay people's right to get married or maintain the right?
Yeah. So I'm not saying that social issues are not important. That's why I vote Democrat instead of Republican, because I believe women should have the right to an abortion and many of the other things that are on the left. Okay. But at the same time, when you talk about trans sports, for example, do you know how many trans athletes
Is it an FBI pen? I was assuming it was a presidential seal.
there are in the NCAAs?
No, I don't.
10 out of 500,000 athletes.
Okay, here we go, chat. Editor, make sure to put that rant that I went on about transport participation at this point in the, yeah, like I said, I got ahead of myself a little bit there, but again, the whole reason that this is an issue, and yeah, it's an 80-20 issue, it's very unpopular to say that you think that trans women deserve the right to participate in sports. That'll always be codified as, oh no, of course they can participate in sports. They should play in the men's league. All right. So the whole thing that you wanted to prevent, which was somebody with a steroid hormone that is better at anabolism, that is better at building muscle, right, should not compete with those who are dominant in estrogen, the steroid hormone that is not as efficient at putting skeletal muscle on the body, right? You end up causing, if you want trans women participating in men's sports because you're hung up on this bioessentialism, right? And you're saying, well, biological male, right? The magical X chromosome is conferring some advantage, we assume. And again, it comes out of a place of ignorance. Half of these people making these arguments, they don't even realize that the trans people are on hormones, right? But yeah, this didn't need to be a political issue. It shouldn't have been a political issue. It's an issue for sports physiologists to talk about, and they did talk about it, and they did make a decision, and their decision was like, I think these people need to participate with other women in women's sports, right? You turn it into a political issue and you mean you want men participating in women's sports? That doesn't sound very fair. You got Goofy making these decisions that should be made by a fucking nerd, a fucking endocrinology nerd, right? And that's the result of Cenk and people like him taking this juicy issue that just didn't need to be talked about in the first place, assuming in his ignorance, right, that this was something that trans people were advocating for, that trans people weren't participating in sports, and this issue came up because they wanted to participate in sports, and saying, it's not a good issue for us right now. That sounds like a bad one. I think most people would be against that, right? And just utter and complete ignorance is what we're dealing with, right? In an issue like this it's just a cell phone, right? From Democrats trying to appear moderate, trying to appeal to the masses and being like, well, let me just go on record of saying that I'm not in favor of men participating in women's sports, right? Yeah, it's fucking massive fail.
So for 10 people, we had this giant debate, and the far right were like, no, that's it. This is what the Democratic Party is all about. And the far left was like, yes, that is all we're about. And this is about vulnerable communities, and you have to protect them.
Again, the far left was like, Cenk, stop fucking us over, right? And Cenk was like, no, we gotta let people know that I'm against trans participation in sports. I don't know. This never needed to be an issue in the first place, right? This was something that was solved.
So this is the hill we're going to die on, and we're going to talk about this nonstop, okay? But meanwhile, we're getting robbed every single administration. Trillions of dollars in tax cuts under Republicans and under Obama. Tax cut after tax cut for the corporations.
Okay, so a lot of these things, there's a nugget of truth to what Cenk is saying. The nugget here is that the Democrats sometimes embrace cultural issues which don't cost their donors any money, right? If you have a pride march, that's not cutting anyone's profits, right? They'd rather emphasize that stuff rather than the stuff that they're supposed to be for, stuff like a minimum wage, which actually would cost their corporate donors money. So yeah, there was a tendency of the Democrats to play up these quote unquote culture war issues as a escape from having to do anything on a class level, right?
Deregulation after deregulation. You know why they want to split us? They want you to fight left and right. They want you to look left and right. They don't want you to look up. Look up. Okay.
Well, of course, having to look up is very vital. Okay, my master always tells us to look up. That's why we're.
Oh my God, chat! What did we get ourselves into? What?
The cross. But the point that I'm making.
The cross. Okay, God. Okay, that makes. It's not as bad as it sounded at first, but it's still pretty cringe. Yeah, the master is God.
Is that social issues? In order to really, wouldn't it make sense to effectively mobilize people? You should start with things that can touch them every single day. Social issues impact children, women, men, all of us across all ages and across all ideologies. Shouldn't it be for the American population whose average attention span is maybe 43 to 56 seconds?
What is this argument? What is this fucking argument?
At best, to influence them politically, would it be best to start with something like a social issue that would then raise their...
I mean, this is more like a content strategy than a discussion about any kind of issue.
Awareness?
No.
Two issues dealing with the rich and issues dealing with taxes? Why not?
Because that splits us. It splits us on purpose. Those don't unify. I say the exact opposite. Why don't you start on bills we all agree on that have over 70% popularity, like getting money out of politics, anti-war, and lowering drug prices through Medicare. Instead, you get to social issues. Here, I'll give you, I'm from a vulnerable community. I'm from a Muslim background, right? But if I told Democrats, I want you to focus only on Muslim rights, that'd be mental.
Yeah, see, so here's the deal. Trans people never wanted this level of attention. And it's only Cenk's ignorance in thinking that the argument of trans participation in sports actually came from the trans community. This was something that, as long as it's in the purview of the nerds, is going to be handled fine, right? They can do, randomized controlled studies on this stuff. I mean, granted, there is a lot more research that needs to be done, but the research that existed, pointed in a fair direction. It's only when you politicize an issue that most people don't have the capacity to really understand that you get, you give the Republicans a chance to enact a moral panic, which is like their favorite thing. It's an old trick, right? It goes, back to witch trials and shit like that. Moral panics, right? Satanic panic, trans panic, right? It's their favorite fucking thing. And you just drop that shit right in their lap because of your own fucking ignorance. Like, heaven forbid this guy crack open a book or I don't know, talk to a trans person, maybe even some of his own employees that could have given him shed a little bit of light out. No, he's just going to assume that he knows everything when he knows nothing. What a jackass.
Don't do that. I'm not saying don't care about Muslim rights. I want you to care about that. I want everyone to have 100% same rights.
What I'm saying is, why
build credibility by actually delivering for all of the American people. We raised all of your wages. We brought down drug prices for everyone, for Republicans and Democrats.
But by your logic, that could undermine certain things, like going back in history for a second here, the civil rights movement, things like that, which were inherently social and economic issues in combination. Why not? My question is, why not work with both of those issues side by side? Why are you deliberately attempting to prioritize one over the other?
No. So what I'm saying to you, brother, is two things. Number one, you can walk and chew gum at the same time.
Of course.
So you don't have to give up Muslim rights. You don't have to give up civil rights. You don't have to.
Wait, can you? Because it sounds like what you were arguing for is, I mean, look, like, this guy's obviously like ridiculous and full of shit, but it sounds like what he was. I mean, let's reread his prompt. Let's reread Cenk's prompt here. Democrats and Republicans agree on economic issues and try to divide us and distract us with culture wars. Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, I'm sorry, you know, you made it simple, but that's, you know, that's what you said. And then you want to retcon this into like we can walk and chew gum at the same time? Like that's not in your prompt. There's no walking and chewing gum in your prompt.
Stop worrying about that, etc. You can fight on that, but
oh my God. Not again, chat. It's almost like they're doing some kind of like they're almost like doing some kind of a foreshadowing here. Yeah, we're ready for you. Anyway, back to the content.
don't forget, you're not supposed to hate the other side. They want you to hate the other side. Stop hating the other side. Fight on the issues you don't agree on. And then on the things you do agree on, stop listening to establishment Republicans and establishment Democrats that divide you so that you never realize, hey, why are most of the tax cuts going to the rich? Why are corporations getting every break? Why is it that in every bill, all the subsidies go to oil companies, banks, etc.?
Well, that's largely due to the fact.
So why don't we unite on the things we agree on first?
But by your own logic, that does a disservice to the fact that many, well, it doesn't do a disservice. It acknowledges the fact that as you still vote Democrat, you are still in essence supporting the very systems that you're at the same time talking about tearing down. So it's a lot of double talk, is it not?
No.
You can't vote Democrat.
What? What is he saying?
And then say that, well, because they still support the rich and the rich still get all the tax cuts, I'm still going to cast my vote, which is the most powerful political weapon you have, to the very establishment that you're on one hand trying to tear down.
So is he arguing to vote Republican, or is he arguing to vote third party? I don't understand.
That's why primaries are critical. What if I want one thing for you guys all to think about is, you must vote in your primaries, because the mainstream media doesn't want you voting in the primaries, because that's where you can make real change. So that's why they love it when you go, oh, well, if you don't vote for a Democrat, Trump's going to be in office and Trump's the boogeyman, and the Republicans will say likewise, right? So go vote in your primaries so you don't have to worry about Democrats.
Also, the other confusing thing is he's like, you should embrace social issues. You should run on DEI. You should run on, all this stuff, right? Thank you, opponent, person that wants the opposite party to win. I will take your advice into consideration. I'm sure it is good advice designed to help my party maximize its, it's just I don't know. He's calling Cenk a hypocrite. He's right. I mean, he's ostensibly a scum. I mean, from what we, he's on the right wing side of the issues, but Cenk is being a hypocrite here.
Democrats or Republicans, you're still in the same party, but get rid of the bums who are for corporate donors who always serve donors, and get people that you love on both economic issues and social issues. You don't have to give up one, but you have to insist on them representing you.
Mylan says, honestly, the media cashes in hard on political divisions, none harder than TYT itself, right? These are the people that saw, trans issues as ooh, what a spicy debate topic. Let's debate people's rights to, participate in society, participate in sports.
And not the donor class.
Very great conversation, brother.
Thank you, brother.
Conversation.
Oh, is that Curtis Yarvin? Come on, Curtis. Yes, Curtis. We got Yarvin, chat.
Hello.
Hey.
Okay, no, it's not Curtis.
Nice to meet you.
So I'm not going to disagree with you that in every case, Democrats don't go after the most radical economic policy. One example that
Not radical, they all poll over 70%.
Sure. Yeah, sure. I'm a Democrat myself. I agree with a lot of what you say. One example of what you said before is that Joe Biden wanted to cut the corporate, or raise the corporate income tax to 28% instead of back to 35%. However, I think that one point to consider would be the fact that a lot of the times Democrats are having to clean up the mess that Republicans made. And when someone like Joe Biden only has 2 years of adequate Senate support, right, it's very difficult to argue that he should be pursuing.
I really wish people wouldn't take look, there is a trend. There's a trend, right? It's that on off-year elections, generally the party with control of the executive branch loses seats, and if it's close, they will, assuming they had one or both houses, they'll usually lose one as well, right? So that is a historical trend, but people are accepting it too much as a fait accompli, right? The exceptions to this rule, one of the notable exceptions, I think, happened during the Roosevelt administration, right? When you've got a president that says they are unanimous in their hatred for me, speaking of capitalists, and I welcome their hatred, and understanding that, Roosevelt was more saving capitalism from itself rather than, trying to move towards socialism, then you have a different dynamic that occurs. And instead of the thing where people concentrate on the problems with the party in power, and the voters that show up for that midterm election are more likely to be opponents of the, party in power and the executive branch, you might have, a president with the ability to say, look, I wanted to get you this, this, and this. We're going to have a workers' bill of rights. Republicans got in the way. We could maybe send a few more Democrats back to Congress. Then maybe we're talking, right? Then you can buck those trends. And you should not accept that as a, as a fait accompli, that you're going to lose, any terms, any form of a Senate, control, whether you're talking about an outright, whether you're talking about, the 50 votes, an outright, a governing majority, 51 votes, or whether you're talking about 60 votes, the ability, hypothetically, if you don't have Joe Manchin and Joe Lieberman in there, to shut down a filibuster, then you shouldn't. It's not. It is the historical trend, but it doesn't have to be that way, and we shouldn't accept that.
Farther left tactics when we're just trying to get a reconciliation bill passed that can be supported by Joe Manchin, right? The economy was completely destroyed in 2020 after COVID. It was completely destroyed in 2007 after Obama. So there has to be a little give there.
So on economic issues, what I'm telling you, brother, is that they're playing good cop, bad cop. On you, on all of us, okay? So the tax cuts is a perfect example. So you're right, Donald Trump takes it from 35 to 21. It's a massive corporate tax cut. That's on Trump, that's on the Republicans. Then Joe Biden says, well, I'm gonna fight that, and he gets a lot of votes to go fight that. And he says, I'm going to bring it back up to 28%. I'm like, wait, it was at 35. So already.
Okay, so they're fact checking him with this Straight Arrow Network. Now, chat, does anybody know? I don't have any information. This sounds like a service like Ground News. But it's called SAN, Straight Arrow Network. President Biden proposed increasing the corporate tax to 28%. Couldn't get it passed through Congress. Senator Manchin and others thought 25% would have been a good alternative. Let's roll this back a little bit, just compare. Okay.
All of us. Okay. So the tax cuts is a perfect example. So you're right. Donald Trump takes it from 35 to 21. It's a massive corporate tax cut.
Donald Trump reduced it. Okay. So they're confirming what he says there.
That's on Trump. That's on the Republicans. Then Joe Biden says, well, I'm going to fight that. And he gets a lot of votes to go fight that. And he says, I'm going to bring it back up to 28%. I'm like, wait, it was at 35. So already.
They call this the ratchet effect. Yeah, Jink's right about this. This is called the ratchet effect, right? What ratchet refers to is, how a ratchet works? It's like a wrench, but God, it's hard to explain. It's like a wrench. I mean, Mylan's gonna roast me over this because, but it's a tool that you can tighten like a nut, for instance, right, with a ratchet. You pull it to the, you pull it to the right, and it tightens down. It does move, and then when you turn it back to the left, it slips, right? So because when you're using it, unless you flip it to where it does the opposite, there's a little flip switch in the back of a ratchet. But in its default setting for tightening nuts and bolts, it's gonna move it to the right, and then when you pull it back to the left so that you can move it to the right again, it doesn't loosen it, right? So it progressively tightens it. this is what happens. Republicans get in, Reagan gets in, he pulls everything to the right. The Democrats get in, they might pull it, you know, a little bit of the way to the left. And in this case, Biden, like, so in this case, Trump gets in, reduces the corporate tax rate to 21. Biden gets in, proposes increasing it to 28%, but will not say, let's raise it back to 35, right? So you don't even get back to where you were with the Democrats. You got, you know, 2 steps back or you got 3 steps back and 1 step forward with, you know, Biden and Trump. So yeah, overall, you know, the aggregate result of this is that the corporate tax rate goes down and stays down.
He's conceding, yeah, I love corporate tax, corporate tax cuts.
Yeah.
Hold on. Then he says, oh, well, Joe Manchin wants to make it 25. So golly gee, I don't have a choice, 25. Then did he fight for 25? No, he never introduced it. Never fought for 25. So you tell me, Joe Biden had 4 years and kept it at 21% and never even tried.
Well, realistically, he had 2 years to get it.
Oh, hey, thank you. Morecount's got some information about the Straight Arrow Network. Mr. Ricketts, a conservative and GOP donor, came up with the idea of the Straight Arrow News for Straight Arrow News after a discussion with a longtime liberal friend that left both men wondering why more people on different sides of the political spectrum couldn't put their biases aside. So 2 rich dudes, a liberal and a conservative, got together and said, like, hey, why let ground news make all the money? We should be getting that money ourselves. Maybe we could sponsor Jubilee. Ratchet has other colloquial meanings, like, oh, ratchet. Yeah, true. Like, to say something's ratchet.
Bill passed. It's the truth. At the end of the day, right, if Joe Manchin sticks it somewhere and he says, well, okay, maybe I'll let you have an expansion of the child tax credit, for example, if you keep it at 21. We don't know all the backdoor negotiations that happened between Joe Biden and Joe Manchin. At the end of the day, right, you can't have everything you want, whether you're Joe Manchin or Joe Biden.
Did you ever consider that they don't mean it? The reason that Joe Biden never tried to raise corporate taxes is because he doesn't want corporate taxes to go up. It was all a trick. It was all a game played on all of us.
No, I don't buy it.
No, I know. There was nothing they could do. That's why they didn't even bother trying. They never bothered trying on any of this.
Whoa.
And you keep
Whoa. I'm sorry. I was too slow with the
It was all a game played on all of us.
No, I don't buy it.
No, I know. There was nothing they could do. That's why they didn't even bother trying. They never.
Chat, I need to get better with my OBS stuff. Like, I need to edit more of the stuff on the fly. Like, maybe make this picture, like, start to get dark. You know, darken right here. And then zoom in. Yeah, zoom in a dark... Editor. Industrial complex channels. This is how you need to edit that. Zoom in on him while turning down the brightness or something, right? Play around with that. Brightness, contrast, etc. Anyway. So much, chat. So very much foreshadowing here.
Never bother trying on any of this, and you keep insisting,
Look.
well, good enough. I'll take my 5% change. Thank you, sir. May I have another, sir? So please, for God's sake, wake up and
Yeah, I disagree
unite
with
to
you.
actually get economic policies that we love. The whole country wants.
You can say
except
that,
those corrupt
but,
politicians.
in West Virginia, Kamala Harris lost by 30 points, okay? If you put someone that is to the left of Kamala Harris on any economic issue, they're going to lose by that same margin.
You're totally wrong. Do you know what percentage of Americans want to not cut taxes on the rich, but raise taxes
Probably
on the rich?
all of them when you ask it that way.
No. What do you mean? On television, they constantly say, oh, cutting taxes is popular. Raising taxes is very unpopular. That's not true. Raising taxes on the rich polls at 76%. You would win West Virginia. You would win Kentucky if you ran on populist campaign. If you said, yes, I'm going to
The
raise
lens
taxes
that
on the
you're
rich.
seeing it through-
Yes, I'm going to
the
give you
lens
lower
that you're
drug
seeing it
prices.
through is not
Yes, I'm going to
necessary-
give you
yeah.
higher wages. But the Democrats don't say that. They say, oh, I'm going to try a little bit, and then I'm not even going to
I don't think
introduce
the
any of
lens
those
that you're
bills.
seeing it through is the lens that a lot of voters see it through when they're going to vote for people like Joe Manchin, people that will give us a Senate majority. Good talk,
All right,
man.
thank you.
Yeah, this kind of disappointing how much, and you can see this with people like Adam Mockler, Luke Beasley, right? A lot of the younger, political pundits on the left take what the Democrats are selling for face value, and you'd hope that there'd be a little bit more. You'd hope that there'd be a little bit more skepticism there, right?
Surrounded is now a podcast.
No, it isn't. Can you imagine listening to this as a podcast, by the way? Like I think there is a visual element. Anyway, whatever. Everything's a podcast, chat, including this stream. And if you're listening on the podcast, let me know in the comments. If you're watching this in the form of a podcast, I would be, oh my God. It just reminds me, I should be visually describing everything that we see. For those of you listening on the podcast, Cenk Uygur is sitting in the middle of a room surrounded by 20 Republicans and Democrats with a 20-minute counter for each question.
Hi, Zena, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Zena.
Awesome. So I think that we largely agree, like kind of others have said. I just like want a little clarity on understanding how Democrats like water down their social issues, things like DEI and other measures to kind of bridge the gap that we've seen in like racial.
Chat, DEI is a Chris Rufo term. All right. It does mean something in and of itself, just like CRT means something in and of itself. But colloquially, it's taken on a separate meaning that's kind of similar to like woke, right? It doesn't. There's no there, but it's just a term that Republicans use probably because in a effort to cover their ass from lawsuits. Around the time of the George Floyd uprising, a lot of corporations implemented like employee meetings called using the term DEI, where they would hire someone like to come in and essentially talk to their employees about things like microaggressions. About the kind of workplace that they're creating, and that they maybe should think about people of marginalized identities, and like put themselves. Yeah, I don't know. It was these obligatory company meetings, which we've all probably had to go to, and they're never fun. They're always a chore, and the subjects that they're trying to bring up aren't subjects that can really fit in like 20 minutes to an hour of a mandatory meeting. And there's not really a lot of effort placed on really promoting understanding. What it is essentially for the corporation is a box for them to check in case they later get sued for workplace discrimination or having a hostile workplace for, certain identities, right? They want to be able to say, oh no, we sent, that worker of ours was racist, but we sent him to DEI training. We did everything that we could do. It's not our fault. It's on our employee. It's not on us. It's just, it's more of like what corporations do with, ideas of social justice, which might be being discussed at the time in order to cover their own asses, not because they actually care about, notions of equality. Notions of diversity, equity, or inclusion. And practically, I want to bring up what Sam Cedar always says here, which is that it's actually DEIA, diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. And a big part of what is being attacked here is the accessibility, which the country had made some strides some strides forward in like accommodation for people with disabilities, and is now being rolled back along with a lot of things, right? And this gives the Trump administration the ability to almost do like a reverse, essentially to implement racism, right, in the place as a reaction to DEI. So yeah, this is another Chris Rufo PR job, and you can see people are biting that bait when you call it DEI, right?
Disparity, for example, how in your worldview do we reconcile such issues?
So in the beginning, did we need affirmative action? Definitely, because what happened before the civil rights movement was, so let's say that your firefighters or your longshoremen, those are really good jobs. They pay pretty well. They're good blue collar jobs. What do you want to do? You want to pass it on to your kids because you're normal, right? That's the type of thing that you want to do. Yeah. But unfortunately, at that point, almost all the jobs are held by white people. So we do affirmative action because, guys, we got to let others.
Really, oh my God, chat. It's too much. It's too much for me to too much foreshadowing, I would say. But what do I know? I'm just a streamer. Anyway.
Otherwise it's not fair, right? And so that makes sense. But then over the course of decade after decade after decade, we wind up with DEI. And DEI has some good things in it, but it also had some abuses in it. We covered it on the Young Turks. There'd be situations where a white woman would say, okay, now can I tell you my perspective? And they would say, no, shut up, your job is to learn. No, don't do that, okay?
So are you talking about like fringe cases in which like someone would say that they feel unfairly treated by DEI? Because I think in any type of law that we're going to see passed, we're going to see fringe cases in which the law is I guess, manipulated in some case.
There's IRI raising the red flag. This is probably, he's like, it's too woke for my blood.
To negatively affect certain groups. But I think that we see like largely the effect on the Black population is extremely substantial and extremely important. For example, we see that like, I think there's a study done, I don't remember if it was 2015 or 2002, but it was a study done where they simulated a class-based DEI program instead of race. What we found was equally qualified Black individuals were much less likely to be chosen on this class-based protocol. And we saw that like the protocol actually represented a lot less of the Black population that exists in this country, whereas DEI ensures that we have a representative pool of applicants and admitted students in our colleges, which is extremely important.
Oh my God, no, what she's trying to bring up here is so important, and I'm afraid that this conversation is just going to get shut down by the flags.
So look, again, DEI and affirmative action had their role, had their place, and oftentimes
I'm saying that they have a role.
So what Cenk is basically arguing here is that affirmative action was good in the beginning, but we corrected the inequality, and now it's just better if it goes away because it's too good of a political issue for the Republicans to use. So we should just give up on it.
Okay.
Now.
So, but what it also does at the same time, though, is serves to divide us. And so, look, if you say to me, hey, maybe Muslims have a disadvantage, even if you take class into account. So should we give a little bit of extra weight to Muslim candidates? I would say absolutely not.
Why not?
Do not do that.
That's not actually what's being done in these initiatives. The initiatives that are being canceled are things like doing outreach into different communities, whereas before they would have recruited, from essentially like communities that skewed white. With the kinds of policies that are being attacked and canceled are the sort of policies that are like, hey, how about if we recruit in communities that skew Black? How about if we recruit in communities that skew Arab? How about if we try to even our recruiting pool up by consciously making the jobs, promoting awareness that the job is available in places outside of our normal recruiting areas, right? And that's being tossed along the wayside as well.
Because then what it does is it makes everyone bitter about the Muslim
So
candidates.
here's the problem.
And it makes them seem like they
Here's
didn't
what I
earn
find
it,
super important.
when in fact they did
so
earn
what
it.
you're explaining is the response to the policy, and you're not actually digging at the policy in of itself. You're saying because people will come out and be, racist or Islamophobic or whatever it might be, because of a policy that is ensuring equality of opportunity, we should cancel the policy. But that is not a critique of the policy. That's a critique of the Republican or usually conservative response to said policy. So do you have a problem with the policy or the response?
It's an argument that if there's going to be any backlash to any initiative, that initiative should be thrown away because of that, right? It's a self-defeating policy. You can make an argument that the way that things like this have been implemented could be better. But what he's essentially, she's right. She's got him dead to rights on this one.
So my point here is that this is among the different things that the Democrats do, where they say, "Hey, I think they're being performative." They say, "Oh, we're in favor of DEI."
It might be performative, but the output
what it
is
actually,
important.
what the thing that would help African American community, Latino community, Muslim community, all those communities, is actually raising the minimum wage,
But what we
lowering
find
drug
is that-
prices. But we never do the material help. We never do the things that equal things out economically.
You still haven't critiqued the policy in of itself. You're saying people will get angry if we come out and we promote these different metrics of
No,
helping
I am
people.
critiquing the policy.
So what
I'm
exactly
saying
about
that
the policy is
because
negative?
it divides us.
How does
And
the
it's-
policy
so
divide?
even though it has
by
a
saying that racism exists?
Yeah. So
But racism-
no,
that
but
race
not
does
by
exist.
saying that racism exists. So you have to
Okay.
acknowledge reality, right? What you're saying is now we're going to put black people in this category. We're going to put white people in this category. We're
Because
gonna put
there are
different groups.
categories that
so
exist
hold on,
now at
hold
a
on.
subconscious level that we characterize
So
each
even
other
if
by.
you get a benefit from that, you say, hey, I reduced racism by 10%, 20%, etc. What you're doing is you're not noticing the giant downside of that, which is then people start to view each other as black, white,
We've
Asian,
always done that.
etc.
That's happening unconsciously
But
all the time.
You're
Underscore by super chatted $10. He can't honestly be doing a Steven Crowder, change your mind, about diversity hiring practices to a black woman in America. This is hilarious in the amount of arrogance he's displaying here.
I'm a little bit encouraged that this. I was expecting this conversation to get shut down earlier because again, look around the room, right? It's not exactly a lot of representation in this Jubilee, but yeah, it's and again, it's one of these topics that's almost like too. There's too much to unpack to. Be slotted into like you understand how this works, chat. Even in a best case scenario where the audience is completely with the person that challenges the center person, right? The Cenk Uygur or the Medhi Hasan, the maximum amount of time this is going to be discussed is 20 minutes. I don't think that's sufficient time. I think this is a pretty nuanced issue here, or there's a lot to talk about. There's a lot to unpack, and yeah, he is even if the people with the flags aren't shutting her down, he kind of is, and he's dodging the argument too. He's taking he's talking about the backlash against policies rather than and it's a policy he doesn't agree with, but rather than actually admitting that he doesn't agree with and arguing against it, let alone like trying to fucking hear her out on this. He's just deflecting to the backlash instead.
Right, but what I would love
and thank you for the super chat, Narwhal.
is for us to stop doing that.
All of our psychology.
For people to stop looking at me as a Muslim and you as a black person. I want them to look at you as an American.
You just have to suffer from racism. That's what you don't understand, right? You need to suffer from racism. You need to defer the dreams. You need to, and eventually, because of the, arrow of time, bends towards progress. Eventually, racism will solve itself. If only they had known this shit if only we'd had more Cenk Uygurs around during the Civil War, right? You'd have realized that the best thing to do is let the South go ahead and secede and keep their institution of slavery. And eventually they would have, if after enough black people had suffered, it would have solved itself, right? This is the most fucking boneheaded argument that he's making here, right? That it's incumbent upon any marginalized group to fucking suffer through it, and somehow shit will magically get better. if you just shut up and take it. That's literally his fucking argument. I remember MLK's famous, I have a dream that one day this baby Barack Hussein Obama will be president. I'm trying, this is like the Trump thing where he enunciates Barack Obama's middle name. Will be president one day. Speech in 1963 that society unanimously responded to with, yeah, it will be so. Yeah, and Martin Luther King famously was treated extremely well by law enforcement, by our intelligence apparatuses, and they were very receptive to what MLK had to say. Narwhal by Nature says, if you were a better black woman that didn't complain, they'd realize how silly they'd been to be. Yeah. And you're talking about, in this case, recognition of unconscious biases, right? Unconscious, implicit bias. It, by its very nature, does not get solved unless it comes to consciousness.
Super chatted $9.99. Cenk taking 20 conservatives and leftists versus Cenk taking 20 conservative and leftist. Why does every Jubilee sound like a P video?
Oh, it does. It's because we never got the P tape with Donald Trump. I think they're trying to make up for that, Davi. That's my analysis. Right, we get to the trickle down effect of 20 conservatives and leftists peeing on Cenk Uygur instead of the 20 Russian sex workers peeing on Trump.
If you want less racism and less racial categorizing, or us to see that as less of an initial categorization, studies show that we need to attack racism and race as a concept head on. We cannot ignore them or input race neutral policy into place. What we find is that characterizing race, saying what it is, saying what racism is, and thus confronting ourselves with our biases is what limits them. So no, we can't say, let's stop dividing people with the corrective policy. The corrective policy is helping something that has always existed, that's happening all the time.
So I told you I have an issue with the policy itself. I think it divides us.
You haven't explained it, though.
And do the Democrats actually pass their agenda? Even if they agreed with you, did they pass voting rights?
So wait, is he deflecting again, or is he trying to get back to the prompt? What was the prompt again? Democrats don't want to pass their agenda. It's a marketing ploy, not a mission. Yeah, I guess we are a little bit. I mean, I just like her, I want to know what his criticism of the issue is, because he hasn't really given us one. His only criticism is that the backlash is negative, which, you don't fucking have to tell a person who's literally living through the backlash as a black woman. You don't have to. That's not new information to her, right? That there's a backlash. The question is, what are you going to do about the backlash? And so far, his answer is you need to hush up. All right, you need to take it on the chin, and eventually, the right will out. And it's just no, that shit doesn't happen by itself. You cannot take that stuff for granted.
Rights Act, they did not.
The problem is capitulating to right framework, which I think was what you're doing here when you said the response to DEI is going to be negative. The thing is, when we... All right. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, she got, I don't know, chat. How long did she get? Okay, she got a good 6.5 minutes. I mean, it's better than I expected. I was afraid she was going to get shut down immediately.
Thank you.
But again, it's so hard to, she keeps on referring to studies and stuff like that. How do you bring up a study in Jubilee? This is what sucks about the Jubilee format, is that it's all about getting clicks and making money for Mr. Jubilee, and it's not really about what it is set out to be, which is discussing these issues and coming to an understanding. There's just no chance of that given this format. And again, this is a criticism of Jubilee that a lot of the people that have made video essays on Jubilee have brought up, that they kind of started out with decent intentions, but the perverse incentives of the platform have turned it into slop, have turned it into utter meaningless slop.
Hey, good to meet you. So Democrats don't want to pass their agenda. I would say they want to pass their agenda. It's just, if you ask 50 Democrats what their agenda is, you'd get 60 different answers. We've got the environmentalists who hate the labor people hate the environmental.
Oh my God. Oh my God. What? What?
We have the gay rights lobby, we have racial justice people, we have all different people, immigration activists. Like, everybody thinks that their issue is the most important one. And I know you don't acknowledge that usually at the beginning of an administration, there's the maximum political capital, and if they don't get something in that time, then they weren't really trying. But what has happened in the past, we saw Biden pass a number of bills in those first 2 years, the CHIPS Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the bipartisan infrastructure law, the American Rescue Plan. Obama passed the...
Wait, this guy, has he been in other Jubilees?
Affordable Care Act. We've passed all kinds of things, but we also all disagree on what the hell the Democrats...
It's the goddamn gay rights lobby that's always against racial justice. Yeah. I mean, now, that being said, there is a certain tendency of racism to exist in like, queer spaces and not be acknowledged for, people to, if they're on the left to maybe not acknowledge some of their own implicit privilege. That's not exactly what's being talked about here. He's just saying that if people care about the environment, they hate labor. If they care about labor, they hate the environment. If they care about gay rights, they hate black people. If they care about racial justice, they hate gay people. And again, these are stereotypes that are meant to keep us divided, that are meant to preclude solidarity. And no, like, solidarity does not crystallize in liberal spaces. It's just, I think this guy got spicy by calling Cenk out on his union busting. Oh, there we go. Dude, you need to try to make it popular, Cenk. Yeah. This is what drives me crazy about when they're like, it's an 80-20 issue. It's an 80-20 issue. Read the room, right? We could, the fucking immigration was like that. All right. And then there was a little bit of discourse on it, and people saw what mass deportations actually looked like, and those numbers shifted, and now they are, they act like if something is an 80-20 issue, that it's just like that's the way things are. They don't change without advocacy. And when you have the Democrats abandon, like they did under Biden and Harris, an issue like immigration, when you have Democrats cave on that issue, it reinforces that dynamic. Even something like trickle down, when the Democrats didn't meaningfully or stopped meaningfully oppose supply side economics, people start to assume, well, I guess that must be true. I guess supplies, and like empirically, it's not. Empirically, Keynesian, for the economy, Keynesian policies work better than supply side policies, right? Even on the metric of like, we want to do this to help the economy, working class be damned, it doesn't actually work.
That should do, and that leads to the point where somebody is always frustrated in our coalition, because we are not just a big tent.
What is he saying?
We're a three-ring circus.
A clown world? Is this guy actually a lib? I'm questioning at this point, right? We're a three-ring circus, so why are you a Democrat? What's your solution? What should we be doing? What?
Ring. Like, we have such a big tent that's
He's definitely giving Jester, don't you think?
collapsing in on itself. So this idea that we don't want to pass an agenda, the last point I'll make, because I'm taking up a lot of time, I would just look at the places where Democrats have all the power. Like here in California. California, when you were growing up,
Is this going to be an Ezra Klein argument?
was growing up. I'm actually an 80.
I'm trying to figure out where. Yeah, this could be an abundance, dude. What do you think, chat? Like, I mean, I don't know. He did kind of like almost signal clown world there, which is, you know, a Nazi talking point. But I don't think he's a crypto Nazi trying to pretend to be. I would, you know, I think it's just an abundance, bro. Maybe I don't know. Let's see.
Year-old man. That's why I got my Mr. Rogers sweater. It was smog here in LA. Like, you couldn't see 50 feet in front of your house. We created not just the most powerful environmental regulator in this country. CARB is the most powerful environmental regulator in the world. And that was Democrats that did that. So this idea that when Democrats have
it actually doesn't sound like an abundance, bro, either.
power, they don't actually know what to do with it, is bogus. We've seen it here in California. We've seen it in New York with free college. We've seen it in many states. So I just don't agree that we don't actually want to do anything.
Okay, so you mentioned about
Yeah, what is bro's point?
dozen things there. Let me take two of them as an example. So the CHIPS Act that you mentioned, right? The Democrats told us when we were covering it live on the Young Turks, oh, this is such a monumental bill. It's so important. And I was like, okay, nobody's going to vote based on that. So put that aside, because that was definitely true, but okay, not pertinent to whether they were trying to do something that the Democratic voters wanted. So that they said that was for national security. Okay, there's some truth to that, right? And they said it was to, don't worry, this is to create more jobs. So now, what did they do? Very typical Democratic bill. They passed over $50 billion in corporate subsidies. The number one recipient was Intel, $8.5 billion in grants and $11 billion in loans. So about $20 billion overall. I said, for God's sake, at least put in guardrails so they can't fire people. They said, oh, don't worry, Intel's going to create 10,000 jobs. You know what they did? They didn't put in the guardrails. And right afterwards, Intel fired 20,000 people.
That's just weird to mention guardrails against firing people when you rejected a union at your company and fired somebody for organizing.
Yeah, that is absolutely not true. You could say that if you like.
That is true. Look it up. There's a union now, but you could look it up too.
Okay, so San says production and post-production crew at the Young Turks voted to unionize in 2020, according to a report in Politico. Cenk Uygur intensely pressured staffers not to unionize. Yeah, and from winners and losers, we know what Cenk's smear campaign against the unionization effort looked like.
To a bunch of liars, but this is a random thing.
That it does really feel like, I mean, like, it's a good point. I'm glad Cenk got confronted about this. It does feel like he shoehorned it into the discussion, right? Like, speaking of guardrails, wouldn't it have been nice if there was a union that put some guardrails in against you unjustly firing employees? Like, it just really feels like he's looking for a place to slot that in.
Thing that you're throwing in there, I guess, to just personally attack me. But there is a union. I'll tell you facts. Do you want?
Well, so here's the deal with Cenk Uygur again. So this is my key point. All right. Some of the things that Cenk is saying are unambiguous, especially during this conversation, are not unobjectionable, right? Even the things that he's wrong on, there's a kernel of truth there a lot of times, right? That being said, however good he might sound on any issue, this is a guy with too much baggage. This is what the Bernie campaign concluded when they withdrew their endorsement of Cenk Uygur. Is that it's just not worth it considering the baggage. And yeah, TYT is either going to be terrible on union issues or they're going to be massive hypocrites because they did not want a union and fought the union and smeared those who tried to organize at TYT. There's no real defense for that, but Cenk is going to try to say that this guy is doing a smear job on him? He's a debate bro, maybe a Vosh dude? Yeah, it's hard to tell where he was going because he makes what sounds like a criticism against the Democratic Party, it almost sounds like, you know, what Ezra Klein and abundance people talk about when they talk about the groups. The groups are a you know, impediment towards Democrats succeeding with big policies. But the policies that Ezra Klein and company argue for are, you know, high-speed rail and stuff like, or building more housing, right? And as opposed to this guy who's like, his example of positive like success of the Democratic Party is you know, carbon regulation, right? So very, very much not an abundance bro type of argument.
Want to explain facts? So facts are, yes, IATSE is at Young Turks. It's been at Young Turks for over 5 years.
Did you or did you not reject a card check?
Yeah, I did. And so, in fact, card check, yes, that is the one thing I disagree with in the PRO Act. And yes, you are allowed to disagree with one part of the bill or 5% of a bill, right? And so in our...
Really? Like, they better not be... This guy better not disappoint, chat. They have built this dude up so much with all this foreshadowing. Like, he better be the fucking final boss of this debate, or else I'm going to be disappointed. Like, he better not only be the final boss, but they better have a battle with him where he loses, but then he disappears. He changes his face. He changes his appearance. He changes his identity, and he comes back in a completely different form, chat. That with the amount of building up that they've done to this guy, yeah, he's got to be like a villain that seems to get defeated, but then like comes back Freddy Krueger style and attacks again. Okay. Anyway, I think he just has. I think they're just admiring his fit.
Our case,
so
what
we can compromise and have
my
nuance?
personal dealings at Young Turks. Okay, fine, we can do it.
Personal dealings? This is a political issue. And sure, you can disagree with labor on a political issue, but people don't be surprised if people turn around and say you're bad on labor.
Well, it's a public thing.
No, okay, no problem. Okay, but let me address it. Now you got into a weirdo thing that not about policy, not about the Democrats, but about my company. Okay,
now the weirdo thing is that he did the pivot is not like he changed the subject, right? He's shoehorning this issue that, yeah, absolutely, Cenk needs. I'm almost okay with it, right? Because Cenk does need to be confronted with this issue, but yeah, the pivot was weird.
Fine. So since you smeared me, let's explain.
He's not smeared. You want to talk about people that got smeared? Ask Hank about Cenk Uygur and TYT and the way that those trying to unionize got smeared.
So that people come in and go, okay, surprise, we didn't ask you for anything, but we formed a union. I go, guys, great, prove it. They say, oh, we had a secret vote. And then people come up to me, other employees.
That's what a card check is.
Hold on. Other employees come up to me and go, they're intimidating us.
They were like, please, Cenk, save us from the evil union. Our workplace is just like a family. And it wouldn't have that family dynamic if there was a union in between. We don't want the union getting in between the employers and the employee.
We didn't ask for this.
We're getting way off base here.
I know because you brought us off base with a random attack against me.
Because you brought up guardrails. Let me just say one final thing.
Let me finish, because you're not going to smear me and not let me.
Really? Come on. This is too much. This is too much. Like, seriously, I'm going to give you a little bit of music. Right.
Explain, okay? So then I said, since people felt intimidated, it's okay.
You felt intimidated.
No. How do you know? You're not even, you weren't there. You're just making stuff up.
Because you're the one that fought it.
So hold on.
You're the one that went to the NLRB and had to.
What the hell is this?
You don't want to shift the answer. You just want to filibuster.
Okay, let me answer. So then I said, for God's sake, just do a vote. No problem. You get a union the very next day. They did a vote. And it passed, and they got a union immediately. As soon as I was sure that all of our employees were not being intimidated or bullied,
I thought you said they were. I thought you said the employees said they were being intimidated and bullied.
Recently got a union, and we've had a union for 5 years. There's people who are like
in response to public pressure, but okay.
There are people who are making stuff up 24/7, and they keep telling people like you that we rejected a union when we didn't. We authorized it immediately as soon as we had a fair vote. Okay, now back to what you thought was. I thought we were arguing about.
Good talking to you.
Not really, but okay.
Damn.
Hey, Jane.
Oh, here we go, Chad. It's pretty fly for a white guy. Do we have like a city pop version of that song or something I could put on?
Good. I have a lot of respect for you, but
Wait.
Progressive populism is dangerous.
Wait a minute. Does he know IRI? Or does he think he recognizes him from an episode of Rick and Morty where the eyeball man busts into people's house in an alternate dimension and kicks their ass for eating eyeball cereal?
In fact, to me, you kind of sound like a political pickup artist. Like, just do this one trick and we can fix it all. And to me, it's
yeah, well played, IRI. He is doing that.
It's no different than what MAGA is doing with their faux populism, with the deep state, with undocumented immigrants. Someone to blame. You're just giving people corporate, corrupt Democrats or corporate media as an excuse. And I think you're just taking advantage of disaffected people and not showing them we got to get more involved. We got to invest more. We got to try harder and get good people in there.
So you're saying that don't even try progressive populism, just go along with the establishment Democrats because they know how to win. That's why they beat Donald Trump twice. Oh, right. They lost to Trump twice. They don't know anything. Their number one thing was, oh, we know how to win. They were liars. They didn't know how to win at all. They got clowned by a guy who's not that bright. Now, number two, oh, we have this giant agenda, $15 minimum wage, all the things that we've talked about throughout the day. Oh, golly gee, we just couldn't pass any of it. Oh, wow, okay. But hey, vote for an establishment Democrat. Don't get tricked by left-wing populism. Brother, do we actually ever try left-wing populism?
Yes.
Here's the three things we've tried. We've tried establishment Democrats, complete failures. We've tried establishment Republicans, complete failures. We tried...
why does the guy look so familiar? Okay, so if you've been around Twitch politics, he was a streamer. He streams on YouTube now, I think, and is mostly... known for his contribution to the channel Occupy Democrats. If you watch Occupy, it's a YouTube channel. If you watch those videos, you've probably seen him. He's just kind of, bog standard shitlib. I don't know what to say about IRI. He's not that special except for the other place that you might remember him from. And I'm not saying he looks like this dude. He is this dude. He is the, decades ago, he was the white guy in the Offspring's video, Pretty Fly for a White Guy, right? He was in the video, so maybe you recognize him from there. Oh, 79?
Populism under Donald Trump, complete failure.
I disagree.
So the only thing we haven't tried is left-wing populism. And you say, don't try it. Go back to the establishment Democrats. Go back to the donor class. Are you crazy? Let's try that.
Davy Cliff says, I want dangerous female monarch bites the dust. Kira reference there. But it only activates when I lose an embarrassing argument. Is bites the dust the one that blows you up? I'm trying to remember all the different forms of Killer Queen. Or is it the one that gives you a heart attack? I can't remember. God, I gotta rewatch JoJo Part 4, chat.
The one thing we didn't try. Bernie Sanders.
Either way, thank you for the super chat. We're at 79, almost 20. We're like 20 points away from securing some bonus content. Let me look at the thing again. Also, chat, I gotta pee, but there's no way I can leave this running. Oh, we're also 3 out of 10 on the butterfly. Oh God, we're already done with the. Okay, so I fucked up again, chat. That's the death note that gives you a heart attack. Doesn't Killer Queen also give somebody a heart attack? Or am I totally tripping? Is that a different stand from JoJo? Anyway, we lost the butterfly. It looks like. Where did the time go? Honestly, it doesn't feel like 3 hours has transpired. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to look at. Okay, so New Aesthetics of Fascism is ahead by 3 points, chat. It's very close between Noah and Hasan talking about femcels and the new aesthetics of fascism. A really cool video essay by Ben. How is your channel's name, Ben, anyway? You must have gotten it early. You must have been an old school YouTuber. That's first place, new aesthetics of fascism. Second place, Noah and Hasan on femcels. It's 3 points separating them. 9 points below is Shonda Black versus Mike from PA. So it is a pretty close, race altogether. With Anna Kasparian, Glazing, Tucker coming in fourth. So that's the state of play currently. Sheer heart attack. Oh, that's what I was thinking. Thank you, Uzupsk. Sheer heart attack, but it's a tank that blows you up. Okay, you're right. That's why I thought it was a heart attack. But yeah, you're right. It's like he like touches you or something and you explode, and then there's the other thing that like turns back time. I thought Killer Queen, yeah, you're right, Firebird, blows people up. It's not a heart attack thing. I think I just remembered because it was called Sheer Heart Attack is what, like a song by Queen. And so like that's one of the attacks or one of the forms that it evolves into. Sheer Heart Attack is a heat-seeking bomb. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, that's the first. Yeah. And then what's the one that turns back time? Putting all my money on femcels. Okay, well, let's make that happen. That's 20 points towards femcels. Look at that. Femcels take the lead. Who said that femcels don't stay winning, chat? I mean, look, we could turn femcels into something really cool somehow. Like it started off as just pearly things. It ends up as who knows what. But either way, what are we? Oh, 79. We're at 79 out of 100. I gotta figure out a way to go to the bathroom. Look, I'll do it after the IRI segment. I'll take a pee. I'll probably have to put on an NCC video for you. I hope you don't mind. I've heard that she can be kind of cringe, especially in her blue hair phase, but that's okay. She'll probably bitch about Dylan Burns and aristocracy. Should be entertaining. Should be worth some entertainment.
Economic.
Bites the dust. Oh, bites the dust. Thank you. It's bites the dust. Bites of the dust. Causes a time reset when it explodes. If I could turn back. Yeah, if only there was a share stand that turns back time. What would that one be called? Turn Back Time, obviously. That's the name of the song.
Populism.
You say the American Rescue Plan that took half the kids in poverty out of it, millions of kids who go to bed hungry, is crumbs, is doing nothing? That is a big deal. What about the millions of people who have health insurance now because of the Affordable Care Act subsidies? No, you can call whatever you want, but the reality is millions of people have health insurance today because of what the Democrats did when they controlled the House, the Senate, and the White House.
Yeah, and look, they're both right. The Medicare expansion was huge. All right. That should not be underplayed. Eliminating, prior conditions as a reason to reject somebody from healthcare, huge, right? There's a lot good in that. That being said, there was so much energy around healthcare reform that it was going to happen, right? And when the healthcare companies put money in Obama and put money in McCain at the same time, then what that does is that covers both of their bases. Either they're going to block the legislation with McCain, or they're going to get Obama in there and he's going to drag his feet on it, which he did. So they're both kind of right here. They both have a point.
In 2020,
but yeah, you're right, Narwhal by nature. It's nowhere near enough. And get like the savings on healthcare would have been huge. Like allowing parasites to burrow into our healthcare system and deny, depose. Oh my God, chat. What are the words again? I'll probably get in trouble for saying these words, but deny, defend, depose. Is that what it, deny, delay, depose? But yeah, allowing middlemen and profiteers to wet their beaks in our healthcare system with the blood of of people that just need, that just need to get medical care is obscene and deleterious to any sort of healthcare system, right? It's just not deny, defend, depose. Is it delay, depose? But yeah, regardless, yeah, they both have a point here.
Too, under the Inflation Reduction Act and the American Rescue Plan. I can't stand that you call it crumbs. People don't want their whole lives given to them. They just want a little.
How about people don't want their whole lives taken from them? People don't want their labor extracted. People don't want to be up against the labor of their fucking ancestors, which we are. That's what capitalism does, right? Part of what we're fighting when we're fighting against capitalists is the, surplus labor value of those that came before us, right? And the longer we let this system, run, the harder it is to tear down. The more of our dead labor that we're actually up against and fighting. Yeah, look, I was going to grant him a point in that I don't think that the Medicare expansion is nothing. I think that's huge. But you got to understand, like, that is something that was in the cards by the virtue of people's, sentiment at the time. And like having Obama as your guy to enact healthcare is a great way for these healthcare companies to make sure they can still wet their beak. So that's what Obama did. He fashioned a compromise between the American people that didn't want to be denied healthcare based on pre-existing conditions, that didn't want to be denied healthcare based on being completely destitute, in the form of the Medicare expansion, but then kept the profit incentive in healthcare to, allow the cost to continue to explode, and enable things like, Trump's, like the inability of the Democrats to control cost in Obamacare is directly responsible for Trump's ability to, take it away from us in the big, beautiful bill. Speaking of bombs that are set to explode in 2026, 2028.
Little brief, like our big President Biden used to say.
So you say you're super happy with the 5 to 10% that the Democrats gave you.
It's not 5 to 10%.
Yeah, Mylan, it's not about not working or not having to work. It's about when you do work, do you want to keep the fruits of your labor? Because if you really do, then that's not capitalism, right? The worker is getting to keep the value that they're adding to the system is anti-capitalist. If you feel any sort of pride in your labor, if you feel like that you've added something to the system and you should get remunerated for that, then remunerated. Am I mispronouncing the word? Then that's not capitalism, right? That's something else. Marx wasn't fighting, or Marx wasn't advocating. Marx's theories weren't about that you should have the ability to not work, right? Marx was talking about getting out from the system what you put in, which you're not able to, because that's profit. That's that part of the equation. That's what the capitalist takes. Remunerate. Why do I think it's remunerate? I always want to put the money from Kingdom Hearts spelled M-U-N-N-Y. I'm a freak for public infrastructure. Biden literally let his main policy get cut in half. Yeah, and that's what the Democrats always do, right? It seems like what the one point that I think, or one of the points that I think that Cenk Uygur has here that's really good, is that whole Democrats as the Washington Generals thing, right? That they look, the corporations, capitalists, they give to both sides. Donald Trump bragged about this, like, right? He got called out on during the debate about having supported Hillary Clinton in the past, and he turned that into like a positive somehow of like, yeah, I know how the corrupt system works because I've used it, right? And I'm somehow going to drain the swamp and prevent that from happening. I'm the bank robber. right? I'm rich because I robbed the bank, so I'm going to help this bank not get robbed in the future, is essentially. And, you know, as ridiculous of an argument as that was, he put himself head and shoulders above the rest of the Republican field with that. But yeah, this is a constant thing with Democrats, is that they will, you know, if the public is behind a reform, you know, like the healthcare reform, they will enact that, but they'll drag their feet as much as they can, so that instead of getting universal healthcare, instead of actually controlling costs, what we get is a Medicare expansion and a you know, putting the kibosh on pre-existing conditions, allowing you know, children to stay on their parents' health care for several years longer, with all good things. But, you know, he's there to make sure that you don't actually get what you want, and you don't actually get what you need in terms of controlling the cost. America's only folk hero is Conan O'Brien? Oh, is the con man. Okay, sorry. That's the real folk hero, is Conan O'Brien. If only Conan O'Brien had gotten the Late Show instead of Jay Leno coming back with a completely different timeline.
Things here. Number one, I don't know what economic class you're in, but the average American is not happy with 5 to 10% change. They want giant change. They want that.
They need giant change.
By the way, the Democratic agenda is great. Our populist plank, the 6 most popular bills in the Democratic agenda, are super popular with independents and even with Republicans. But they never, ever do the most popular bills because they're economic bills. And you say that's good enough. But then why not try the entire agenda? Why not go with an economic populist like Bernie Sanders or Ro Khanna that's going to give you the whole agenda and actually try?
Chad, is it wrong for me to compare him to the eyeball man in Rick and Morty? Like, is this like, I don't want to be making fun of like a health condition. Like if it's, you know, if he's like not getting a good night's sleep, that's one thing. But as I'm looking at it, I don't know. This seems like a medical condition. I shouldn't make fun of it.
Give up ahead of time.
Those are great plans, and we should strive for them. But this is a giant country. We're the 3rd largest country in the world. We have a complicated democracy. We have to do things slowly. I know you don't like that. I know you want to get...
Okay, this is a super... Don't ever try to make this argument if you want to win, advocate for your side politically, right? This is such a loser argument.
Boom, boom, boom. But people do not want to abandon what they're used to. It sounds great on paper.
He had an old eye injury.
Would you like single-payer healthcare where you save trillions of dollars and you pay less? Of course. But then when you show people how we get there, they're scared, they're nervous, and they have a right-wing media machine on overload that is scaring the...
See, I would expect Hasan to, you know, have massive Yeah.
That's what we're up against. This is reality, man. Welcome to it.
So Martin Luther King called this the tranquilizing drug of gradualism. So they tell you, don't worry, we'll do a tiny bit, and then when you elect us again, we'll do another tiny bit, and 200 years later, this will get done.
Millions of kids
hold on, let me
not
explain.
going to bed hungry is a tiny bit, Jake.
Let me explain in the context of healthcare. They say, we're for universal healthcare. You go, okay, great, let's do Medicare for all. Oh, no way, wait too long. Okay, no problem, no problem.
It's my dream timeline when Charles Barkley took Jordan's place in history and Conan got Leno's spot. We probably wouldn't have invaded Iraq. Wait, was that before the Iraq War? And the world, in that world, and Trump would just be a late night gossip show?
Can we do public option? This debate goes all the way back to the Affordable Care Act. They go, oh yeah, sure, we love the public option. Oh golly, gee, we had to take the public option out. There was nothing we could do. Okay, Obama says he had to take it out because the drug companies were opposed to it. First of all, you're admitting that you're giving into the donor class. Then Joe Biden comes in and goes, how can we do public option?
We have
50-50.
We have 50-50 split Senate with guys like Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema.
You know how you do it, brother? You know how you do it by trying.
They tried.
They tried.
Like, I mean, what if you made this argument in the 60s about civil rights? Like, there's so much legislation that you could, so much 60s era civil rights legislation, you could make the same argument, and yet somehow, I think what LBJ did was he would take the senators and congressmen into his office, and he would just drop trowel. And he'd be like, look at this huge hog that I've got. What have you got in your pants? My guess is 6 inches or less. This is you got no chance, buddy, going up against LBJ and his monster hog. That's what he would do. And just Biden wasn't willing to, have a dick measuring contest in his with Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema. So, that's why we didn't get the legislation that we should have. Okay, I'm just gonna turn it into dick jokes at this point because this is too frustrating of a conversation otherwise. Cenk is wrong so much. It's actually funny when he's on the right side. They haven't panned over to Yoshikage in a while. Does he say brother to females too? I think so. Yeah. He had the monster hog, and so he got that was how he's able to whip. He gave a whole new meaning to whipping the vote, right? With the dick slaps that he delivered in the privacy of the Oval Office.
Every day.
No, but literally,
you're not on the inside.
No,
you don't know.
You're stating a mis.
You're not an insider. You haven't been. Wait, he is though. He is. Wait, every single bastardized political action committee that IRI has gotten, $10,000 from.
Underscore by super chatted $5. When a surgeon only half finished sewing up their patient, I tried, is not acceptable and should not be for politicians either.
Right. And these things have downstream consequences, right? Like Obama's reticence to actually to get the kind of reform that he could have if he had actually tried. It makes things easier for Republicans down the road. It's this kind of shit. It's compromising with oh my god, is that a super sticker that I totally missed? Sasha G, thank you for the pair. Wait, is this the fitness pair? Wait, what's going on? This pair. Oh, it's a mic drop pair. That's what it is. Got it. But yeah, it's the cowardice of the Democrats today that emboldens Republicans of tomorrow.
Statement, okay? So Joe Biden never introduced the public option. If you never introduced the public option, by definition, you did not try. Second of all, how do you pass it? Oh, the Senate is split. Okay, you put pressure on. So can pressure work politically? Well, we know.
Only if you have a huge Johnson, like Lyndon Baines Johnson.
Donald Trump did it to Republicans. Now, he did it for his own cause and for his own self-aggrandizement. But anytime a Republican crossed him in the first term, he said, we're going to eliminate Joe Wilson in South Carolina, and boom, he was eliminated. Now, imagine if you did that.
You want to bully our senators?
Yes, I do.
That's
absolutely.
What you want to do? You want to threaten their lives? What do you want to do to them?
So can I explain?
No. Cenk is actually right here. You absolutely, you should bully, you should want to bully senators. You're going to bully our great senators? Our elected officials? Are Jimmy Stewart's, our Mr. Smiths going to Washington? You're going to bully those dutiful public servants? Cenk, how dare you? How dare you even propose that we should bully our wonderful elected officials who are definitely not bought and paid for? Wow.
They're people.
No,
Joe
they
Manchin
don't.
represents
No,
his
they
people.
don't.
They sent him there. How do you know that?
Okay,
You're not from West Virginia.
Okay, hold on.
Joe Manchin went down in those coal mines and he got black lung and yeah, that's right. They love him. That's why they love him. He's down there in the mines with him.
Donors.
So BS.
Okay.
It's an excuse.
Oh yeah,
it's
I know.
an excuse.
The donors
it's a
are non-existent.
Boogeyman. It's
They're
a
non-existent.
Where's the libertarians? We got one earlier, didn't we? One of these guys seemed like a libertarian. It's their job to be bullied. Yeah, and it's like it's honestly the president and the majority whip. It's that's what a majority whip is. That's literally the job is bully. You're going to bully people to voting for the legislation that you're trying to pass, right?
No, millions of dollars given to Joe Manchin. He doesn't care about that.
More people donated to Kamala than outside groups in this election cycle. It's a boogeyman, and you're wasting people's time with this.
Nonsense.
It's a boogeyman. Lobbying, money in politics is a boogeyman. I'm sorry, IRI. You are what's wrong with Occupy Democrats. There we go. And for all of the shit for them to like, for all of the fucking corpses of them to try to wear, the Occupy movement, really? That's the husk that you're gonna shuffle on to yourself and be like, yes, Occupy, remember Occupy? You know, that was, oh my God, what the fuck?
Sense. Yes. Do you know that Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema, after they voted against minimum wage increase, went to the National Restaurant Association and collected checks? They literally work for their donors. It is super literal. And what you're saying to people is ignore it.
No,
ignore the donors. Ignore them.
Everybody who sends money
it's
to those guys.
disrespectful to Joe Manchin, and I intend to disrespect Joe Manchin. I despise Joe Manchin. I despise those corporate Democrats who never ever deliver for you, who never even try to deliver for you. You know, here's what you say. Here's what you say.
What a loser. But that being said, Chad, he is pretty fly for a white guy.
Let's see.
Hey.
Chad, at some point, somebody's going to get hurt. Somebody's...
Cliff super chatted $9.99. Biden got on that train for hours every day and he only made $26,000. Don't bully him, because he made every evil decision for no other reason than love of the game.
Love of the game and love of the ice cream, yeah.
So your claim is that Democrats don't want to pass their agenda. You've talked about $15 an hour minimum wage. So how can you explain then that Joe Biden did in fact increase to $15 an hour for federal contractors with an increase again this year to $17.75?
I was hoping maybe we'd get a femcel, but no. What is her deal? She's gonna give Biden credit for regulations around contractors in terms of pay rate? So I guess wow.
Yeah. So again, it's a release valve. So why?
Denham skipped the IRI part? Is there some sort of beef between those two? I mean, to be fair, Chad, that's a positive on Denham's if she doesn't like IRI. That's pretty based. She just said ick. Wait, is that what she said? Wait, am I pronouncing that right? Wait, or does that stand for something? Is that like a acronym? IYKYK? What?
Hold on. Yes, because it affects a tiny percentage of Americans.
It affects 300,000 people.
300,000 out of 330 million people. So that's why if you actually did a federal minimum wage, moved it to $15, that would move $92 billion from corporations to the average American, okay? So that's what we want. I assume you want it, I want it, all Democrats want it. It polls at around 67%. So what I'm saying to all of you guys is, please expect better of your politicians. So when they give you a 3%, oh, hey, look, I did it for 300,000.
I am so surprised that they've found like younger Democrats that I shouldn't be surprised though. I mean, like I know about Adam Mockler. I know the, pro-Democrat content creators that, just their whole thing is being Team Democrat, right? They don't understand or care about policy. They care about electoral success. And that's it. Right. And that's what we're seeing here is like, I mean, he got us, he increased the pay rate for contractors.
Some people, hey, look, the drug prices, I lowered it on 10 drugs out of 10,000 drugs. Don't say that's good enough.
But
They're
Jane,
shielding.
You just said
that's a shield so that you don't question them when they say, oh, I'm not going to do it for everyone.
You just said that all Democrats want to raise it to $15 an hour. That has not been your claim this entire time.
No, voters.
Voters,
yeah.
Right. But Democratic politicians do too. If Joe
they don't.
If Joe Biden didn't want to do it, why did he increase it?
But
for
wait a minute.
federal contractors,
So then,
he didn't have the votes to pass it.
That's exactly what I'm telling you. So what he does is he does it for 5% of people with student debt relief. He did it for 10% of people. He didn't do it for 90%. So in the case of the federal minimum wage, let me bring it back to you. Federal minimum wage. So he says, oh, progressives, don't worry. It's bare minimum. We're definitely going to do it. So they pass it in the House. They bring it to the Senate. Joe Biden does an interview during the Super Bowl right after he's elected, and he says, oh, we're taking $15.
Biden said he didn't think his $15 minimum wage proposal would be approved in a COVID relief package. It was voted down. Republicans passed an amendment prohibiting the increase, stating it would be devastating for small businesses.
minimum wage out of the bill.
So,
The Republicans didn't take it out of the bill. Joe Biden took it out of the
Trump
bill.
Did. And then Trump did get rid of it on executive order.
Okay,
so now they don't have it at all.
Right.
So you're saying then that Trump, you're saying that Democrats and Republicans are both equal in terms of economics, right? How is that equal in terms of economics when Joe Biden raised it and then Trump took it away by executive order?
But wait a minute. But you're saying that even though he took it out, and then when Bernie put it back in, 8 Democratic senators, including the 2 Delaware senators that are the closest allies of Biden, voted against federal minimum wage being increased to $15. So can you not see that they're literally voting against it? They're literally taking it out of the bill. They're literally tricking you. They don't actually want to pass it. They get your vote by saying, oh, I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. And then the minute they get in office, they're like, I was just kidding, take it out of the bill.
What evidence do you have that Joe Biden actually did want those senators to vote against it? What evidence do you have?
2 pieces of evidence. Number one, it passed in the House, and I even talked to Democratic congressmen. They assured me, don't worry, it's going to pass in the Senate. It goes to the Senate, and it's out of the bill. Schumer made that decision in conjunction with Joe Biden. So why did Schumer and Biden take it out of the bill? That's my evidence.
So, Cenk, is your claim then that
And then secondly, by the way, when they did vote on it, his 2 biggest allies, both the Delaware senators, voted against the $15 minimum wage. That's overwhelming evidence. Do you think that they didn't ask Joe Biden? No, they called Joe Biden, and Joe Biden said vote against it because he was lying.
It's just not true. But also,
that is literally true, and anybody can look it up.
Are you claiming then that all Democrats that take corporate money are against the people? Is that your claim?
Absolutely, yes.
So then why did TYT take $20 million of corporate money?
Here we go again with personal.
What is up with this? What is up with this? No, this is great. This is great. Like, look, he's actually got some points when it comes to holding the Democrats' feet to the fire. When it comes to not taking, oh, we just couldn't pass this. Oh, the Republicans passed a rule and we couldn't get the minimum wage and, like all this shit. No, it's not that just the Republicans said it would, it would hurt small business. It's that Biden had some small business tyrant, blowing up his phone lines and saying, don't you dare pass that minimum wage, right? The only, exactly. He's a hypocrite. This is why Cenk Uygur, even though, you can find issues, you can find debates where Cenk is actually pretty based, but he is a flawed vessel for even the based parts of his rhetoric, right? He's a flawed vessel because, you want to talk about money in politics, Cenk? You want to talk about money in politics? How about money in media, motherfucker? How about Katzenberg injecting millions into TYT and then TYT suddenly deciding that they're gonna take Katzenberg's viewpoint on homelessness? What's your explanation from that? Yet you can say that, like, that's different. I'm not a senator. I'm not taking money to vote a certain way. But you are part of a media apparatus that, yes, took money from a millionaire and then changed their perspective. And then you move it forward to 2024 and the poly market money comes in. And all of a sudden, Cenk and Anna are a little bit more open to MAGA. You think that's a fucking coincidence? Because it doesn't look like a coincidence. So yeah, as based as he is about even calling Biden out on the student loan relief, right? I mean, that's one where a lot of people gave Biden the benefit of the doubt because Biden did try to pass more student loan reform. But in the end of the day, it was his timidness in how he tried to enact that reform that minimized the impact of the reform that he did do. Right? And he's absolutely right about that. He's absolutely right about that. Unfortunately, he is a vastly flawed vessel for even his good points, right? I always give TYT credit for their rhetoric around Israel-Palestine, right? But yeah, again, flawed vessel at best.
Well, it's not.
Okay,
it's
no
not
problem.
Personal.
No problem. I want to
attack.
answer it. No
okay,
problem.
Please
Okay,
answer it.
yeah. So $20 million is an investment.
Okay.
It is not here. Take the money and then you do what we tell you to do. Everyone has. If you're building a business, You have to take investment to get to the next level.
Cenk, I built
hold
a
on,
business.
if you don't take the investment, you're going to be tiny. So what some leftists say is, no, don't ever build anything. Don't ever take an investment. Don't ever do anything and build a big business.
Mylan, I think you're onto something. I think a $69 minimum wage, that's rage bait for conservatives. They're, especially the small business tyrants, are gonna flip out on that. And B, it's 69. 69. 420. Yes. It's very Elon Musk. No. 420, 69. Oh wait, okay, wait, what is this? No, this is even better. 4 hours a day, 20. Yeah, actually, $69. 4 hours a week, for 4 days a week. 20 hours. Wait, what is this? 4 hours a day, 20 hours a week, $69 minimum wage. I'm here for that. I'm here for that. I like it as rage bait. I like the numerology of it. And yeah, you know, if you want to get the minimum wage raised to something livable, propose something beyond livable, right? I mean, look, I think I'm pretty good at bargaining. And the number one rule of bargaining is that, like, you got to either make the person you're bargaining against make the first offer, or your offer's got to be like ridiculous, right? To the point where they want to walk away. They will accept it only because the only response when you ask if we can have raise it to 69 would be nice. Yeah. How can you be against 69?
So instead, let the right wing take not only investment money, but direct money like Dennis Prager did, $23 million, and take it from the fracking billionaires, all those guys, and serve those guys. Let the right wing grow and grow and grow. But as soon as there's a successful left wing channel, don't take an investment, don't take any money, just be super small so we can't compete with the right wing.
Cenk,
how does that make sense?
I'm pro you taking that investment. I've built a business. I understand that. I just think that it's ironic for you then to sit up here and say that everybody that takes corporate money is against.
You're okay with him taking that Katzenberg money? You just think it makes him a hypocrite for saying money should be out of politics? No, this is, look, I mean, left-wing media is pushing a boulder up a hill, and there's no two ways about it, right? The money that you can get infused into a project like this is gonna come from somebody that's gonna, demand you support something, at least it's anti-worker. It's almost like, it's almost a certainty.
Against the people, because then you would be against the people.
No, that doesn't make sense.
So her whole, okay, so she sucks. For the record, chat, she sucks. I love that she confronts him with this shit. He does need to answer for this. This is another reason that Cenk is a fundamentally flawed vessel. But her point is that he should give the Democrats a pass in terms of their corporate money. No.
That's apples and oranges.
Why is it apples and oranges?
I can explain perfectly.
Please tell me.
So should corporations be allowed to exist? Absolutely.
Okay.
Should corporations be allowed to give money to our politicians so they control our government? Absolutely not. No way. So when a corporation does an investment, that's a perfectly logical and normal thing to do. When a corporation buys a politician and those politicians then vote with them, that is a terrible thing to do. I'm a capitalist. I believe in capitalism, but I believe
every day of his life as a capitalist.
Democratic capitalism, where democracy.
Democratic capitalism? Is that what we're doing now? Listen, chat, I believe in a fox for every hen house. All right. That's democratic capitalism. Like, look, I believe in hen houses. I support the hens. I love that they lay eggs that we can, we can pilfer for our omelets, right? I'm willing to feed the chickens, chicken feed. Throw that chicken feed to them. Hell, I might even plant some leafy greens out there for them to munch on, right? If it makes the eggs better. If it makes the eggs higher in omega-3, I might do that, right? I might throw some flax seeds out for them occasionally. but I also believe in the rights of the fox. So, you know, I'm going to have a fox out there in the yard with the hen house. And, you know, I'm going to assume that that's just going to be the state of play, you know, that we can have fox in the yard with the hen house. What could go wrong, chat? What could go wrong?
Protects capitalism. Otherwise, it becomes corporatism and becomes a monster. But I don't want to defeat all the companies, and I certainly don't want to defeat.
Yeah, we got to put some evolutionary pressure on those chickens, right? Chicken eugenics.
Media companies. That makes no sense at all. You see how it's apples and oranges?
I don't.
One is a company, and the other one's a politician.
Okay.
One is normal business. The other.
Is it normal? It's a media company, Jink. And the problem with media companies, the problem with the mainstream media, which you seek to supplant, is that it is owned and operated at the behest of, you know, of giant, you know, military industrial complex companies, right? And so then when a war is being proposed, you know that they're going to bring the general on that says, oh yeah, no, definitely, Iraq is 100% responsible for 9/11. Not only that, but they got weapons of mass destruction. This much uranium could blow up your city. And so that's why we got to go to a war with Iraq, right? You know, it's not right for MSNBC. You know, it makes it so that they're impossible to trust. And yeah, Chad, do people know this?
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
Do people know that MSNBC was 100% in the tank for the Iraq war? They fired the one person that worked for them that was against the war. They refused to bring contrary voices on to argue against the invasion of Iraq. And they and then they did the whole embedded, you know, the journalist, right, thing where in order to make the war more appealing to their viewers, right, and you know, this also keeps the journalists a little bit safer. Rather than doing objective reporting, they embedded their reporters with the military units so that they would assure themselves that the war would be seen from the side of the United States soldier and never considered from the perspective of the Iraqi civilian, right? And how many millions of people died because of that shit? Yeah, MSNBC. And at the time, they were owned, I think, by GE and a whole bunch of, you know, contractors. But so in other words, chat, yes, a media company, if it wants to be independent, cannot be funded by Katzenberg, cannot be funded by Peter Thiel. Like, this is not that hard. But yeah, Tucker Carlson was working. I think you're right, Sasha G. I seem to remember that. I know Tucker worked for CNN. I feel like I remember him working for MSNBC. Bowtie Man.
The other one is to influence our government.
Let's talk about.
Hey, before we go.
Okay. Wait, what are they going to do the Straight Arrow News, Straight Arrow ad read here?
We want to take a moment to say thanks so much to Straight Arrow News for powering the fact check.
Yep. Anyway, somebody did a little research on that, and it does, you know, it sounds pretty sus. A lot of these media bias charts, you know, or these are the bias charts that put Hasan on the same level as far as trustability and as far as extremism with Alex Jones. But yeah, I don't know much about Straight Arrow News. We get ad reads for ground news. Anyway, chat, I gotta pee. What do you want to watch? I want to give you something good to watch while I pee. I can't have you watching. We could. I don't want to do somebody else's video, do I? Unless it was like a Hasan video. All right, let's It's reminding me I need to upload more videos. Okay, how about RFK Jr.? This is one of my funniest videos. And it did not get the views that it deserved. So you're gonna watch it now.
I was taking a group of people falconing.
I'll be right back. Falconing. Normal ass shit. We're here in the house, the lovely palatial estate of one Roseanne Barr. Friend of conspiracy theorists everywhere, I guess.
Up in Goshen, New York, up in the Hudson Valley. And I was supposed to meet them there at like maybe 8 or 9. I was driving up maybe, really early, like 7. And that woman in a van in front of me hit a bear and killed it, a young bear. So I pulled.
Look at Roseanne's face. Keep watch her face throughout this story, okay? The zoom in is perfect.
And that woman in a van in front of me hit a bear and killed it, a young bear.
Right there. Look at that. Look at that.
So I pulled over and I picked up the bear and put him in the back of my van because I was going to skin.
Yeah, like as you do, right? Because you're going to skin the bear. Okay, that makes sense. That's a normal thing to do. Chat, somebody hits some roadkill. You put it in your van to skin it.
The bear, and it was very good.
You put a bear corpse in your van. It's a good condition. Good condition pelt. Good condition meat.
And I was going to put the meat in my refrigerator.
Oh, yes, you do. Yeah, put the meat in your refrigerator.
You do that in New York City.
Look at Roseanne. Look at Roseanne. She's like, excuse me?
You get a bear tag.
Yeah, you get a bear cat tag, right? Yeah, of course. For a roadkill bear, of course.
Roadkill bear.
Yeah, I mean, we've all done this. We've all eaten a roadkill bear before, gotten those roadkill parasites in us. Maybe one of them will be a brain worm. I don't know, chat. We don't know where the brain worm came from. I guess it could have been the bear. It could have been the goat. It could have been the dog. We're not sure. This guy eats a lot of exotic meat. Who knows? Who knows where the brain worm came from?
And so then we went hawking, and I had the bear in my car.
Wait, hawking? I'm sorry. Did he mean hawking? Right, so we talked before about a falconing expedition, a falconing trip, a falconing adventure. Yeah? Is hawking a thing? So yeah, he's hawking now. I'm not sure. Now, does he mean falcon? Is hawking a thing? Does he have like a fucking menagerie of predatory birds? Does he have like the falcons are over here and the hawks are over there, and like on, alternate Thursdays, he either goes hawking or falconing? I'm not sure. I've never heard of hawking before. I've heard of, falconing. I'm assuming the hawking is like the same thing with a hawk.
And then we had a really good day and we went late. We were catching a lot of game, and the people really loved it, so we just stayed late. And instead of going back to my home in Westchester, I had to go right to the city because there was a dinner.
So, wait, I'm trying to understand. Wait, this is the same day as the bear, right? Oh my god, chat, this is he's a confusing guy. It's a confusing story. We're trying to track down where the parasite came from, though.
And so then we went hawking, and I had the bear in my car. You can get a bear tag for a roadkill bear.
Okay, I don't know. Maybe they had the hawks along for the ride. Okay, same day, right? And then they go hawking. I guess use a hawk. They've got multiple predatory birds and they're hunting with them. Okay.
And so then we went hawking, and I had the bear in my car. And then we had a really good day, and we went late. We were catching a lot of game, and the people really loved it, so we just stayed late. And instead of going back to my home in Westchester, I had to go right to the city because there was a dinner at Peter Luger's Steak.
Anyway, Peter Luger's Steakhouse is where the dinner was? What? Okay, I'm so confused. They're catching a lot of game. Okay, so they go falconing. They put the bear, the woman hits the bear. He puts the bear in his car. Then they go hawking. They catch a lot of game.
And the people really loved it, so we just stayed late. And instead of going back to my home in Westchester, I had to go right.
They're out a little bit late.
Right to the city because there was a dinner.
They go to NYC.
At Peter Luger's Steakhouse. And at the end of the dinner, it went late, and I realized I couldn't go home. I had to go to the airport. And the bear was in my car, and I didn't want to leave the
I mean, what are you gonna do, right? You got a bear in your car. You were gonna skin it.
bear in the car.
Hey, I heard an Editing is good on this one. What just happened? That's the thing that generally pisses me off about Biden. He made every evil, corrupt decision, and he made zero money doing it. Like, what the fuck? At least walk away with a few mil? Yeah, like Trump. Is that the super chat I missed? I don't know why it didn't read you out a TTS. It usually does. 123 votes so far. New aesthetic of fascism is ahead by 3% over Noah and Hasan on femcels at 28. But that's got the dono money on it. Wait, is Jordan Peterson still in here? We had Dr. Jordan Peterson pop up again in chat. I want to watch Jordy Peterson dancing to Lizzo. Is that a real thing? Yeah, Davi said femcels, so that makes femcels is getting even more motion behind femcels here. Dude, we're gonna teach Irene about femcels today, apparently. So this goes to what, 40? So yeah, massive lead for femcels. Remember, chat, if we do get to 200, we get top 2 instead of just top 1. So, if you're pulling for new aesthetics of fascism, your best bet is to make sure that you voted, if you have not already. And when you donate to let me know that you want that new aesthetics of fascism video, or do Vox Populi to try to bring it back, because that is winning according to the vote. But the donos are pulling strongly towards Noah and Hasan on femcels. And again, if we get to 200, we'll get both. So that's a possibility as well. What am I trying to do here? 109. 09 out of 200. Certain libs like to complain about violence porn, but the initial coverage of the war on terror was actually, oh yeah, God, it was the sickest kind of too. Femcels rise up, that's right. And thank you, Davi, for the super chat. All right, let's finish this RFK thing up, and then we'll go back to the Jubilee.
Because that would have been bad. So then I thought, at that time, this was a little bit of the redneck in me. There'd been
the redneck in me. I'm sorry, this is a Kennedy, all right? This is somebody who grew up in a very situation which you know what a redneck is? You want to know what a redneck is? Rednecks were people who worked in agriculture, and their necks were red because they were getting sunburned from being outside, because that's how they work. This is a Kennedy. This is the son of a very famous and prominent Kennedy, the former attorney general, gunned down during the 1968 campaign. That's right. We're back in 1968 again. Anyway, we're not talking about his dad here. Okay, Bobby, tell me about the fucking redneck in you.
At that time, this was a little bit of the redneck in me. There'd been a series of bicycle accidents in New York. They had just put in the bike lanes, and a couple of people had gotten killed, and it was every day, and people had gotten...
These fucking pauses of Roseanne and the way that she's looking at him, this is what makes this story. This is what creates this story, right? Because Roseanne is a QAnoner. Roseanne is like friendly with Marjorie Taylor Greene, and probably a little bit more conspiracy minded even than MTG. And she is like looking at this guy like, what the f is wrong with you? Who did I invite into my kitchen? Who is this guy? He's talking about deaths. He's talking about bikes, you know, people running into people with bikes and killing them, right? I don't know. And this is the redneck in him that says, all right, what are we going to do? There's been, you know, bike lanes put in. There's some bad press about cyclists, I guess, and danger from the biking lanes, which, but regardless, right? He's got the redneck in him that doesn't like the cyclists, doesn't like the spandex. I don't know. Doesn't like the commuter cyclists either that don't have spandex, whatever. And so what is the redneck gonna do?
And so I thought, I wasn't drinking, of course, but people...
Excuse me? I didn't imagine that you were drinking, but now I wonder if you were? The drinking actually pulls the whole story together, right? I mean, famously, this guy's had issues with substance abuse and, you know, the whole fucking crazy story of like, we're out there falconing, we're catching a lot of game, and then the bear, somebody hits a bear, you know, like, right, an auto accident with his friends, and, you know, he's like, oh, don't let that bear meat go to waste, we better put that in the car, and then he goes to a dinner, coked up dinner, maybe, at, in NYC, and then remembers that he's got to get on a plane, and so he can't leave the bear in his car, and that's, yeah, well, other people, not him. Okay, other people were drinking.
This was a good idea.
Well, wait, you're the one that's sober. Shouldn't you be the cooler head that prevails if it's not a good idea? Look at this. All these freeze frames from Roseanne are just priceless. Oh my god, that one was really good. No, we gotta see that. Oh my god.
I wasn't drinking, of course, but people were drinking with me who thought this was a good idea.
Yeah. I wasn't drinking, of course, but people were drinking with me who thought this was a good idea. I wasn't drinking, but people were drinking with me.
And I said,
oh my god, she's so perfect. She's so perfect.
I had an old bike in my car that somebody asked me to get rid of. I said, let's go put the bear in Central Park and we'll make it look like he got hit by a bike.
Not only is he going to dump the bear in New York City, all right, but we're going to frame a cyclist? This is nature lover Robert F. Kennedy here.
Funny for people.
It's really funny.
So everybody thought that's a great idea. So we went and did that, and we thought it would be amusing for whoever found it or something.
Oh yeah, really amusing. Yeah, really fucking amusing shit.
The next day, it was like, it was on every television station. It was the front page of every paper, and I turned on the TV, and there was like a mile of yellow tape, and there were 20 cop cars. There were helicopters flying over it. And I was like, oh my God, what did I do? And then there was some people on TV in Tyvexes with gloves on lifting up the bike, and they were saying they're going to take this up to Albany to get a fingerprinted.
Okay, so do you get what's going on here? Do you get what's going on? He would have probably got away with dumping the carcass of a bear in Central Park, as there's no way to trace it back to him, right? Assuming that nobody, there we go again. There's another freeze frame for you, right? Roseanne Barr's face is telling a million stories today, okay? But he would have gotten away with this. But he decides to be cute and frame cyclists for killing the bear that was killed with a car, I guess upstate? Is that where he was? Was he upstate? When they're falconing, when they're hunting? I'm guessing this isn't in Westchester or the city, right? So it's got to be like upstate or something, right? And so, you know, he tries to frame the cyclist, but he puts a bike next to the bear, right? His bike with his fingerprints on it. That's what he does.
I was worried because my prints were all over that bike. Luckily, the story died down after a while, and it stayed dead for a decade.
And I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you kids, you meddling kids and your bear.
The New Yorker somehow found out about it, and they.
Also, check out what's on his table, okay? Now, chat, can anybody tell me, can anybody who eats ribs tell me What animal has that kind of rib? Because that thing looks like, I don't know, that rib looks like the size of his forearm, right? That's a pretty thick rib. That's a pretty long rib. What kind of animal makes that kind of rib? What is that? What is... Is it the bear? It's the bear. Soul Life says it's the bear. I was thinking like an elephant or something, right? That's a big hunk of meat there. What is Rose? What are they eating, right? And we know this guy likes to eat exotic meat, so it could be like anything. He's collecting. When it comes to parasites, chat, RFK's philosophy is gotta catch them all.
They're going to do a big article on me, and that's one of the articles. So they asked me, the fact checker.
Right there, down below him. Okay, see what I'm talking about? That's a big hunk of meat. That's a fairly large rib right there. What does that rib belong to? That's what I'm asking you. What does that rib come from?
You know, it's going to be a bad story. I think it's
a great story. Look, they let you get away with it when you're rich, okay? That's the story of the bear. Look, you didn't need a streamer this time. Roseanne Barr was your streamer. Roseanne Barr's reaction told us everything that we needed to know. It's a beef rib? For real? It's only beef? Is it buffalo? It could be buffalo. This guy likes to eat exotic meats. Average redneck story. I don't think the average redneck has RFK money. I don't think the average redneck has Kennedy money, right? Like I told you, redneck means you work outside. You work with your hands, right? That is not who Robert F. Kennedy is. That is not who any of these people are, right? They're wealthy New Yorkers here. Roseanne wrestled a wild boar? I guess that's possible. What do you think, chat? I've got some people in chat telling me that this is just a beef rib. You can't see. You could totally see. Anyway, chat. That just reminds me, I need to edit more videos because I do really enjoy it. And like, who was she? Who is that streamer? I almost recognize her. No, not him. She looks kind of, I don't know. She looks kind of depressed, chat. I don't know. She doesn't look healthy. Anyway, let's get back to the debate. Let's get back to the shaky Gurga. Are you ready? We still haven't gotten to Yoshikage Kira. Let's do a little time check-in. Yeah, we're at 109 out of 200 on the bonus goal. We missed the butterfly goal. Whoa, but watermelon burp there. We missed the butterfly goal for today. I've been streaming for 4 hours and 44 minutes. Let's give it a little bit longer. I don't know if I can finish this all today. It's a lot of kind of a content monster that we're dealing with here, but let's see if we can at least get Yoshikage Kira. Let's see if we get our mysterious, oh, we got the guy with haircut. When does Kira come on? Got the one dude from the beginning comes back on, the Republican. Too much goddamn, like way too much. What do you call it? Like the foreshadowing, yeah. Oh wait, seriously, I'm scrolling through here, trying to figure out when we get to Yoshikage Kira. The guy with the Christian pen comes back. This guy... What? What the fuck, chat? I don't see Kira. What happens? Like, I swear to God, I saw... wasn't he in the beginning? Oh my God, chat. Oh my God. Can I just copy this? I thought in the very beginning of the video. Nope. Oh my God, you're getting a Thai commercial. You want to play some Thai mobile games with me, chat?
We've tried establishment Democrats, complete failures. We've tried establishment Republicans, complete failures.
Okay, so yeah, we got IRI.
We tried fake populism under Donald Trump, complete failure.
I disagree.
So the only thing we haven't tried is left-wing populism. And you say, don't try it. Go back to the establishment Democrats. Are you crazy?
You can't vote Democrat and then say that, well, because they still support the rich and the rich still get all the tax cuts, I'm still going to cast my vote, which is the most powerful political weapon you have, to the very
I mean, we're seeing
establishment that you're on one hand trying to tear down.
That's just weird to mention guardrails against firing people when you rejected a union at your company and fired somebody for organizing.
Yeah, that is absolutely not true. You can say that if you like.
That is true. Look it up.
Fine. So since you smeared me, let's explain. Hi, I'm Cenk Uygur. I'm host of the...
Chat, I don't think that... you're not telling me that they kept... Chat, I feel so ripped off. Yeah, fuck you, Jubilee. Like, they don't have him on there. I don't think he's on there. I don't think he ever comes up, and he's dressed too nicely, right, chat? You got to be ruthless. If you want to get on the show, if you want to actually debate the person in the middle, you got to run over your fellow flag holders, right? You got to run people over, and the dude is literally dressed up too nice for that, right? There's no way that he's going to get in that chair because he's actually dressed to the nines. Only good Jubilee is an X-Man? Wait, did we have like do we have like a X-Man character on here? Yeah, it would have he didn't want to mess up his suit. That's exactly it. But why do they keep on panning over to him? If they troll way too much, yeah. Chat, you know the other thing about this too is that, like, I think the way that this works is that some of the conversations, if they're not interesting enough, I think some of the conversations end up on the cutting room floor. So that might have been what happened to Kira Yoshikage. He's just chilling, looking hot, making people, yeah, we want to know what his deal is, right? He's just there, and we want to know what his deal is, and we never get to find out what his deal is. Oh my God, chat. Oh my God. Anyway, like I said, we're veering towards Noah and Hasan talking about femcels. He looks like Gambit's girlfriend, or wait, what? I did like the Jubilee, the X-Man character who could shoot fireworks. Oh, there is a X-Man character named Jubilee. It's a Gambit's girlfriend. Okay. The opposite of the Hat Man. Wait, the Hat Man, like the Benadryl meme?
The Young Turks.
Okay, anyway, let's get a little bit further. We'll see if I don't know. I am trying to stream less long so that I have time to edit and stuff. I mean, this is definitely interesting stuff, but I am so pissed that it doesn't look like we get Kira. They just tease us with, okay, let's watch this. Oh, nope, I'm wrong, chat. Here he is. And he's chinning. Motherfucker is he's chinning and mewing. Okay, no, we'll watch Kira. Then we'll see where we're at. If we hit 200 before then, I'll do the top two, which looks like New Aesthetics of Fascism and Noah and Hasan on femcels. If not, it looks like we're veering towards Noah and Hasan on femcels. But again, you can change that. You can fight that when you donate. Just like Davi, you can tell me which of these topics you want to see. I'll put your money where your mouth is, and either Vox Populi or saying New Aesthetics of Fascism if you want something other than the Noah and Hasan on femcels. But yeah, we'll at least get to the Iranian guy from the hat with the hat. Yeah, okay, that guy. Oh, that Hat Man. I see. The Holy Mountain guy. God damn it.
The Republicans only care about the rich, and everything else is a mirage.
Look at, he's such a gentleman too. Like, he could have totally gotten in that chair. If he had bull rushed the chair, he's definitely the closest, but for some reason he's just like, he's like, nah, I'm gonna let you take it.
Hey,
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So personally, I don't like absolutes, so I try to stay away from them. When you say the Republicans, are you talking about?
I always stay away from absolutes. I never veer into absolutes.
The party establishment? Are you talking about the politicians? Are you talking about the citizens?
Okay, I'm so glad you asked that.
Can you change your vote? I don't think YouTube will let you.
I always mean the politicians. Okay, so for all of these, don't take offense if you're a Democrat or a Republican voter. I'm talking about the politicians.
But look, the way things are going right now, we're veering towards femcels.
So do you think that the Republicans care more about the rich than the Democrats? Do you think the Democratic establishment really doesn't just care about the rich?
So as I said, I think that both parties are similar on economic issues, and they play good cop, bad cop on us. Do the Republicans push the tax cuts? Yes. Is it almost always under Republican administrations? Yes. Do they ever balance the budget? No, never.
So do you think that like the idea that employers who have a lot of money, that they provide jobs and that's a way to give back to the poor? Do you buy into any of that concept at all?
No.
I mean, as like entrepreneurs who are going out there innovating, I'm a classroom teacher, so like I go out, try and build entrepreneurs who can employ people and do something like that. Isn't that that entrepreneurial spirit can be more aligned?
So you're getting paid shit, working harder than any entrepreneur out there. And your best hope is that some of your students will become entrepreneurs, and that people like you that are going out there trying to actually, you want to talk about giving back to society, sir, you do that in your job, right? And you don't get paid nearly enough for what you do. Do you ever end up going out of pocket for classroom expenses? Because lots of teachers do. They just, the irony, the fact that the irony is not going to hit this guy, like, but I think that actually entrepreneurs are great. That's the only way we have jobs, is because they're entrepreneurs. They invent what, like markets? They invent, production. What are they contributing exactly? Oh, that's right, nothing. They're just skimming off the top. I'm sorry. They just own shit. That's their job.
Aligned with the conservatives, would you say?
No, I don't agree. I'm an entrepreneur. I run a small business. And so they are always talking about small businesses. And then they immediately change the goalposts to cuts on capital gains. Wait, that has nothing to do with small business. Cuts on estate tax, that's for the super rich. That has nothing to do with small businesses. So, brother, they use small business as like a marketing tool. Oh, we're for the average American. We're for small business. Then the actual tax cuts are for the mega rich and for the mega corporations.
What about minimum wage? Like, as a business owner, you know like the repercussions of minimum wage. I haven't been to McDonald's in a while. I went. It's been years. I went, and it's just a scream. Like there is that element, of the minimum wage raising and that leading to more unemployment.
Yeah, so I don't agree with that either.
Okay.
So first of all, everything it requires bounds. So you can't have a $100 minimum wage. I get that, right? But having said that, are we anywhere near where we should be on minimum wage? No. We're at $7.25 federally on minimum wage. That is a disaster. And so what that is if you work every single day, 40 hours a week, 52 weeks, no vacation at all, you only make $15,000 at $7.25. No one can live on $15,000. So when you push up minimum wage, what it does is it pushes up all wages. And that is a
I mean, you can. I just wouldn't recommend it. You should try to earn more unless what you're doing is something that you really, really passionately care about.
good thing, not a bad thing. They always tell you, no, give it to the corporations and then it'll trickle all over you decades later. No, there's an economics called middle out. And what that does is it gives directly to the middle class. And then they spend it more and it creates a better economy, especially for small businesses like yours and mine, etc. So there's
anybody know about middle out? It sounds like he's talking about Keynesianism.
The way to do this, it gives to the average guy first, but the Republicans never do that. They always push for tax cuts for the richest people in the country.
So why do you...
Yeah, I'm sure we can have a $100 minimum wage if we tried. Look, if things were more egalitarian, people would be surprised, right? A lot of people think that they resist ideas like socialism or even, social democracy because they think that Americans constantly overestimate their position in the economic hierarchy, right? And they always think that, if we made things more equal, well, I would lose out. Well, no, it's the fact that because of the income being just being completely stacked on the, upper in the, upper percentage of wage earners, no, you wouldn't. Unless you're a fucking millionaire already, you're sorry, I'm exaggerating a little bit. But yeah, most people would stand to make more money if we move towards more wage equality.
Why do you believe that the populist element of Trump, where a lot of the working class, they're like, I know he's a Yankee with gold toilets, but I'm going to vote for him because he's not like vilifying me. Do you think that they're just being manipulated by Trump?
Yeah, 100%. So look, I don't want people.
Wait.
That's why.
Wait. What did you just describe? What did you just describe? He's not vilifying me. So you're telling me that somebody that kisses my ass, you're telling me that if I'm poor and there's a rich guy out there that kisses my ass, I shouldn't trust that? You mean he might be trying to get one over on me? But he wears a shitty hat. He drinks a Diet Coke and he eats at McDonald's. He's just like me. And I could be just like him. I could become an entrepreneur. And then I'll want my taxes cut at that point. So I better vote for low taxes now.
Things like this, I don't want you getting manipulated by the politicians on either side. In a time where we have massive deficits and a $38 trillion debt, why are we giving another $1.1 trillion to people making over $500,000? It doesn't make sense.
I appreciate
Voted out already? Wow. Wow.
I'm Elijah.
Hey, Elijah, nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you too. Do Republicans care about the rich? I do think they care about the rich. Coming from somebody that voted for Trump, I do believe that. But I do think that they do support middle-class Americans, especially Trump. I think this big, beautiful bill, people say it's hurting Americans. If you actually read through it, I'm getting a 3% reduction on my yearly income tax. Every single tax bracket is getting some type of reduction on their income tax or a 0% reduction. And that's for the wealthiest class. So that is helping middle class. Also, I know that the deficit's going up. Think about ICE, he's putting more money into ICE. I would argue that stopping...
So wait, what do we got so far? Cutting taxes and every bracket gets something. So he says, now he's wrong about that. Like, objectively speaking, chat, Trump's raising your taxes if you're very poor. The people that can afford to pay taxes the least are going to have to pay more taxes, right? So he's wrong when he says every bracket is getting something out of this. He's just objectively wrong about that. But what do we get if we, let's see, cut everyone's taxes, raise spending on ICE? What does that translate to? Is there something about that that's not sustainable maybe? How about we just don't pay taxes for now? We could cut everyone's taxes absolutely. Would that be better? You seem to think that's like a good policy there. Or is there like a drawback? Or do we only think about the drawback, yes, which is the deficit? Do we only think about the drawback, which is the deficit, when we were talking about doing something for poor people? And we were talking about fucking over the hardest working people in their country, the people that fed you today, right? We're going to feed them to alligators. We're going to spend fucking millions of dollars to do that. We're going to hire a bunch of Proud Boys to beat the shit out of them so that your little racist heart can... beat a little bit faster, right? But don't worry. We'll think about the deficit again the next time somebody proposes Medicare for all. Just not now. When we're getting a tax break, you shut up about the $4 trillion hole that the big, beautiful bill blows in the budget. Let's fucking forget about that entirely.
Immigration actually, or enforcing it even more heavily.
Chat, I gotta be honest, when I saw this guy's hair, I knew we were in for something.
The middle class worker in America, there's less jobs that are being taken. When you import a bunch of people, like, your housing costs are going to go up.
Oh, cool. That's really cool. So yeah, you know what jobs that are not taken anymore? Agricultural jobs. Let's get you out there in the fields and see if you can make the quota, right? Because if you're going to take those jobs, you got to fulfill the quota. or else they do all kinds of fucked up shit to you if you don't meet your quota. So yeah, let's get you out there. Let's get you suited up, and get you ready to, you know, become an agricultural worker. Or sir, would you rather work in the meat packing industry? Would you rather work in a slaughterhouse? Which one of these jobs that are opening up now, thanks to your Nazi ass deportation tactics, which one of these jobs would you like to take? I'm waiting.
The people that need houses in a city, or apartments or whatever. It is taking jobs for middle class to lower class people like me. It's taking jobs.
Unfortunately, some of your premises are wrong. So when you take the whole bill, including the cuts to Medicaid and SNAP and other cuts, the bottom 30% actually wind up paying more than they did before.
I mean, that's
so
the
they're
people that
literally taking from the bottom 30% and giving it to the top 10%.
I mean, but when you talk about SNAP, that's people.
I don't. In some cases, I don't think you even have to factor in the tariffs. But yeah, when you factor in the tariffs, you're talking about what is it, like $4,000 more that you're going to pay in tariffs? 3 pad haircuts in one. Impressive. I know, right?
Are already taking from all of us. So
okay, see, that's your point of view as a Republican. Do you know the least popular part of the bill? The poll just came out. Only 20.
And also, TYT, it would be nicer if you had defended immigration when it was unpopular, before Trump got elected. It would be nice if somebody, even the Democratic Party itself, had advocated for immigrants rather than just buckling and caving into Trump.
24%, maybe even lower, support cutting SNAP. It is the single most unpopular part of the bill. Overall, Americans do not want you to take from people who desperately need food just to give to people making above $500,000. The second most unpopular part of the bill is the one that gives to people above $500,000. So people don't want that. So the bottom 30% are very badly hurt by this bill. What you're talking about is the middle 10% gets a 0.4% bump. That's, again, the nickels and dimes that they throw you.
And that one gets sunset. That's not a permanent tax cut. You know which tax cuts are permanent? Guess. Yeah, it's the tax cuts for the wealthy.
The Republicans throw nickels and dimes at you, 5 to 10% change in their tax cuts, and the Democrats do their policies throw 5 to 10% change.
If you don't think that a nickel and dime
it's the collar that's the giveaway for you.
Help somebody in a dire situation.
But brother,
yes,
why do we have to help the rich even more? Why do they get the biggest tax cuts? You know, you could do a tax cut without one going to the rich. You could say,
because the rich
hey, I'm
people are the ones
capping
that
it
own
at
the
$400,000.
When you own the business and you get a tax cut, you have more money to spend on your employees. I understand that's a Reaganomics principle.
And that's the first thing on their mind. How can I spend this money on my employees? Not a yacht, not a vacation home. No. How can this money benefit my employees? That's what they're thinking of.
But it could be. And when when you're a Democrat and you import all these people from third world countries, you're paying them under
Kira's not happy with this guy.
minimum wage because you see them as the help. Well, yeah, that's gonna benefit you. But when Republicans stop this and
it's weird. Do you see that little bit of like consciousness of racial hierarchy kind of creeping into his argument? I mean, it's not like, he obviously, he's demonizing immigrants. He doesn't give a fuck about these people, but it's weird. They got this little liberal flavoring in their reactionary Nazi ass argument.
They force people to, that work to be citizens, or they want people.
Chat, did I just kill my stream by going to the bathroom? I'm sorry.
Citizens, they're being forced to at least earn minimum wage.
The reason why we've never fixed the immigration problem is because corporations want cheaper
and that's
labor,
awful, which is why
and we should fix that. But the Republicans and the Democrats never fix that.
And so our border crossings are almost at 0% right now.
The top 0.1% are going to get tens of thousands of dollars.
Explain to me how you benefit from that. Explain to me how you benefit from that, all right? That's what they never answer that question. The border crossings have gone way down. Yeah, you know what else has gone down? Tourism. Nobody wants to be here because your dumbass elected a despot fascist maniac, and everybody's scared. Everybody's scared of this country, including Canada. fucking Canada.
Tax breaks.
But
You're not
so
explaining
everyone-
why they need that. They don't need that. Why do you know that oil companies get about 15 to 30 billion dollars in subsidies every year? How come the Republicans never talk about that? Oh, we're going to cut waste, fraud, and abuse. But you're not going to cut $30 billion for the richest companies in the world?
If you help
How
people
come
at the
Trump's
top,
not
it's not
negotiating
hurting
drug
people at
prices?
the bottom.
How come Trump is best friends with Big Pharma? And
If you help people out at the top, it's not hurting people at the bottom. But if you help out people out at the bottom, it's hurting all of us. He's like, yeah, let me get that. Let me eat that SNAP benefit. Yeah. You know, the poor person that was barely making ends meet, that only got fed because of the SNAP program. Let me fucking eat that. Let them fucking die. That he's excited. He's excited about taking fucking SNAP money, which is next to nothing, chat. It's $200 a fucking month. Best case scenario. And he's like, oh yeah, I'm that's coming to me. Yeah. So taking shit away from people at the bottom somehow helps him out, but giving shit to people at the top that doesn't hurt anybody else. No, it sure fucking doesn't. God, what a jackass.
he's not touching drug prices
Yes,
at
he
all.
is. He's
Not at all.
matching them to Europe. Yes,
no,
he's got
that's
policies coming
okay,
in.
now that's a perfect example. He said that as an executive order, knowing that he did the same executive order in the first time around, and the courts knocked it down. He knows the courts are not going to do it.
fault,
No,
it's
it
the
is
courts.
his fault.
He is
Because
trying to make it easier
let
for
me
us.
explain. Let me explain to you. So then, what Ro Khanna did, he's a Democrat. He's really smart. And he went and got a Republican co-sponsor and said, "Let's take the executive order and turn it into a bill, verbatim, Trump's executive order." All of a sudden, Trump and the Republicans not in favor of the bill. Oh, there you go. It was a trick all along.
Yeah, he's making a good point that time. My mom gets snapped $20 a month. Yeah, it's different depending on the amount of money you make. And the thing that sucks about like a lot of these programs, right? They could be good, but what they do is you only get the maximum benefit when you make literally no money at all. As soon as you start to make a little bit of money, they take most of it away, and so there's no way to actually escape poverty, right? Because the benefit that you get, it's another donut hole situation. It's another donut hole situation. But yeah, $200 is the max, right? Around $200 a month is the max. That is, not enough to, I forget, somebody's like divided by days. And here we go, chat. It's finally time. Are you ready? Are you ready for this? The moment has finally arrived.
Good. How you doing?
I work in Republican politics. One of the first jobs I took was in a small district, but it was in Lucas County, Ohio, and it was a poor district. And I was representing a Republican. When my candidate would go and we'd be knocking doors together, talking about how he wanted to improve their lives, is he an anomaly?
Chat, do we have a chin filter on? Is this like edited with a TikTok filter? Is that really his face? He looks like the fucking chin meme, the chinning meme.
Or are you only talking about federal?
Yeah. So
where do we draw the line here?
So first of all, are there some good guys in politics? Very rare, but yes, I think Bernie Sanders is a good guy. I think Ro Khanna is a good guy. By the way, I think Thomas Massey is honest, and he's a Republican, right?
Fair.
I don't agree with his policies, but I think he's honest. But there again, it's an exception. So if you tell me, no, trust me, the politician I worked with was great. Were you there when he was talking to the donors?
He didn't have any.
Okay, well then I believe.
Well, that's the problem is when we go down the ladder, where 90% of the elections that take place in this country, they're not at the federal level.
How much of the power in a government that has basically had its executive branch overrun the other two branches of government, where 90% of the actual governance of this country is achieved by executive order? How much power does your fucking local councilman or state senator actually have? You know, and if you're talking about somebody that doesn't get donations, you're talking about, yeah, I'm glad you helped your dog catcher get elected, dude. Right? You better hope that Big Kibble doesn't come into the picture and primary his ass.
They're not with politicians that are receiving hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars.
Yeah, they get
donations.
bought for cheaper. They get bought for 5,000, 10,000.
Or is it possible that they want to step in and govern?
So, brother, I hear what you're saying. You're saying that the closer you get to the voters, the more honest they are. That's actually true. Look.
Okay. I mean, your effect for you know, working on politics on a local level is going to be, you know, a lot greater. You know, you can affect more change maybe there, but as far as the overall policy of the United States, no, you're not.
So
well, I appreciate
okay,
that.
so number one.
So you're saying
so
some
hold on,
Republicans
let me explain.
do.
Can I just explain?
Yeah, go ahead.
So if you're doing as small a seat as a city council, you actually knock on doors. That's why progressives win a lot of the city council seats, because the election is with such a small number of people. You don't need as
do that too.
Can I just let me finish? So that way you don't need as much money. You don't need donors. They're more responsive to their actual voters. The larger you get, once you get to a congressional district with 750,000, the donor money decides how much ads you can take and whether you're going to win or not. So then they become completely beholden to the donors.
What about
so
the
when
primary,
you're talking
Cenk?
about, hey, really low-level Republicans
Cenk,
that yet have not gotten a lot of donor cash, and you say, well, look, hey, don't worry, they'll stay true, but they never do.
Cenk,
when they move up to the next level, they immediately, even if they were true at the lower
simply
level,
not true.
99% of them, other than Massey, they take the donor money and they do exactly what the donors tell them to do.
It's just a simple misunderstanding or an oversimplification of our system. And
What a letdown, chat. He's not even a mini boss. Holy shit. Chat, I think I killed my stream by showing you that bear video. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for having to pee. It's an unfortunate fact that I'm not completely, chromed the fuck up, as they say in Cyberpunk Edge Runners. And so I still have to pee, unfortunately. Really sorry to everybody who left the stream because they could not watch a video about RFK and a bear. And with that, I guess we're going to do the bonus content. Here we go. If I can find the I'm trying to remember where this was. Hasan, Noah, femcel. We don't want to use the bot channel. Now I'm trying to remember. I think it was like Hasanabi Library or something. Sorry about this. Oh, okay. Hasanabi fan chattels. Quick edit. All right. Share.
Have no systemic hierarchical forms of oppression that they can just like lean on.
And chat, I don't know, like I guess I'll try to get back to the I'll try to get back to the Jubilee. We watched about half of it. We watched slightly more than half of it today. So yeah, I just I didn't expect the drop off to be that much. All right, let's get rid of this this thing and then take this sucker down here and yeah, don't worry. Next time I just won't drink anything. I'll just That way I don't have to pee. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, certainly.
Well, the one femcel did that, but that was but again, that was like a white supremacist Telegram group.
Yeah.
So ultimately, what do you
actually? This is a pretty good edit.
call it? Ultimately, like, it just like doesn't have the same impact.
Yeah, I don't mean to weigh them in the same way. I just feel like
wait, who is this dude? The vampire VTuber guy? I feel like I've heard of this guy before. I don't think we ever covered him though.
There's an evolution of like online content that at a certain point, when you're looking at gender content, you have to recognize that it's a huge kind of clown fiesta of rage bait from everybody. One of them has systemic power and one of them doesn't, of course, but
lack of systemic power doesn't necessarily mean lack of cultural influence. Yeah, dude, there's a lot of femcel cultural influence. Go talk to your mom. Okay, go talk to any woman. Like, go talk to a woman, please. Yeah. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
No, obviously not to the same scale. No, there is no scale. Like, if anything, the gender wars dynamic has absolutely created like a lot of women that are understandably resentful towards all men, understandably resentful towards like the uneven ground that they're playing in. But ultimately, there is no... It's true on CNN. They're saying they need an Andrew Tate of the women. Yeah, we need the ladies to start sex trafficking some men out here. What is this? Like, it's more so a reaction, and it has very little cultural cachet, in my opinion. It's just like not real at all. It's just annoying. At most, it's fucking annoying, and it's I mean, some people get duped by it for sure, but ultimately it is irrelevant when we are talking about like the systemic inequality that like women are faced with, especially with like access to healthcare, abortion. You know, I mean, there's a woman who was fucking literally forced to carry pregnancy to term after she had already been in a vegetative state. Like, what are we talking about? That's in America, you know? I agree it's a reaction, but there's like a niche. I agree the outcome is mainly just annoying. Yeah, it's just fucking annoying. Who cares?
I think specifically with like content, because that's what a lot of like, I don't know, there's a lot of focus on like the manosphere and to a much lesser extent like femcels or whatever. So much of the discourse that happens is kind of like this guy makes money doing this. He makes money propagating misogynistic ideas to an audience of misogynists, right?
Yeah.
That's not systemic power, right? And from my feelings of covering guys like this, at a certain point I got kind of frustrated with it because I was like, this stuff's bad, and there should be people like calling it out and critiquing it and like showing, you know, exposing that this content is so prominent. But at the same time, how does this relate to like the larger levers of power? You know, like it feels. I mean, that's the transition I made like in October 2023 because I was like, even though this stuff is harmful and even though the Andrew Tates, like people should be calling it out, I feel like to an extent, you know, the online content aspect of it is grand scheme inconsequential, even if it does affect a lot of young men, which that's, I mean, I'm not saying people shouldn't do it. That's just my personal, I guess, like.
He's like digging himself a hole and then he tries to dig a tunnel out of it. The fucking dirt collapses on him and he's like, no, seriously though, I'm not in a hole. I'm actually just digging out of the hole. And I know it looks like I'm just making the hole deeper, but no, seriously, just give me like 5 more minutes to yap and I promise I'll dig myself out of this hole.
Like journey with reconciling how like communicating politics that are, you know, feminist, or trying to be normal about it and get men to be normal isn't it's not the best way to go about it.
I will say though, there's a real challenge to bringing other people on your stream. You'd think that you bring 2 streamers that you like together and have them collab, then it makes twice the content, makes it twice as fun, twice as interesting. It's kind of hard to coordinate, and it's a cooks in the kitchen kind of situation that that you got going on, you know, where especially if you got two yappers like Hasan and Noah, you just
Isn't
let's see if we can extricate ourselves from this line of thought here.
owning these guys that are just like total trolls, you know.
Feminaz balls ruin everything. In colleges, bro, the fuck you mean?
True.
Dude, the
Men
people
hating
come women
with-
lead to Israel. What? Feminaz
Holy.
balls is so funny
That's a new
because
one.
he went from feminazi to feminaz.
Feminazable sounds like Red Scare.
Ball.
Wow.
If you understood the Chad apartheid.
Now, I really want to know, chat. What do you think? This guy that they're talking to here, what is their name? Poor ugly guy. Is this a troll? What do you think? Is this person like seriously? Like, you got to understand, there's a chat apartheid, and us poor ugly guys, we're being held down. We're being held down. If only women understood how nice we really were, right? If only women didn't get tricked into thinking that they're tens when they're actually threes by hoflation, right? Then you know, we could be having sex, we could be having fulfilling lives, but instead, I'm just a poor ugly guy. And you Chads on the other side of Chadflation, Noah and Hasan, you will never do you think this is a real guy? They laughed exactly the exact same way. Like, it's a himbo Beavis and Butthead. Yeah, or like a himbo Vanguard almost.
No.
Himbo Silly and Billy.
Bro, you go back far enough, you will find.
Do you think this guy's red pill legit?
That I looked like shit, okay, for most of my life. This is a new phenomena.
Is this
okay?
person joking, you think?
You're Chads and run everything. No, this person I
You
think is
said I'm a
like
Chad?
deeply unwell. Poor ugly guy.
Yeah, Hasan says he's legit.
Oh.
Most liberals are Zionist compromised. The only true liberal is Cenk Uygur. Do you condemn the Chad apartheid, though? What about the
Whoa.
male loneliness epidemic?
That's from like 2 weeks ago.
Don't you want to be like next Vladimir Lenin or some shit? Don't you have ambitions to be like Vladimir Lenin, though? Fucking. Hasan, what do you think about the Chad apartheid? What about the feminists who beat men today in the Chad apartheid, where only 20% of men get laid, but 80% don't?
That's the hoflation thing I was talking about, which is that's
It's the
not
Pareto
true.
principle.
Oh yeah.
And some people.
Yeah, Pareto principle is like, what is it, from business or something? Let me look this up. Pareto principle, because it gets look, even Ezra Klein, when he's talking about like why Democrats should no longer support trans rights anymore, he'll invoke like the trans participation in sports as an 80-20 issue. It just it creeps its way into so much stuff. Pareto principle. Also known as the 80-20 rule, suggests that in many situations, roughly 80% of the effects. Okay, so this is like 80% of your productivity comes from your best 20 workers. Is like the classical manifestation of the Pareto principle in terms of business. But I don't know. I guess because this like 80-20 concept just sticks in people's minds, they start to apply it to lots of stuff. And yeah, their whole hypergamy, I think, is what Noah's trying to say. I don't think that's quite the same as hoflation. Hypergamy is what he's describing when he says that, like, 20% of men are getting 80% of the women or 80% of the sex or whatever. So the original use for the principle, the Pareto principle, was an observation that 80% of Italians' wealth was owned by 20% of the population, which sounds bad until you see how it is in the U.S. and you realize it's even more stacked there. But yeah, that's kind of funny, right? Because like I always hear this come up. Applications, business, 20% of products may generate 80% of revenue, 20% of customers may account for 80% of sales. The way I always hear it is 20% of employees are responsible for 80% of productivity. It's not like true or anything, but it's just something that sticks in people's heads. And 20% of the bugs in software may be responsible for 80% of the crashes. Anyway.
people unironically think that like if they get like a white nationalist traditionalist society, like they'll have like a state mandated girlfriend, but they won't. Anyway, yeah, he's this. How do I escape poverty? Don't you want to be like the next Vladimir Lenin or some shit? Okay. But yeah, but
Chat
she's a woman.
apartheid
What
is
can
a
you
fun
do?
one. That's a new one. I haven't heard
Fuck
that.
Destiny. Fuck Israel.
Okay.
This guy is pro-Palestinian, but also
wait. This Wiktionary tells me that hoflation is the increase in cost for a man to maintain a relationship with a woman while the okay, I see what you're saying. So women, yeah, hoflation is the idea that they'll say stuff like your grandfather, oh my god, what is it? Like your grandfather was with a woman who is like, you know, a certain amount hotter than the woman that you can get, but who expected like X amount less or something. But yeah, increased cost to maintain a relationship with a woman. So increased expectations on the part of the woman, while the quality of the woman is apparently not what it used to be. Wow. But yeah, I mean, this is like, you know, channels like Homath, that and red pill garbage that promote these ideas. Heard about the anti-abortion rhetoric because they could have been their girlfriend. Oh god, I think I saw one comment once like that. There are like 100. Wait, what is this? 100 trans athletes in the country, so we shouldn't have to treat them as people argument. I think that might be from earlier in the stream. It's a red pill script. They regurgitate the exact same thing. Yeah, because with the dudes making content on it, it's because it makes money. Right? With the dudes buying into it, though, they got no excuse. They're just suckers, and they are born every minute. There's not enough abortion to take those suckers for the manosphere out of circulation, unfortunately.
Deeply concerned.
I'm sorry, I'm just going off of what Spicy Bo said about the anti-abortion argument that if the you know, had an abortion not happened, then the incel could have had that could have been their girlfriend or something.
With the
dude, you want to date an abortion? Is that what you're telling? That's what it sounds like you're saying.
The unequal terms that he believes he's
against
under.
Apartheid.
Yeah, he's against all apartheid.
All apartheid, including
Chat apartheid.
Including for
no,
the
he can be helped.
sub-fives.
This guy can be helped. He's not so far down the pipe. I mean, he is very far down the pipeline. Let's be real. But
I'm curious what the chat apartheid means. Like I'm assuming
he means
it's appropriating the idea of what Black South Africans were subject to under apartheid for men who consider themselves too ugly to be able to date. Yeah, that's what it's them saying. It's incels saying that they got it as bad as black people in apartheid South Africa. That is what Chad apartheid is. Like the Chads are like the white South Africans. The incels are like the black South Africans. It's cursed. It's fucking cursed.
Like he's saying that Chads run everything. And if you understood the Chad apartheid, like your Chad.
Maybe they're super into trees and are actually looking for an arborist. I'm thinking about trees right now, but maybe a different kind.
And run everything. And the
we
uglies
do run everything.
The uglies are you know, forced to be permanently servile in a servile state. The Untermensch. See how quickly it turns into like all this like genetic predeterministic values. It very quickly.
It's just like the fact that it's a Hasan chatter makes me wonder, like, is it really like, I don't know. Cause you know, like chat, if you were, and I'm not suggesting you do this. In fact, I probably don't do this. Right. But if you were to go into Hasan's chat and start to talk about like how, you know, you think that women would rather have sex with their dog than have sex with you. Right. If their boyfriend, if they break up with their boyfriend, that, you know, during those 2 weeks while they're not dating anyone, they're probably fucking their dog. Like I'm sure that would get, Hasan would probably respond to. You'd get the attention that you sought. Just saying some weird incel shit like that.
Just jump to like neo-Nazi sentiment. This is what I was talking about with like even the black pill stuff.
Yeah, there is lookism though. I think that's a.
That's why race is considered a social construct with no true basis in biology or genetics. First, the concept of race did not begin with the field of biology or genetics. The concept of race began with Enlightenment thinkers like Carl Linus under the pseudoscientific veil of biology and genetics.
Unless I don't actually know how you do the stream.
You're right. No, you're right.
Based on external traits. This reinforces the fascist tone of their visual symbolism. The value of a human being becomes quantifiable.
Oh yeah, hoflation they call this.
I think that's just hypergamy, isn't it? Yeah, hoflation is, like I said, something different. It's like the idea that the quality of women is going down, and meanwhile the cost to maintain a relationship is going up.
Yeah. I know. My favorite content creator, Asmongold, also had a tweet about that.
Oh, nice. What'd he say?
Oh, where was it? Chat. Someone in the chat will link it real quick. What did Asmongold say about hoflation?
I love
no,
that
not
for
Homath.
him. Homath is a channel.
Homath is the channel that he likes, but he also said hoflation. Wait, oh shit! Someone just. Where are all the hot girls working at GameStop? Oh, here it is. Everybody always talking about hoflation. This is so uncharacteristic. It is so not like his voice too.
Yeah, Chat GPT ask him to write it like a hip hop style individual.
Yeah. Everybody always talking about hoflation, but it's actually the opposite. I used to be able to go to GameStop or Target to see hot bitches working there every day. Now it's just hogs. Why? Because those girls.
So this is kind of funny. Asmongold is the target demographic for these kinds of ideas, like the idea that women are going down in quality while their expectations from their partners are increasing. Right? So just like in inflation, you get less and you pay more for it. They're trying to say that, you got a less attractive girlfriend and she costs you more money to maintain a relationship with. But Asmongold doesn't seem to, I don't know what he thinks hoflation is, but he's saying it's the opposite of hoflation is the truth. And that truth that he's talking about is that they've no more hotties working at GameStop because they've all got OnlyFans, right?
Girls are at home doing OnlyFans now instead of working.
True.
That is working. That is a very difficult job, I imagine.
That's right. He's got a point, man.
Chad, it's hard enough to be a content creator. I'm just like trying to imagine like a sex content creator. I think that would be extra hard, right? Everything like, right. The, stalkers become more dangerous, right? The, like just so much shit about that. Sounds like it's probably a more difficult job than working at GameStop.
Where did that come from? Because I've never seen him say anything like that, and anything like that since.
Yeah, no, this was
just randomly. What the fuck?
No, he got real hot about this. Yeah. I think he was just like, everybody always talking about hoflation.
I do not want to see. Does Asmongold like adopt an AAVE accent on a regular basis? Is that a thing that Asmongold does? Because that sounds cursed. That sounds so cursed.
So he's saying hoflation is going down because the hot women are going to do OnlyFans at home. So
yeah, it's not a hoflation.
Yeah, he doesn't understand hoflation.
That's
it's
good
not.
for him.
It's not. There's no. He's saying
nobody understands hoflation.
Hoflation is not real.
Right.
Hoflation can't hurt you. I don't know.
Interesting.
I don't fucking.
That's your favorite. Yeah, he's my favorite too. Probably.
He seems to think that like hoflation means there's more hoes, and that's not what it means.
He's the best in the game. Nobody's out here doing it like that. Okay.
So there's the hypergamy map, and what that says is that what that's trying to claim is that women, you know, they take men and women, they place them all in quantifiable levels. You're a 10, you're an 8, you're a 9, you're a whatever, right? And they're saying that women, a woman who's a 4 will only date a 5 or a 6. A woman who's a 5 will only date a 6 or a 7, right? There's 1 to 2 point. Women will only date. They won't settle for a guy that is the same attractiveness as them in this quantifiable scale that doesn't exist. They will only accept a guy that is 1 or 2 points past them. And that's why if you're the 4 or the 2 or the 3, you got no hope, right? This is black pill shit. These are guys that get into these internet communities and claim that they are doomed, to live a life alone. Who spends their dead arse time? Yo, I unironically, if these guys who make this shit spent that much time just, I don't know, you know, socializing, meeting people, you know, getting to know women, I think their prospects would be a lot better. What is this, the chin thing? So, oh my God.
Attractiveness, the higher your worth.
Hoflation is the idea that like women have a higher standard for themselves. That's basically what it is, right? Isn't that what it is?
No, hoflation is like.
I mean, Hasan's closer. I don't think no one.
Only one.
I don't think no one knows hoflation, and that's a good thing.
Go for hotter guys.
Oh yeah, wait, no, yeah.
Because all the women on like dating apps are going for the hotter guys, then
if they're below a 4 or a 5, they got no chance. That's what they think. Yeah.
5 and the sub 5s they call them are not getting any matches, which is making the matches they do get lower on the scale because they have to go down in order to get matches in order to date. So the guys in like 1 to 3 are left with nobody to have.
I just thought there was more hoes. Like I thought that, and the value of the hoe is going down because there's like the market is oversaturated with hoes.
Oh no, that might be with black pill guys. It's a different.
Okay, hold
thing.
on.
You're saying
I'm gonna go get a Teflon pan and we're gonna slam our head. Like, to make sure that our prefrontal cortex is eroded so we can comprehend what they're saying.
Yeah.
I think
that might make our skulls look hotter.
That's also a double benefit.
Win-win.
Okay,
these guys are awesome. Yeah,
because I don't think you're gonna be able to comprehend what these guys are talking about until you like have a debilitating medical condition.
The thing about black pill guys is it's like the entire thing is debunked by what else are you gonna do? Like if you think you can't get a date,
the entire thing is debunked by 1,000 mid-looking guys that are dating very attractive women and who are not, you know, super wealthy, or there's not like a lot going for them other than they don't have this debilitating lack of confidence, and they, you know, we're not caught up in one of these internet communities that reinforces this, you know, this kind of doom that they feel.
You can't get a match because you're irreparably damaged or whatever. Then you do whatever you can to try and do that, and if you aren't successful, then that's just the way it is, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, you've talked about like any man can be a 7, right? If he just does the basics, like
what is this about, chat? Has anybody heard Hasan talk about this? Every man can be a 7. I'm guessing what he's saying is that most men don't take care of the basics, don't like take care of themselves, don't work out, don't like, you know, try to cultivate a look, and so therefore like a guy that does work on himself is gonna be able to slot in there at a pretty high level just because there's so many guys that aren't doing any of that shit. Is that the idea? I feel like male hotness is like maybe 25% looks. Yeah, I mean, look, the things that guys think are attractive, the things that guys think it is attractive to women is like just way off, right? You know, and especially this thing, that skulls thing. Like nobody's fucking taking a pair of calipers to a date. Okay, let me be real with you. And also, nobody is like choosing guys via who has the best dick pic, right? So please get that nonsense out of your head if you have those brainworms, right? That's not a criteria. We don't even want to see it unless it's on a third date or something, and IRL, not via a fucking picture.
Hygiene, workout, learn how to dress, those things, and I think that's fair. Like, how many dudes do you know that have a girlfriend that have the incel skull on the right? See, or like right there. I know hella dudes with a girlfriend that.
Is he good at video games?
Or like a husband that have that skull.
Oh wait, hold on.
So it's like
this is a real case. A USA doctor decided to end the nature versus nurture debate, so we work with a bunch of orphanages to split twins.
Does he play guitar?
Into different families with different social and financial status. While his research is still sealed as the subjects are still alive, it appears he concluded that nature plays a bigger part in what type of person you become.
If his research is sealed, how do you know?
Easter Island statue versus Gummo. Enjoying life Arthur style? Wait, Arthur, is that movie? You get sent a picture? Wait, Arthur, you mean the show, right? Like the, hey, what a wonderful kind of day. That Arthur, not the, when you get caught between the moon and New York City. Not that, not the 80s Arthur, but the 90s Arthur? Is that what we're talking about? I hate when I go on a first date and wait. Chat's actually moving again. Hate when I go on the first date and Shorty whips out a leveler to check out my headset done. Yeah.
Oh, bro. He opened the crypt. TikTok fact, by the way.
That sounds like the most unethical and that sounds like the most unethical research I've ever heard in my entire life. This is literally a 4chan conspiracy. We got studies, but you can't see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, did I guess the right Arthur, chat? Is it Arthur the Aardvark Arthur, or Arthur the what's the other Arthur? He's like a dude in New York City, that a rich dude, right?
Just trust me, bro.
Is that I haven't actually seen it. I just know the song. The song is pretty good, right? The moon in New York City. I mean, I wouldn't mind getting stuck between the moon and New York City. What is that song even about? Is bro on a helicopter? Is he taking his dates on planes? Does he have a private jet? How is he between the moon and New York City? Oh, I get it, chat, because he's in a high-rise apartment. He's got a penthouse. That's got to be it, right? That's what the moon in New York City is about. Okay, I mean, that's romantic, sure.
The study says he didn't release the way he conducted it.
Yeah, I
wonder why.
Yeah.
Well, splitting up orphans is like,
yeah,
they're already
that doctor, famous Mengele.
Yeah, his name is Joseph Mengele.
Yeah, I feel like twin studies were.
What's up, twin?
Twin studies have been done. It's not secret. It's taught in cognitive science. No, I know.
Yeah, actually, I forgot that aardvarks have 2 A's in the beginning too.
Oh, but not like this. I don't think. You can't just because someone is an orphan doesn't mean you can just like manipulate their existence. I mean, I guess maybe.
Can we please stop pretending that femcels are a thing? There are women who are insecure because they are not confident and don't fit their racial, ethnic groups' beauty standards, but females are not actually femcels are not an actual thing. Incel was first created by queer gals who wanted it to be inclusive, but then it got appropriated and taken over by guys attracted to gals who make it exclusive to themselves. Yeah. The history of incels is kind of interesting. It's more deeper than you'd think. And yeah, the originator of the term is a female blogger, I believe.
Maybe this guy did, but I'm saying that like you can't safely conduct an ethical study that is replicable, that could be tested with a entirely unethical premise.
Do you have ADHD by chance?
Yes, I do. Why?
I do too.
This stream has ADHD, chat. And I'm not just talking about theirs, I'm talking about mine too.
Get back to the video.
No, I'm just curious because like the reason I don't stream, part of why I don't stream, not saying it makes it a bad stream or anything, but I do this too, and it makes me like I get distracted at the point where I forget if I'm trying to work on something on stream. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's actually trying to avoid the topic of incels because this frankly seems like a bottomless pit. The aesthetics of
Oh my god, women peak at 12? What the fuck?
Serve their own deep dive. So I'll be covering that in a future video. In a nutshell, men and women believe in fixed hierarchies in society. They have scorn for women, glorify violence, emasculate men, see themselves as victims, talk about conquering women, are fundamentally anti-feminist. Just
You know, the one thing I will say, Metals is saying that like femcels are like exaggerated. They're not a thing. I've seen a little bit of content talking about femcels. I've never seen content from a femcel being like, I am a femcel. This is my life. Like, right? So yeah, that does kind of support the theory that they don't exist in the wild, or you know, if it's more niche at the very least.
justify or belittle assault, hate queer people, and love minors.
That's the other thing is,
I am
all our ops
so
are pedophiles.
done with the manosphere, man.
Yeah, that's Pearl. That's the one like woman that I've heard referred to as a femcel. And does she call herself a femcel? Downhill from mitosis? Oh my god. Yes, H. I didn't realize she was H. I didn't realize she was like a H. Ross Perot head or whatever.
Like, I feel like that's new meta. I mean, or maybe if you think about it, that's like the oldest meta of all time.
The new meta is pedophilia.
Yeah,
with these guys.
Yeah. It's just like a very strange thing that I started noticing. Like we had like I feel like we had like a good 10 to 20 years where like people just basically were like, oh, you're a pedophile. That's gross. Right. And now people are like, nah, actually, like, he might be a phebophile. Like that's what they do.
They'll try to say that you know, it's basically, what was the bro tip thing? If there's grass on the mound, he mounts or something. I don't know, but like, you know, they're basically, they'll make the argument that the gross thing is to be attracted to like somebody that hasn't been through puberty. And so those people still are gross and reprehensible, but that, you know, if they're attracted to women that have had any kind of, you know, sexual development, then they're objectively not bad. And they're making the same shit argument for Donald Trump right now. Remember that Azalea Banks tweet? And unfortunately, she's not the only one saying this shit. Right? They're literally like, well, if Donald Trump was attracted to a 17-year-old, if he had sex with a 17-year-old, then good for him. That's, you know,
as I like to say, is basically
that's the cope around the Epstein thing. Grass on the field, play ball. Yeah, there's different variations of this thing, but yeah, basically it is the same sort of argument that, you know, you're getting from these people that want to not look at that, you know, when you say, you know, that's gross, that's pedophilic, they're like, actually, it's an ephebophile. Actually, attraction to 12 to 14-year-olds is a hebophile. That's different than being a pedophile. A pedophile is children. And of course that's gross, right? They'll make all these kind of distinctions to try to, you know, to try to deny the obvious.
Admitting that there are some minors that you would want to fuck, okay? You're like, nah, you don't understand. These are fuckable minors, okay? Not the unfuckable kind. Ew, gross. Which is crazy. When did this happen?
I mean, chat, like, it's really disturbing that this might be a trend. It's really disturbing that this idea is like out there in the wild and it's propagating itself, right? Because it's just like, I mean, I've heard this, you know, from what Destiny's community, you know, talks like this. A lot of their debate bro things, like a lot of what Destiny did early in his career was around defending unpopular takes, right? So a take like that there can be ethical CSAM, like that would be specifically like digitally rendered in order to cater to the sexual proclivities of dudes that are attracted to minors, and that there would be a benefit, a societal benefit in producing such CSAM, in that it would, you know, prevent them from victimizing actual minors, right? That's a very common take. That's the take that got tomfoolery banned off of Twitch. And what really disturbs me is that, like, I'm seeing it from the right and the left, well, not the left, but, you know, Destiny's community, whatever the fuck that is, been lurking. Yes, I have seen a lot of this now on Twitter. Yeah, in defending Donald Trump specifically, right? They'll witch hunt Democrats on the rumor that they were doing, you know, doing something to a minor, and then they'll turn around and like defend Donald Trump for something even worse.
You know?
Yeah, people get really touchy about like pedophilia accusations. I've gotten in trouble for that, for just being like, oh, this guy's a pedophile, because they did something weird, like on Twitter or whatever.
Wait, when was that? Did anybody know what Noah's talking about? I feel like I remember this.
I got banned, I think, one time a while ago. And when they start pulling out the distinctions, it's always like, what like, normal people don't talk like this, you know? Like,
yeah,
it's funny.
Just move on. What's next? Oh no.
Ben, this video is really good.
Yeah.
Pronouns!
My goat. Everyone became him. Everyone made fun of him, and now everyone is
We're all
him.
tired of Gamergate. Me too. But if we want to talk about far-right aesthetics, we can't ignore the most ridiculous, embarrassing, and...
Did you say Babytron?
Yeah, little baby, that guy, the bald guy?
No, Babytron is...
Heel versus Babyface. Not the same as Babytron.
Someone versus Babyface? His name is crazy. That's all I remember.
He said Babytron, dude. Yeah.
Okay, if he's gonna play Babytron, I'm gonna pull past it, because I don't want to get hit with I don't want to get my ad money taken away.
This is Babytron.
Oh yeah, I know that guy.
Hold on.
No.
Beefy frozen.
You know, Miles, shut the fuck up, chatters. All right,
What's
let's
that?
keep going with the video.
No.
Oh, good. They edited it out.
What's Miles?
Nah, don't worry about it.
Really? Is that another music person?
Nah, just don't even Google it. Don't even.
Let's just keep
one
going.
that heavily overlaps
Chat,
with
help me.
See what I mean, chat? Too many cooks in the kitchen.
He's gatekeeping his
Gamers.
favorite music.
It's pointless to try and have a political conversation with many male gamers, since they will insist they're totally apolitical. They just want to keep politics out of their games.
True.
Right? Steve Bannon? You can activate that army.
Oh yeah, you don't know.
I never seen that.
Yeah.
That's insane. Oh, it was the Aiden Ross thing.
Yeah,
Right.
Trump met XQC one time. It was like 100% tariffs on Canada. We can't let these motherfuckers into the country. That's literally what he did. He met one guy from Level.
Can I see this clip? I've never seen that.
No. It's just see, now you're ADHDing.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, see,
we
It's
just
easy.
enjoyed a Babytron, but yeah, I feel my thing is, as a video maker, I feel bad for Ben, but also I'll watch it on my own time. That's just a funny screenshot.
Steve Bannon?
It's just so cringe.
You can activate that army. They come in through Gamergate or whatever, and then get turned on to politics and Trump. If you're part of a fandom or a gamer and chronically online, you've definitely seen these thumbnails.
Wait, did he kiss Trump's hand? I don't know, Chad. Did he?
Right. Very similar to
Oh, that's quartering. CEO brags, no white characters.
Ones floating around in men.
Wait, is this like Sweet Baby? This is a Sweet Baby controversy?
Fuck white.
Women in these thumbnails, right? Very similar to the ones floating.
Oh, it says what? No, I don't think this is a Sweet. Wait, that's got to be about Sweet Baby, right? CEO brags. That's got to be like a Sweet Baby. This was going to be Gamergate 2.0. There was some company called Sweet Baby out there that were like consultants, and one of the services they offered was to, you know, do consultancy for your video game for diversity, give you some suggestions of you know, what you could do with your video game. And these people like freaked out on the existence of Sweet Baby, made all kinds of conspiracy theories involving like BlackRock and all kinds of stuff. Will the stream get taken down if we watch too many cooks? Probably.
Our game
although we survived one half of Jubilee.
Has no white males. Fuck whiteys. Oh my god, perennially in a state of panic.
I can't believe she had that hat.
Permanent victimhood, dude.
That's low-key a hard hat.
Yeah. Yeah, that's real. That's definitely a hat that she owns.
It was definitely real, and I want one. Fuck, I should make merch that says stuff like that.
Men are to blame for everything. Men, we are sorry. Feminism has gone too far. Stop asking me what I am. Why I am not enough. What?
Bubble. Women in these
My thing
thumbnails
with
are
gender
often
content a little
emotionally
bit is like, from covering the manosphere for a little bit, like a couple years ago, I was covering for a couple years. It's like my perspective on it has not changed as far as the manosphere, but now I also see a lot of clips that are, it's like girls saying dumb shit. I don't see them a lot, but I'm like, this person's rage baiting or this person's unintentionally being dumb, because people generally are dumb. And all these people are.
Can somebody remind me who this weird vampire VTuber guy is? Like, it's a vampire VTuber. Is he an incel? I can't remember. I remember this guy existed and he was like funny, but I mean, not unintentionally funny. I just don't remember like what his name is or what his deal is.
Making money off of it, but like, whereas I would have in the past been like defended a person that's saying something dumb because people are being misogynistic towards them, it's like you can just say they're saying dumb shit and then move on to say why this guy's like this, the anime avatar vampire misogynist.
Yeah, it's over. You're
like,
misogynist now. You covered the manosphere so much, you became it.
I looped around. I fully horseshoe theoried, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's definitely, first of all, femcels are not the exact same as incels. Okay?
No, not at all.
They're not.
Not at all.
They are annoying, but that's pretty much it. Like, they're not fucking doing like, you know, mass shootings and shit. And also, and this is the same thing.
Do some other channels have a green light to watch other content without copyright? I mean, look, there's sometimes a copyright infraction. Like, it depends on what the content is. It could be as simple as a revenue sharing. Like, sometimes if I listen to a Atlas, like a Persona, a song from Persona, like certain of them, I get a copyright claim, but they just want to take some of my revenue. Then the most common, you lose all of your revenue for the video to whoever copyright you infringed on. And then from there, you know, your video can get limited to where it doesn't even show up for certain people, or you could even get a strike against your channel if they are, you know, the copyright holder is particularly mean. So yeah, it just all depends. And some people probably don't mind, like if they're editing all their videos and putting them out and they get a lot more views on their videos than they do on their live streams, then maybe they don't mind losing revenue on a live stream, or maybe they cut it out later. I don't know.
Always fucking explain to people, like,
Corpse Husband is a VTuber with a deep voice. I think this is different, right? Though this is you see this dude, he's got like a vampire VTuber, and I guess he's a misogynist. I don't remember. I remember this dude was a thing. I just don't remember what his thing was.
you still have to understand that like femcels are operating under the same patriarchal constructs that we are all operating under, and therefore they have no fucking power. They have no they straight up from the global south, and I can't even hate on them that much because like one, they're brown, okay, but also they're making money. You know what I mean? Like they're making real money. That's like you're feeding your family doing that.
I'm sorry, did we get like a oh no, it's Trump Gaza. God damn it. Wait, I think that was a weird edit. I think that yeah, they cut it, and that's why it doesn't make sense. So whatever went on in between there.
Okay. They're farming dumbass Westerners to make money, to make real money, like consequential money that would help them.
What's that Zionist account that's like a wolf, like an AI wolf?
Yeah, the
and
one
it's like
Uttar Pradesh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always see Muin Ravani. Like,
see, these are both interesting conversations, the one that they cut from and the one that they cut to. Unfortunately, to be able to understand either of those conversations, we don't have that because it got edited out of here.
Replying to it and being
what
like,
is it?
Why are you tweeting this?
Vivid, something vivid.
Vivid princess or something. Yeah.
He's like, they're attacking us right now.
Vivid prowess. Yeah.
Vivid prowess.
That's one of my favorites.
Yeah, pro-Israel and pro-white supremacists. Yeah, most of that shit is like botted. But there's a drift towards fashion being a racially indiscriminate doctrine that promotes hate towards an other rather than just any brown people. No, but it's still very much promotes hate towards any brown people. It's just weirdly enough being championed by people who are not.
I think like with the
who are
Candace
not
Owens,
white.
Like the anti-Semit, that's her biggest thing probably, right? The anti-Semitism, like at least right now. I mean, along with a lot of other stuff, but she's getting, there's like kind of like what, a coalition of white supremacists and like people like Candace Owens, who is also a white supremacist. It's like, I don't see color, I just hate Jews kind of thing.
Yeah. But then there's also like fascism has diversified is my point. It's not like
it's representative.
It's not just and even people who like agree with this shit, especially online. Maybe because like online no one knows what the color of your skin is. So maybe that's the
I'm sorry, but if you're talking about online, there's no fucking telling, right? Half of the people that are like, I'm black and I think that fucking prejudice against black people like this is warranted, right? When you're seeing that, half of the time it's a white person, right? And there's just no way to know. Like you said, anonymity, it's just like 4chan post, as a black man, I will say that there is a problem with laziness and the community also, like it's just clearly not a black person posting it, but they're pretending they are, because there's no way to know. There's no way to fucking know. So like half of the time it's that. There's definitely like self-hate in every single marginalized identity that you could imagine. There is a self-hating contingent. Candace Owens is a great example. Blair White is another example. Candace Owens getting sued is hilarious. Total karma. Yeah, and I mean, I guess the president of France will have sufficient funds to maybe make that the case stick. I don't know.
A lot of people feel safe in these.
She has made a shit ton of money though. Candace Owens has made so much money off of this exact grift of like, as a black woman, anti-blackness, right? That's her. That is the grift.
Even though they're like black or brown.
Oh, on their like on their burners or whatever, or just
not even on their burners, just like whatever account they use that they just like don't post photos on.
Yeah,
like I'm willing to bet that there are. I'm willing to bet that there are more black and brown people.
Didn't she triple down? I mean, she hasn't relented, as far as I know. She said that Trump called her and said that he was negotiating with France and that like they were trying to. Yeah, there was something to do with the Ukraine. and it would be very helpful if she would not talk about the accusations that Emmanuel Macron's wife is trans. You know, and she said this on, you know, her show, and maybe she stopped talking about it for like a week or something. I don't know, but she definitely is not relenting as far as I've seen.
In like existing fascist movements right now than ever before, than at any other point in time. 100%. Like, there was a black white supremacist school shooter, man. Like that's crazy.
Yeah.
Like that's crazy. That's unheard of. Okay.
Somebody said the Jubilee video. Yeah, there was like a few like people of color that were being racist to Medhi Hasan. Was that right? I didn't watch it. I can't do those. I just can't. I just saw some clips.
Bringing the light for all to see. No more tunnels, no more fear.
So I missed this in the beginning, like right when this first came out. Those are I mean, Donald Trump legitimately posted this, right? But those women have beards and Hamas headbands and, you know, seem to have like, you know, masculine faces, right? I don't know if this is an instance of woke AI or what, but or just like the, you know, fucked up nature of AI in general. But yeah, Trump apparently didn't notice this either.
It's finally here. Trump gods are shining bright. Golden future, a brand new life. Feast and dance, the deal is done.
The deed is done. Feast and dance, the deed is done. Trump Gaza #1 God. I don't think I think this is like the darkest thing. This has got to be one of the darkest things I've seen this year. And it's a pretty dark year, chat. It's a pretty fucking dark year when you leave the country that you were born in, when you leave your entire life to travel halfway across the world because you do not feel safe in your country. Like that, just a pretty dark year already. And that shit right there, that shit is fucked. That shit is highly fucked. Also, who told Elon he could eat hummus? I don't know. I feel like there should be a rule against that. Could there be a rule against that? Could we limit him to popcorn somehow?
Golden future, a brand new life. Feast and dance, the deal is done. Trump Gaza #1.
This is unsurprisingly the wet dream of the far right. Unoriginal, unappropriative, and hostile. AI is the pinnacle of all of it, not a shred of originality or creativity. So, of course, fascists love using it. What a lot of people notice especially, politicized AI slop is almost exclusively used by right-wing actors.
Oh yeah.
But why? Writer Gareth Watkins argues that generative AI models primarily attack copywriters, graphic designers, or artists, jobs associated with young, educated, urban, and often left-leaning workers. Imagine the White House hiring an artist to Ghiblify an crying immigrant getting handcuffed by ICE agents. Ridiculousness aside, why should they waste any state resources when they can do this for free? There isn't just an utter contempt for art in general, but also for people and labor, creating depthless imagery that yields only the reading that its creator intended.
Okay, so chat, this is actually getting into another piece of this is the other the other top bonus content segment, right? Is the new aesthetics of fascism. This is Hasan and Noah reacting to this video. I would love to they don't talk about femcels and the rest of this. I would love to cover it nonetheless because I do find the banter kind of interesting between Hasan and Noah, but technically this would be giving you two segments of bonus content, and as you can see, we're at 109 right now, and so Been streaming for 6 hours and 10 minutes. God, I'm sorry. That Trump Gaza thing, like, I don't know. It shouldn't piss me off like this, but it does. It really, really fucking does. All right, we're reading into USA Whole. I want to thank my Patreon once again. I like to thank my Patreon members at the beginning and ending of each stream. If you support me on Patreon at the $5 a month level or above, I give you a fancy shout out twice every stream I'm doing at the beginning and ending. Let me do those now. Shouts out to Or Else Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia. Shouts out to Moina. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Izzy Mandia. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Big L. Shouts out to Animus. And a fancy shout out to Zerazerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. There we go. So yeah, if you're watching me on Twitch, I'm rating you into USA Hole. Go say hi to them for me. This admin has been super dark. I mean, this year has been fucking dark. I'm amazed I survived so far. I'm actually kind of amazed. Do you agree with Dusty Smith here? The right are using it. Oh my God. I don't want to get too into the discussion of AI. But yeah, they did bring that up, that generally the people using like political AI slop tend to be right wingers. What does Dusty use? Dusty like uses it on his he uses it on his like thumbnails or something. I think we did have like, let's see, I'm trying to remember. So most of the time I do my own thumbnails, I do my own edits, but occasionally in the past Vamps has done thumbnails for me. I think there's one thumbnail where we were using Sundays. We were making fun of President Sunday and his thumbnail. It was the octopus one. That's definitely AI. And somebody was like, hey, why are you using AI? So yeah, even people that, and I wasn't using AI, I was just showing a Sunday thumbnail. So yeah, chat, even people that are not, killing the fucking planet with AI sometimes do still get criticized. So, the discourse a little fucky all around. Yo, keep it real. Thank you for becoming a weasel. That is a good thing. Wait, was there a member chat that I was supposed to? Oh, it's Morbius with the subtle, the gifted membership to keep it real. Keep it real. You just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Anyway, chat. I'll be back again tomorrow. Probably. I was about to apologize for the length of the stream, and then I realized I've streamed for 6 hours, and this is going to be, I mean, this should be like my max. Like I should actually shoot for under 6 hours, even when we hit the bonus goal. I've gotten used to streaming for way too long. And that's the reason I haven't gotten another video edited like that bear video that you could barely put up with while I peed. But some of you put up with it, and thank you for, sticking around. Anyway, I will try not to pee during stream. See, it's the whole thing is like when I do Jubilee, or if I do like Ethan or anything like that, I cannot go to the bathroom, and like I can't do a chair thing, right? I will absolutely get fucked for that, right? I'm trying to do everything I can to Ethan proof my stream, and to make sure that we don't end up having to be on the other end of a lawsuit or whatever. And so, especially when it's like Jubilee, I was like, there's no way I can like leave Jubilee going. So thank you for understanding. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting the stream. Thank you everybody who's liked the stream. That helps me out a lot. I'm supposed to bully you more about that to try to get the likes up. But please, if you could, just bully yourself, because I don't like bullying you, actually. I don't like bullying chat. Thank you also to those I didn't have to bully to get you to go over to Blue Sky to interact with the blast off thread, because that really helps. That helps me out a lot as well. And yeah, we're looking at Vietnam in less than 3 weeks now, chat. So be looking forward to that content. I'm going to end stream now, and I shouldn't say I'm going to get a video done, because if I say that, then I won't. How about I don't say that? But you know that, like, if I don't say it, then maybe I'll do it. That's what I'm hoping for. Anyway, much love, everybody. Take care of yourself and each other, and I will see you once again tomorrow. Until